días! ¡Feliz día! Les damos una afectuosa bienvenida a la segunda.
Good morning. We'd like to warmly welcome you to the second summit on food loss and waste reduction for Latin America and the Caribbean. This is an event that is being carried out by the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries of Argentina, the United Nations Program for the Environmental Program, and the Inter-American Development Bank. First of all, we want to let you know that we do have simultaneous interpretation between English and Spanish at the official website of the event. You will find the option for interpretation. If you want to hear everything in English, you can choose English. If you want to hear everything in Spanish, you can click on Spanish, and you can also have the option to hear the original audio in the background. We'd like to thank national authorities, representatives of all of the co-sponsoring organizations, private sector and civil society for being here today. We'd like to thank each of you who, from so many cities of Latin America and the Caribbean, are accompanying us. And we know that in some countries it's quite early, so we also hope that you're enjoying the morning with a cup of coffee or tea, and then you can tell us where you are connecting from. But we see quite a few. I'm looking at the YouTube channel and really like to welcome you. Thank you for being with us. We have a day and a half of intense activities, a lot of new things, a lot of exchanges where we trust that this is going to have a major impact. Now, many are watching the event through the IDB website, but you can also go straight to the YouTube channel where you'll be able to see everything in full screen. The IDB YouTube channel. All you need to do is click on the banner that's up above, and it'll automatically take you to that channel. Feel free to leave any comments right there on the YouTube channel. You can share ideas, suggestions, anything you wish to share. Always most welcome. And to start off with, we invite you to take a look at the institutional video of the summit, which will help you to better understand why we are organizing this event, which is of such importance for the region. In Latin America and the Caribbean, each year we lose 12% of the food we produce, 220 million tons of food a year, just in the first phases of the chain. We waste millions of tons between marketing and consumption. This is happening in a region where 60 million people suffer from food insecurity, 10% of our population. 8 to 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions have their origin in food loss and waste. Let's work together for a region with no waste. Governments, companies, citizens seeking solutions. Second, Food Loss and Waste Reduction Summit for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Esta cumbre es un espacio de aprendizaje e intercambio.
This summit is a forum for learning and exchange. Today and tomorrow, we're going to interact with you quite a bit. We want to get your questions, concerns, and in the YouTube chat, you can share ideas that come out of the summit or your own reflections, or your own thoughts on the social media. And to this end, you could use hashtag Cumbre Media, or in English, hashtag Summit. Indeed, you'll be able to learn some recipes for cooking with zero waste. So please stick with us to the end, because there will be no waste of your time if you stick with this summit. We have a special platform for interacting. It's a Slido. You can open your cell phones or laptops and go to the website that is up there, www.slido.com, and then enter the code of the event, hashtag
estamos
CumbrePDA.
conectados ahora? Y la pregunta
How many are
que yo
connected
me
right now?
gané es,
And
¿de
the
qué
first
país
question is, from what
estás
country
conectado?
are you
No digan
connected?
nada. También pueden escanear ese código que
You can
aparece en
also
pantalla.
scan that code that's on the
Chile.
screen. Chile.
Bien. Bienvenidos,
Great.
bienvenidas de Chile.
Welcome to those who are connecting from Chile. What other countries?
Sabemos que se han inscrito de prácticamente todos los
We
países de la
know
región, así
that
que
people have
estamos
registered
muy
from practically every country in the
contentos
region, so we're
con
extremely
esta
happy
iniciativa y la
to have this
repercusión que está
initiative
teniendo
and
Argentina,
look at the
Uruguay
repercussions. I
también.
welcome Argentina as well,
Excelente, Colombia.
and Colombia,
Maravilloso, hemos tenido la primera edición
a
en
wonderful
Bogotá.
country. We had the first
Ecuador,
summit
no
there.
puede
Ecuador,
faltar, bienvenidos también.
wouldn't miss this for anything.
La
Welcome as
verdad,
well.
prácticamente todos los países. Ahí
The
estamos
truth
viendo
is, practically all of the
Ecuador.
countries
Wow, desde Estados Unidos
are now
también.
appearing. The folks have tuned in from the United States as well. Costa Rica, where the
Uruguay,
national slogan is Pura Vida. What a
Argentina.
beautiful country. Paraguay, Panama.
Claro, qué lindo es sentir que estamos siendo acompañados
It's
realmente
wonderful to feel that we are,
todos los
uh,
puntos de la
well, that
región.
you are joining us from practically every corner of the region.
Muchísimas gracias, de verdad, y les aseguro
Thank
que
you
realmente la van a
so
pasar
much.
bien.
And I
Además
can
de
assure you that you
tener
will find
mucha
this
información
enjoyable and
interesante.
useful.
Bueno,
There'll be
entonces
a
comencemos
great deal of
con la sesión de
information.
apertura.
So
Argentina,
let's
América
get
Latina
started
y el
with
Caribe sin
the opening
desperdicio.
session towards the Latin America and the Caribbean without
María
waste.
Florencia Atademo,
I'd like to welcome Maria
Departamento de Países
Florencia
Desarrollo,
Tademo, who
representante
is
de
the
Chile del Banco
director of the
Interamericano
Southern
de
Cone,
Desarrollo.
general manager of the Department of
Adelante,
Southern Cone
señora.
countries, and representative of the IDB in Chile. You have the floor. Or let's hear your presentation. Good morning from Santiago, Chile. On behalf of the IDB Group, I'd like to warmly welcome you to this second Food Loss and Waste Reduction Summit, which follows up on the summit that was held in Bogota, Colombia in 2019 to highlight the importance of working together on this issue here in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to thank the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries of Argentina, Julian Dominguez, for being here. Thank you, Minister, for your support in this event and for the leadership that Argentina has been showing on this issue region-wide. And we greatly value your program in this area. We also want to note two strategic allies, FAO and UNEP, Julian and Jacqueline. We have been working together closely in this addressing these challenges, and we'll continue to do so because teamwork yields better and more results. The bank is very much committed to this agenda, which is solidly tied in to the 2025 vision of the IDB. This is an agenda item in respect of climate change. Let's recall that 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions come from food that is lost and wasted. Almost 20% of our productive lands are devoted to producing food, which we then waste. This is also a food security agenda, with approximately 9% of persons in Latin America suffering from food insecurity, severe food insecurity, in other words, hunger. We can't really continue wasting 1/3 of all food produced. It is also a productivity and employment agenda where there is great space for innovation and inclusion of micro, small, and medium businesses. Clearly, this is a development agenda. As our name says, the IDB is a bank, yes, but a development bank where dealing with issues such as this is crucial to the institution's priorities. That is why we have launched the hashtag Sin Desperdicios, No Waste, for a partnership to reduce food waste and food loss. The objective is to support the countries, the region, and the governments to attain target 12.3 of the SDGs based on public policy, knowledge, and conduct. Let me take a moment to tell you about each of these. Our goal is to reduce the scale of food loss. If that's our goal, we need to introduce innovation throughout the supply chain, from production to consumption. We also need to improve public policies, adopt provisions that make it possible to access food, to finance food production, and to generate and strengthen government capabilities nationally and region-wide, as well as locally. We also need more and better information to measure and understand the market failures that lead to so much waste. And finally, and most difficult, we need to modify behavior of governments, of companies, civil society, individuals, and consumers. I'd like to highlight once again Argentina's role as co-organizer of this summit and its leadership regionally. Countries such as Argentina and Colombia are models that should be followed in this area. They have provisions that facilitate food storage, they have clear goals for reduction, and they also have databases that make it possible to quantify the problem. Indeed, we are working with the countries to consolidate that baseline. But also, we draw a connection between food loss and solid waste management. Let's recall that half of the waste generated by Latin America and the Caribbean are organic, is organic in nature of all waste. So much of our waste is from food loss and waste. We need to strengthen local government capabilities as well so that they can formally adopt strategies to reduce food loss and waste. This summit offers us an opportunity to come up with specific work plans for the next 3, 5, and 7 years. I hope that you can take advantage of this forum, that you enjoy the summit, and thank you so much for being here and for your commitment. Very interesting words by Ms. Atademo. I want to emphasize the priority of this activity for the IDB and how it's in line with its 2025 vision. I'm now pleased to receive the Secretary for Marcelo Alos from the Ministry of Agriculture of Argentina, who's been heading up their food loss and waste reduction programs. Argentina is truly an example region-wide in this area. Let's hear what the Secretary has to say.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Very well, thank you very much. First of all, I bring greetings and the apologies of our minister, Julian Dominguez, who would have been delighted to have participated in this opening session. Nonetheless, because of other commitments, he's not able to be here, but he did ask me to please convey greetings and, of course, the commitment of our ministry to continue working on these issues. We are most grateful on behalf of all of Argentina, and in particular on behalf of our ministry, as it is an honor to participate in this international summit that brings us together to address an issue that is of such importance as is food security and food loss and waste reduction in line with the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. I thank the IDB, Germán, and also the representative of the IDB in Chile for their accompaniment, particularly for developing what we presented last year, which was the 2030 strategy, Let Us Value Food. And with the platform of hashtag No Waste, which has helped us consolidate some processes in the region, and obviously with what the representative of the IDB said, we're so happy with the support for updating the baseline that was already done in 2015, and which will enable us to have an assessment as to where we stand, and which will also enable us to design the new strategies based on the assessment and also based on the strategy that we came up with the plan, Let's Value Food. We also are thankful to the FAO for its support over all these years. Argentina, as was noted, has had a food loss and waste reduction plan since 2015, and in that regard, the FAO was always with us. And no doubt we will continue working together on this strategy. And we're also grateful for the presence today of members of the UNEP, with whom we have worked on a decisive cooperation to look at the environmental angle of food waste. According to estimates of FAO and UNEP, approximately 30% of food that is produced is lost or wasted. And this stands in contrast with the priority of some countries where poverty and hunger live side by side with inefficient practices that result in loss of food. This summit, like earlier meetings, is useful for all of us for giving impetus to specific actions that make it possible for us to analyze the issue, but also to work in coordination to bring about better practices, particularly in our region and worldwide, with a common purpose. We highlight the importance of this issue for the agro-food system worldwide, and in particular because of the role of Argentina as a provider of harmless food products that are of quality, recognized worldwide, and with a great deal of value added. For us, it's a question of trying to produce more food. We want to be more efficient in our food production. We want to design sustainable agro-food systems that's underscored by a principle of social justice, underscoring the social role of food for the community, for our people. The ministry is committed to target 12.3 of the SDGs, and in this regard, we have a positive message to bring about changes that have a threefold positive impact economically, socially, and environmentally in production, marketing, and consumption of foods. And what better way to bear in mind the protagonists than by having social approaches that are based on efficiency and sustainability. We're convinced that by having a state that is present, that has clear policies in this regard, coordinating a national plan, and working to shore up the competitiveness of our food sector, we're going to be able to adopt measures that lead to greater productivity and sustainability throughout the value chains and life cycles of products so as to help relieve food insecurity and poverty. And so we facilitate constant spaces for coming together of the public sector and the private sector, where the members themselves have created a national network for food loss and waste reduction. We're working with retail groups, supermarkets, we've been working on this issue. The projects we have for small and medium agro-food businesses that are seeking to bolster their competitiveness, efficiency, reducing losses, governance, and ties with the community. And we also working. We are convinced at the university level that any number of areas of study should be incorporating this approach into their professional practice. Food loss and waste as a global challenge have solutions. So together with national level efforts, we are betting on strategies in provinces and localities, convinced that each locality has a great deal to do, has great potential for implementing threefold impact solutions, as we said recently, that are positive for the community and that contribute to a territorial policy of sustainability. The truth is that the road that we headed down in 2015, well, there's still a long way to go, and we have decided to continue working along these lines. And we hope that these 2 days will also be useful for us to continue learning from other experiences and at the same time be able to share our own experiences. And that's why we look forward to having 2 very productive days of work and sharing among ourselves. Finally, I'd like to recognize the members of the Secretariat team working on this issue of food loss and waste, such as Dr. Moron and Natalia Basso, who is really come forward or stepped up to the plate on this issue. So I congratulate and acknowledge them. Thank you very much, and may you have all a great day. Thank you very much, Marcelo, for your words. And before continuing, if our next speaker, Julio, will allow me to, I would like to tell you that throughout the summit, you can ask questions. The idea is that this be a conversation. So we cordially invite you to access the website that is up on the screen, slido.com, and there's the QR code if you want to scan it. And we also have the hashtag Cumbre PDA. I'll be reminding you of this throughout. We'll give you a question. What kind of organization do you work in? We really want to learn more about you. Public sector, private sector, bilateral, multilateral organizations, nonprofit organizations, civil society. Well, it's a very interesting set of responses. Excellent. Thank you so much for your participation. So in this way, we can learn who is joined us today. So thank you for your patience. I will now give the floor to Mr. Julio Bertegue, who is Deputy Director of FAO and Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Muchas gracias. Antes que nada,
thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this second summit.
También a mis compañeros o colegas de panel.
And also my fellow panelists, the Secretary of Food, Economy and Regional Development of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries of Argentina, Marcelo Alos, Jacqueline Alvarez, who is a colleague and friend, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of UNEP, and of course, Maria Florencia Atamo, who directs the Southern Cone Department of the IDB. Latin America and the Caribbean lose 11.6% of food. Cereal grains, fruits, vegetables, fish are the food groups with the largest indicators of loss from the field to the entry to the retail markets. This quantity of loss and waste is equivalent to 1/4 of all use of fresh water for agriculture. And this quantity of food requires, in order to be produced, an area of land that is larger than all of China. The loss and waste are responsible for 8% of greenhouse gases globally. A recent study by us positions food waste as the second main emitter of greenhouse gases in this region of Latin America and the Caribbean. In 2019, a little more than 966,000 kilotons of carbon equivalent. The main quota, the largest share, come from retail. The FAO estimates the economic cost of food loss and waste at $1 billion annually, no less. And the environmental costs are much greater, $700 billion, and social costs $900 billion. While this is happening, 60 million people in Latin America and the Caribbean don't have enough food and are suffering from hunger. We really believe that it is possible to maintain agro-food systems. Do we think it's possible to have these systems continue as they are associated with these kinds of figures? We can talk about efficiency, modernization, sustainable development, good management, good governments. Can we talk about all those if this situation persists?
In our countries, all of the post-harvest processes, storage, distribution, and retail, they are the critical points. That's where we know we have to focus our efforts. This is not going to get fixed with lip service. We're going to have to see changes in regulations and rules, investments in a framework of good public policies, and especially, as has already been stressed by Marcelo, with sound public-private agreements. A number of international bodies over the last year, 2021, it has been stressed that it's very important to address loss and waste. In September, there was a declaration of Rome of the G20 countries and the recent declaration of Glasgow on climate, all of which have referred to the importance of reducing loss and waste in food as being a priority for us to have more sustainable and efficient food production systems. Now, a strategic framework of FAO also is aiming in the same direction. We are supporting our members to comply with the 2030 agenda, coming up with more efficient, resilient, sustainable, effective food production systems for four missions: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and not leaving anyone behind. None of that can be achieved if we don't first reduce loss and waste of food. In our region, we have been doing our part, supporting the measuring and the indicators of the Sustainable Development Goals on this matter, and also national efforts, as have been pointed out by the Secretary of Argentina and others in Colombia and in Chile. We've also worked on a model law for loss and waste of food, which we are starting to share with the member countries. So, in short, we have made progress, but the truth is we are not yet still moving the needle fast enough to reduce loss and waste of food in keeping with the goal we set for ourselves. Yes, the glass is half full, but it's also still half empty. And we think that time has come for us to make more hard-hitting decisions, for us to move more swiftly. The organization has, with this broad convening of this summit, this is an expression of what is possible and necessary for us to achieve this goal. FAO will stand firmly committed to this common effort, which for us is a top priority. Thank you very much. The speaker is muted. No sound is coming from the Master of Ceremonies, says the interpreter.
Dina está muteada.
Ahora sí.
Now, can you hear me?
Les contaba, ¿no? Y agradeciendo también al señor Verdeguer por sus palabras.
So I was thanking Julio Verdeguer for his words. He's given much to think about. And for those who are joining us now, I would just remind you that we do have a simultaneous interpretation available in English, Spanish. If you go to the event webpage, you're going to see your choice of language for interpretation, or you could just choose the original audio to hear the floor. Now we're going to hear from Jacqueline Alvarez, who is the Director and Regional Representative of the UN Environmental Program. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor and a real pleasure for me to be with you today in this event to talk about a topic that's so important, which is reducing loss and waste in food production. This isn't only one of the commitments taken on at a political level, but socially and economically, it's also been given top billing. We are all interconnected, and we need to make sure that we progress and we make sure that we achieve this. Today, we said without food there is no life, but we find ourselves before a true contradiction. Reducing loss and waste would bring huge benefits. As you all know, we can save lives. That's key. But as we've heard from our other speakers on this panel, we also speak of food security, cost savings at all levels. We also speak of the climate and reducing pollution on land and in the water, protecting the biodiversity, to protect our lands and to protect ultimately our future.
Como se decía, es nuestra meta. Para el
12.3 Sustainable Development Goal is our goal for us to reduce the loss and waste of foods. As you've all heard, at least a third of foods are either lost or wasted. How does that translate into lives?
811 millones de personas se ven
811 million people
al 2020.
are stricken by hunger last year, and now add to that COVID-19, that figure rose considerably. Many don't have access to healthy foods. I'm talking about 3 billion people. So this translates into economic loss, income loss, losses at the family level. This does not only affect those systems, it affects our very future, our IQ. Without good food, we cannot develop. So we need to have air and clean water. Food that isn't consumed is lost. And these are losses that also contribute to climate change and the loss of biodiversity. So what are we doing as the United Nations, organizations of the UN? We're actually doing quite a lot. But as we've just heard, we're not doing enough. Much more is needed. But we can't do this on our own. The per capita loss of food in the world, unfortunately, is independent of a country's income. A report this year about the loss of food says the loss of food is independent of the level of income of a country. This is a report that caught the attention of the media, of governments, and it's very important that everyone wake up to this. We are working in regional groups to measure the loss in 25 countries around the world and to show what opportunities there are, to try to establish baselines, to seek out solutions and set strategies. Though long-term, we need to ask quickly, because hunger is something that affects people today. Working with other key partners, the World Bank, for example, the Fund for Climate, and other bodies to gain access to financing and to fight climate change, as a case in point. We've just a brief rundown of some of the activities that we've been involved in. Now, when we heard of Latin America, we heard of 69 kilos of food being lost per capita in the region. We are working in different countries of Latin America, not just to reduce the loss and waste of food, but to say that 47 million people who today are beset by hunger in Latin America and Caribbean could have that hunger solved. Young people we are the future. We can't say that everyone here on this panel isn't still young. And the data, what do they tell us? 1 of 15 young people live in communities with a shortage of food. 1 of 6 doesn't have the necessary resources to buy food. Now, when we speak of vulnerable populations, indigenous youth are a clear example of this situation. I don't only want to talk about negative aspects, but what we heard from the Ministry of Argentina of Agriculture and Livestock, and also from our Master of Ceremonies, we've heard about what Argentina has done. Studies tell us that food waste represents more than 40% of urban solid waste in the city of Buenos Aires. Half of what we have in our landfills come from wasted food now. How are they responding? Through plans and rules to coordinate and to carry out actions to prevent and reduce loss and waste of foods by and this leads to an immediate value added for the food production system and for the whole of society. And so kudos to Argentina for that effort, for those activities and your leadership. What are the key messages? What do we need to do as people when we make decisions in our families, as responsible individuals, as we speak of the reduction and loss of food? That's not just something that affects people. It has to do with biodiversity, pollution, nature, healthy homes, a sustainable world for all of us. The problem is much bigger than we originally thought, unfortunately, but that said, there is much that can be done, much of which depends on individual actions taken by countries as well as our collective behavior. The waste of food is as important or something as prevalent in high-income, mid-income, and low-income countries. That's the message. It's not just about buying power. It's about behavior, sustainable consumption. So what is our call to action? Let's try to ascertain more data to measure the magnitude of this problem, how best to respond. When we downplay this matter, now we speak, for example, of cold chains as a tree that opens up into many branches. And so what we see with this image are the collateral effects. There's a program called Food is Never Waste, or a motto, Food is Never Waste, that was launched in the UN. Countries such as Brazil, Ecuador, working with the UN are contributing to this. As the Minister of Ranching and Agriculture of Argentina said, this type of event goes to show that we can pull together and do more. Thank you. I thank you. Together, we can make a difference. Much has been done, but much more can be done. It's an honor to have had in this same venue these speakers. On the webpage of the IDB for this event, you're going to find 3 tabs, one for English, one for Spanish, one for the original audio. So pick your language, pick your tab. So I thank our special guests for this very enthusiastic opening. Now, that concludes the inaugural session, and now we are going to get into the technical part of our presentation. Stand by, because we will resume shortly.
Empezamos con las sesiones técnicas y queremos ya calentar los motores de nuestra mente. Para ello, nuevamente los invitamos a
We
entrar, sí, a la
invite
página, a la
you
plataforma
now to go
que
into
tenemos
the
nosotros, que
page
es
of the platform
Slido, ¿sí?
to interact with us via Slido.
Slido, como ya va a aparecer en pantalla, y vamos a poner a prueba nuestro conocimiento.
And let's test our knowledge before we get started on how much food is lost and wasted in the region before we hear from our experts. So there's our question. How many tons of food are lost in Latin America and the Caribbean each year? 50 million, 75 million tons, 180, 220, 300. Let's see. This helps wake us up as you have your coffee.
Me parece que hay ya una mayoría. Hay un segundo puesto que está ahí peleando.
Well, it seems like 220 is the majority choice, 75%.
Mayoría ha respondido. Hay una que está empujando, Bueno, les cuento. Ya está.
Well,
Hasta acá.
that's as far as we'll go with that. Let me give you the correct answer. 220 million tons of food are lost or wasted every year. That's incredible. And that's why we are here today. Feel free to share this information. You can go to hashtag CumbrePDA. Share your thoughts on the YouTube chat for this meeting. This is what gives rise to an exchange among colleagues from different countries. Now, a warm welcome to session 1. How much food do we lose and waste? This is a global and regional challenge. Máximo Torero, chief economist of the Organization of the United Nations for Food and Agriculture, is going to give us an overview of prevention and reduction of loss and waste of food within the framework of transforming food production systems. You have the floor, Mr. Torero. I'm chief economist of FAO, of the United Nations. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today, especially to present to you a topic so important, which is the loss and waste of food, which is a global and regional challenge and something we have to strive to reduce. The loss and waste of food, this is something that we place a lot of importance on. It's in the Sustainable Development Goals, item 12.3. This is one of the problems for which we think there can be concrete solutions brought to minimize this loss and waste, to solve the problem. Today, worldwide, 14% of all food produced is lost or wasted. That accounts for $400 billion worth of food. When we speak of this, these are two different concepts, loss and waste. Loss starts at the producer. Waste is the last stretch as it reaches people's homes. In the chain of production, we're talking about 14%. For waste, we're talking about 17% of the supply of food is wasted in homes and in other food services and retail. Now, loss and waste has an effect on climate change, raising world emissions of greenhouse gases by 10%. That's what we have to strive to eliminate. So, on the one hand, we can address the matter of nutritional goals by addressing this problem, but also environmental goals.
En manejar esos desperdicios de alimentos. Ahora, ¿qué es la contradicción?
So where is the contradiction? Today, we live in a world in which we are far from achieving the Sustainable Development Goal 2. 811 million people currently are chronically malnourished, and at the same time, we have moderate or severe food insecurity,
Desnutrición crónica, pero además el sobrepeso y la obesidad,
as well as obesity or overweight. Taken together, that accounts for 30% of the world population. Also, 3 billion people don't have access to healthy diets. And so if a third of the world food production is lost, how can that be when we have such a serious chronic malnutrition problem and lack of access to healthy diets? That's one of the big contradictions that we face, and this is something we think we can change.
En el summit de sistemas alimentarios se formó una coalición.
A coalition was created, and the motto is "Food is never waste." To address this problem, 78 countries are a part of this coalition, and what we seek to do is to link food loss and waste to food security and environmental sustainability. So this is a proposal geared toward actions, finding solutions to correct this problem. What are the objectives of this coalition? That by 2030, we cut by half the waste and loss of food by 25%. That's 12.3 of the SDGs, and to, again, reduce loss by 25%, waste by 50%. So we're talking about small producers, and it's really hard for them to meet those reduction goals. 25% we think is actually more realistic than the 50%. We want to create more sustainable and resilient food production systems to minimize waste and loss of food, and to strengthen and build collaborative efforts across food production systems and in member countries and organizations to enhance learning and exchange of best practices and to promote investment in the reduction of loss and waste of foods. It is a private sector that pretty much controls food production, and that's where we need to start. What are the targets or objectives that we seek to design an investment mechanism and risk reduction to speed up the implementation of measures to reduce PDA or loss and waste of food, and to advocate for control or oversight mechanisms, target, measure, act, plan, do, check, act, to achieve the expected goals, to change social norms worldwide, for people to no longer think it's normal or acceptable for food to be thrown out at home. Also, there's a code of behavior that seeks to make clear that food should not be lost or wasted, with a stress on that part which falls to consumers, that is, waste. To come up with a world-wide political framework, carry out interventions in the market to ensure that food stocks are used. A number of dialogues were held in countries. Analysis was done, and we looked at the most commonly used terms that appear in these pathways, food loss and waste pathways in the Americas. And as you can see here, waste management is the biggest problem. When we look at the words being used, Brazil, Colombia, Bahamas, El Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, Panama, Peru, the DR, and the US are the ones involved in this intergovernmental dialogue, and it has been made clear that FLW is a key issue
en estos países para la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios.
something that is being taken seriously and is the impetus for changing food production systems. Now, we also see in this analysis of catchphrases or words used.
Hay que tomarlo en consideración al hacer el análisis de
Keywords have to be taken into account when doing this analysis of projects to be implemented. So, what do we need to do by way of continuing to gather information? We do know that on average in the world, there is a 14% loss of food, but in Latin America, it's closer to 10 or 12% food loss. So that's a very high rate. But there is a diversity of information analyzed, and there are many disparities or differences. Here we're doing a meta-analysis comparing data throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, and we have put together a public database in which we speak of FLW from available sources of information. And the official data nationally systematically shows figures that are lower than studies have shown. Now, if you look at the figures, you can see the minimum and maximum figures. So clearly, we have rates that are close to 20% on the horizontal axis in percentual terms. You can see what we have, and in some countries, particularly high, especially when we break this down by food groups, we see that there are significant problems where solutions need to be sought. Here, you see the distribution or breakdown by types of products, animal products, meats, vegetables, potatoes. Most losses happen on the side of meat and animal products, and also on tubers. Many studies on potatoes in Peru, for example, in which we see that there's a 14 to 15% loss throughout the value chain for those products. This tells us that we are finding high rates where much can be done. In this chart, this is broken down by along the value chain in fruits and vegetables. Clearly, the greatest loss is in wholesale, but also at the level of production on the farms. Immediate actions need to be taken to reduce FLW, and we need to continue working on that. A number of countries in Latin America have established mechanisms or measures, rather. Macroeconomic studies have been done, but I do think it's important for us to start to take a detailed look at problems that emerge throughout the value chain. One of the efforts that we are doing is to carry out specific surveys for the producer, the intermediaries, processors, and for us to measure where the loss is happening in the value chain. You've got a loss of quantity and quality. So when a producer takes its product to the market, there are standards that have to be met. And if the producer doesn't meet those standards, that product is not accepted, thrown out. That is a part of the loss, the value loss that we have to take into account, because we want the producer to be encouraged to change practices. So let me give you an example. A corn producer, it might be using some type of product, a fungicide, to avoid a fungus. The product is taken to the market, and there is no incentive created for the producer for the different type of corn product that is being sold on the market, those with the fungicide and the one that doesn't have it. So we also have to look at the health aspect. So we have to ascertain where the losses happen in the value chain. That is a key aspect for us to be able to help our countries.
Let's be very careful with this. FAO is working on this at this time. We have tried 3 different methods to be able to measure the amounts in the value chain, and we're going to try to bring in the private and public sectors so that they can come in with answering 25, 30 questions so that we can measure the losses and understand where in the value chain this is all lost. So we hope that this can be used generally and that it's an instrument that can be used for countries to measure these results. To end, I would like to say that it's important to reinforce our commitments, especially at a local and national level. The biggest challenge is the fact that we don't have enough data, and we have to understand where all the losses are so that the private sector can come in and provide solutions. It's important to involve all of the productive sectors, the producer associations, the private sector, and we want to make sure that all of these commitments are taken on by all entities interested. And we want to make sure that we work together in national, international strategies. If FAO is part of the G20 initiative on food, and we want to make sure that we work on this. So we have to work together because reducing the food loss and waste has 3 items. We will make sure that we improve our natural resources, we decrease emissions, and we can make sure that everybody has good food. So we have to make sure that we fulfill the standards that the market requires, and there will be bonuses and prices, and this will take us to 3 benefits: a better use of natural resources, better access to food, and a reduction in the emissions that are the greatest pollutants. Thank you so much.
Gracias a usted, señor Torero.
Thank you, Mr. Torero. Thank you so much for this very interesting report. I think that figures are much more eloquent than words. We can use all this on the social networks, and you could go on to hashtag sin desperdicio. Now we have Artina Otto, who is the chief for Cities and Lifestyle Unit at the United Nations Environmental Program.
Colleagues at FAO in the virtual podium. And apologies for doing this in English, but to make up for it a little bit, my slides are in Spanish. I won't be able to. I do speak Spanish, but I don't speak it so fast to get through this properly. So with that, if you could put up the slideshow, thank you so much. We're here today because food loss and waste is important. It's damaging and it's expensive. If we could switch to the next slide, please. A third of the food produced globally is lost or wasted. We heard about that already. Not only do we waste the natural resources that went into the production of this food, but it also costs the global economy $1 trillion annually. It exacerbates poverty in households, and it reduces profits in businesses. And all that in a global context where 111 million people were hungry in 2020, and 3 billion are unable to afford a healthy diet. I think that sets very much the stage of what we call is an unethical issue as well. If we go to the next slide, we also see that even worse, food waste not only doesn't feed people, but it does feed climate change. Food loss and waste generate 8 to 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And if that wasn't enough, food loss and waste thereby contributes directly to weakening our ability to produce food, as climate change will increasingly hamper our production systems. And UNEP's 2021 emissions gap report showed that with all the present commitments, including the new unconditional nationally determined contributions, we are actually heading for a temperature rise of 2.7 degrees the end of the century. And if we factor in the zero carbon commitments by 2050 that were put forward in Glasgow just recently, last week, the projections to 2050, we are actually headed to 2.2 degrees warming by the end of the century. To keep the goal of the Paris Agreement and the limitations of warming to 1.5 degrees alive, and that's absolutely crucial to actually help maintain our production systems as well, not only, but also, mattering in the sentence, we need to have our GHG emissions by 2030. So we have all the good reasons to address food waste, and we also know what to do. Project Drawdown, for example, identified food waste reduction as the #1 most impactful climate strategy, with a mitigation potential of 91 to 102 gigatons CO2 equivalent between 2020 and 2050. And moreover, food waste is an area where we can all take action, all of us, each and everybody, quickly, here and now. And yet, food waste has so far been largely overlooked in the national climate strategies. And we hope that that is changing over time. With that, if we go to the next slide, please. We do already have a target. We did set ourselves a target with the Sustainable Development Goal 12.3 to halve food waste and to reduce food loss. And with this, we have also 2 indicators under SDG 12.3 that provide a framework to measure and to track progress on food loss and waste reduction. UNEP, as the custodian of the food waste indicator, published in March this year the Food Waste Index report. And if you go to the next slide, you will see some of the results of that report. So the Food Waste Index report, to backtrack a tiny bit, is a common approach for countries to measure and report on food waste under SDG 12.3. And it also provides an overview and estimates, global and country-level food waste estimates based on best available data. And we went through a lot of data that we could find, actually more than we thought we would. And it does find that nearly 1 billion ton of food, or 17% of total food available, went into the waste bins of households, retailers, and food service outlets in 2019. Action. Following the approach of Target Measure Act, and Massimo has already alluded to that, it also helps us to identify and to define the priority actions that we need to take. We go to the next slide. That one actually shows us the numbers of countries with data by sector and income group. And here we can see that there is more data for households than for the other 2 sectors. The household data covers high and middle income countries. And in contrast, food service and retail do have fewer estimates, and those are concentrated in high income countries. Therefore, the global food waste estimates you're about to see are more robust for household food waste compared to food waste in the service and the retail. And most of the existing data is not sufficiently accurate for tracking purposes, but it is sufficient to make already the case for action. So let's be clear. It's important to highlight that we need to improve our data situation, but the present lack of data is not a reason not to take action. And with that, we can go to the next slide, please. That actually shows the estimates. And they indicate that there are similar levels of household food waste in high income and middle income countries. And that overthrows, to some degree, the previous assumption as to where we thought food waste would largely occur in the wealthier countries. And at least at the home, it is actually significant in nearly every country that has measured food waste. So that includes middle income countries. And that means as well, it's not only a rich country problem. It's something that we all have to tackle. I should add a note that these totals do include edible and inedible parts relating to food waste. And the edible parts, just to explain that, are those that could reasonably have been eaten if better managed. And the inedible parts are items like eggshells and animal bones. And there could be an important difference between countries in the percentage of total food waste, which is edible and non-edible. And there is a bit of lack of evidence on this breakdown to date. So we can't really speak about the shares, but there is an assumption as well that, well, in some context where there is more food cooked from scratch, the inedible parts, the inedible fraction of food waste would be higher. And obviously there are cultural differences too as to what is considered edible and inedible. If we go to the next slide, that shows that not only did we underestimate where the food waste happens, but we underestimated as well the overall size of the problem. And we come actually to a global average of 74 kilo of household food waste per year. And that's greater than the weight of the average person. If we go to the next slide, that shows the data points that we had found. And that's actually for the Latin America and the Caribbean region. So that's what we looked at in the Food Waste Index report. And we have seen there a variety of measurement approaches that have been employed, but actually none of them are already fully appropriate for tracking food waste over time. So there is room for improvement. And the next slide indicates what we're trying to do about that, to help countries start measuring and increasing the accuracy and reporting national data on 12.3. UNEP has launched regional food waste working groups, supporting at the moment 25 member states and diverse food system stakeholders. And these working groups do provide technical capacity building to support food waste measurements and reduction. It does help with peer-to-peer learning across the regions and to provide guidance on developing national food waste prevention strategies that integrate food waste into climate plans and also help to facilitate the access to international finance to deliver them. And the next slide does give us an overview of the countries while that is coming up. Not sure. No, there was one in between. Apologies. If you can go one back, because the idea, oh, actually, is it the one before? No, actually, no, apologies. Should be fine. If you go one forward again, the participating countries in each region, and we have seen a lot of interest in Latin America, particularly. If you go to the next slide, please. And one forward should be a list with countries. Exactly, that's the list of the countries. And there you see the distribution, and again, that there has been a lot of interest in the region. And if we go to the next slide, that is to close and to show at the way forward. And that's the reference to the coalition that came out of the UN Food System Summit, Food is Never Waste, that coalition. Just could go to the next slide, please. And that was, as I said, launched at the summit, and Massimo already spoke to that as well to some degree. And it was really brought together by very diverse countries, cities, and stakeholders. And the idea is together to shed light on the importance of food systems and help scale up action. It was launched with 12 countries at the C40 Cities group. And it's growing, and the idea is to prioritize food loss and waste reduction from farm to fork, setting targets aligned with the SDG 12.3, working to measure and report progress, and to develop national strategies to really accelerate the progress. And we obviously welcome more partners to that coalition, which really will help provide access to guidance and the best practice experience to support countries to define and implement their measures and integrate food loss and waste in national food system pathways. And to that, obviously, don't hesitate to reach out to UNEP, to FAO, and the other partners to get involved. And with that, I would like to thank you for joining us today.
Muchas gracias a usted.
Thank you so much for your
Todo lo
presentation,
que nos contó, ¿verdad?
Martina. Everything you have
Hemos
told us is very interesting.
un link, ¿sí?
We are uploading a link on our chat on YouTube because we are opening a survey on this session. We'd like to hear what you're thinking about it because we believe that we can change every single day. So this would be our first session, but stay with us because we will be back shortly with our next session.
Comenzamos con la sesión 2 y ya.
Let's go on to our second session, and I'd like to say the following. Do you know that approximately
En
1/3
América
of the food
Latina
that
y el
we
Caribe
produce in Latin America
se
and the
pierde y
Caribbean
desperdicia. En una región
are
donde
lost to
60
waste, and in
millones de
a
personas
region where 60
padecen de
million
inseguridad
people
alimentaria severa,
have
lo que
food, severe
coloquialmente se conoce
food
como
insecurity.
hambre.
and what we
Con
call
estas ideas
hunger.
estamos entrando a la sesión
So
2
now we're
del
going
perjuicio de
to our
alimentos,
second session,
cambio
which
climático y
is
seguridad.
the waste and
Les queremos recordar
loss of
que contamos con
food
interpretación
and
inglés, español. Para
nutrition
acceder a
and
esta,
climate
pueden entrar
change.
al sitio
Please
oficial
remember
del
that there
evento,
is
donde van a ver tres
simultaneous
enlaces,
interpretation.
tres
If you
opciones
go
de
into the
todo
event, you will
español,
see
todo en
3
inglés,
links.
audio
You can
original,
hear
o sea,
Spanish,
tal como se
English, or
desarrolla.
the original audio,
Además,
the way
les
we
recordamos
are
que pueden dejar
conducting
sus comentarios,
this meeting.
preguntas
You can
e
also leave
inquietudes
your
en el
comments,
chat de
any
YouTube,
observation
porque,
in
como
the
decíamos,
YouTube
este
chat,
es un
because
espacio
as we
de
were saying,
aprendizaje
this
y de
is
intercambio.
a
Ustedes
learning
también
and
son
exchange session.
protagonistas de
You are
si
protagonists
quieren
of
ver
this
la
event.
transmisión en pantalla
If you want to
también
watch
pueden ir
this
al canal de YouTube.
session, you can go
¿Sí?
to
Y
the
para ello, hacen
session as
simplemente
well on
en el
YouTube. So
banner que
click
está aquí arriba.
on the banner,
Llegó
which
nuestro
is
momento
on top.
Slido.
So now let's go to our Slido moment. Once again,
Como venimos haciendo,
you will see our small survey.
el código hashtag PDA.
We have the code slido.com.
Y la pregunta, ¿qué
And the question is, what percentage of
están ligadas
greenhouse gas emissions are tied to the loss and waste of food? We are answering
2 y 10%, 2 y
between 6 and 8%, 75%, between 8 and 10, 25%, 2 and 4%, 0%. It seems to me that this is almost a tie. Oh, very good.
¿Hay alguien que se arrepintió?
I think that somebody changed their mind.
Bueno, hasta ahí nomás. Quedó en
Fine.
empate. 6 y 8 y 8
Yeah, it's a tie.
¿Saben cuál es la respuesta correcta?
Do you know what the right answer would be?
10% de las
Up to
emisiones de
10%
de efecto
of
invernadero
greenhouse gases are related to the loss and waste of food.
Bueno, ahora sí, quiero dar una calurosa
Now I'd like to welcome
Germán
Germán Sturzenegger, who will be moderating our platform. He is the Sin Desperdicio moderator for the IDB. Germán, you have the floor, and I think Germán is muted.
Germán, estás muteado.
Perdón. Gracias, Ginny.
Excuse me. Thank you, Ginny. Good morning to all of you, and welcome to the second session on food waste and loss, climate change, and food security. We want to talk about how this ties into the 12.3 SDG. We saw this in our previous sessions, and Ginny was talking about this. Reducing waste of food reduces the greenhouse gas effect. It improves the use of the soil. In fact, Isabella was talking about this, and it increases food security in our population. It makes for a better type of nutrition and makes it more affordable and approachable. During the food summit at the UN, we spoke about this, and we're seeing all this in the Slido questions. 10% of emissions of greenhouse gas emissions originate in the waste and loss of food. It's important to remember all this in our agenda for climate change. As far as food security is concerned, 60 million Latin Americans suffer from severe food insecurity, what we call hunger. And in this context, we really can't lose and waste 1/3 of what we produce. We have to act, and this summit has its objective. We have to define the priorities, long and short and medium term. We also know that the pandemic increased food insecurity in the region, and Daniela will talk about this as well. So the message that we wish to transmit is that the reduction of loss and waste has to be a priority at the very center of the development agenda, and this summit has this as its goal. So now I'd like to invite the two presenters, They're truly world-class presenters. First of all, Daniela Godoy, who is the head officer for food security policies at FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean, and Isabela Teixeira, who used to be the Minister for the Environment in Brazil and who works with food security at the United Nations. Daniela will talk to us about the food insecurity, the potential that can be harnessed by decreasing food loss and waste. And Daniela, who is an FAO representative, will talk to us about how FAO is assessing this situation. You will have a few minutes and then Isabela will follow you. Thank you, Germán. I wish to greet all of the institutions in particular who made the organization of this great event possible, this event on this great challenge that we all have before us. I'd also like to thank and say hello to all the people who are with us today, who have been working on this very important topic. My presentation, first of all, will concentrate on how the loss and waste of food have in a relationship with food security. And in this sense, I would like to talk about the present state, the data on food security in Latin America and the Caribbean, and then we will talk about specifically about food loss and waste. In terms of the present state of the data for food security in Latin America and the Caribbean, I would like to start off by saying that there are 60 million people in this region who suffered hunger in 2020. We saw an increase between 2019 and 2020, 2 percentage points. This means that 14 million suffered from hunger, and we know that this is a huge challenge, and it is related to the SDG number 2 for malnutrition in all its forms, but with poverty and development. What does this mean? It means that not only do we have this situation in our region, it's 20 years in the number of people who have been affected by hunger. Fortunately, I have a few problems with my slides, but I think that I've solved it. And this is a great challenge. The fact is that moderate and very serious food insecurity affects 67 million people. We have an increase of 9% points in between 2019 and 2020. 41% of the population in Latin America and the Caribbean suffers from food insecurity, and they did not have adequate food at the levels that are necessary for an adequate development. Another relevant point is the high cost of healthy food. 113 people in Latin America and the Caribbean don't have access to a healthy diet. And this has to do with food security, but it also is related to malnutrition in all its forms. Africa and Latin America have an increase of affordability and in terms of healthy food. Here are the foods that and the types of diets that are classified by FAO. We are talking about the adequate number of calories and the type of food that is eaten. Not only are we satisfying micro, but as well as macronutrients and anything that is necessary in order to maintain an adequate degree of food and nutrition. It is 40% more expensive than regular food in comparison to the diet that is necessary to provide the right energy.
And so there's the question as to whether or not we are losing and wasting. If we're losing and wasting that amount of food, how can we contribute to these objectives associated with food security and the need to tackle malnutrition in all forms. Some of the data has already been mentioned, data associated with the loss of food and nutrition. We know that about 14% of all food produced is lost in the region, and this reaches about 14%, and 17% of food is wasted. Therefore, it's very important to be able to go forward on issues related to, for example, greenhouse gas emissions that are impacted, that is impacted by food waste and loss, but also food security. When we look at the data about the different amounts and types of food that is waste or lost, some of the largest amounts are fruits and vegetables, which are a fundamental part of a healthy diet and food security. The number of tons of losses of fruits and vegetables corresponds to 13 Olympic-sized swimming pools filled with fruits and vegetables every year. That's why it's necessary to have different public policies, initiatives, and actions to be able to tackle this challenge. And to tackle the challenge, we need to think about the dimensions of food security, because we know what food security means when people have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, harmless, and or safe and nutritional foods. And this is highly correlated with development. And we need to look at those dimensions, which are availability, access, use, and the stability of foods. And in addition, planning, actions, solutions, and public policies considering the whole agro-food system. So to be able to have a positive impact by reducing food waste and loss, from a food security standpoint, one must look at the various aspects of the whole system. And if we ask ourselves, how do we move from assessment to action? Well, our regional representative already said that from the FAO, we are giving impetus to a transformation of the agro-food systems to agro-food systems that are more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable in order to be able to attain better production, better nutrition, a better environment. Reducing food loss and waste is one aspect that will enable us to tackle these challenges. Throughout the agro-food system, we can see the foods from the time they are harvested and produced to the time they're dried and distributed. It's a long way. The food travels a long way to get to our table. There are many people, resources, and processes that have to interact in order to make that happen. Therefore, in terms of food loss and waste, we must work throughout the whole chain. And so to be able to have an impact on the dimensions of food security, there must be measures and initiatives associated with availability of food, the economic and physical accessibility to food, the use of food. How can we ensure that once people have access to those foods, they are really the quality foods that are necessary for their development, and that they're actually having positive nutritional and health effect, and stability of supply is also extremely important. This is another challenge that goes to, that has come up particularly with health situations, the pandemic. It's very important to look at the supply chain, talking about production, storage, and distribution, processing, and packaging, and also everything that happens at the market with the markets. And then we have to look at the environment of food, or the food surroundings, physical access, economic access, the supply, publicity and information, and also quality and safety, and looking at everything, all the different dimensions that go into a diet. That is why a number of public policies and governance is needed to end food loss and waste. How can we join efforts? It requires public policies, statutes, regulations, investments, and innovations. We're going to discuss all of this in the course of this activity, but the most important thing that is needed is the cooperation of all sectors and all actors in the agro-food system, from the public sector, science, academia, private sector, civil society, and international organizations as well. The challenges in terms of loss and waste are expressed in terms of how can one generate more knowledge, how can one make sure that there's more evidence that's available. We already have evidence showing that there are specific solutions. And of course, the circular economy. In terms of knowledge, it's important to tackle the measurement of loss and waste of food throughout the food chain. There we have the example of the Sin Desperdicio platform, which has already been mentioned, and the systems for surveillance and monitoring of food loss and disruptions in the supply chain, together with monitoring measures to reduce food waste and loss and waste to assess their effectiveness. In terms of available evidence, we know that through extension services for family farming or public-private partnerships, they can be used to go forward with such measurements. It's also very important to consider technologies and innovation for storage and manipulation in agricultural operations or handling, and also legal frameworks inspired by the voluntary International Code of Conduct for reducing food and loss and waste. Well, these have already been worked on in the FAO, also in terms of policies for reducing waste in school and community environments, for example, school food programs, and recovering and redistributing foods through, for example, food banks and social, soup kitchens or social-minded supermarkets that make it possible to coordinate with organizations and populations that may need this food. Also, the circular economy, where each action makes it possible to give impetus to regeneration and collaboration, providing benefits to all sectors and actors in the agro-food system. Well, this is also an important measure for being able to attain these objectives. I conclude with an example of a pilot program we've been working on in the FAO in the region, where by including gastronomy in school food programs, it's been possible to increase the acceptability of food that was being given to boys and girls, and this helped reduce food waste in these programs. In the case of Colombia, in one day, 9.9 tons, or 99.9 tons, representing major savings for the program that was there. In the case of Guatemala, in one day, we're talking about 13.2 tons. So we've been able to move together in various initiatives to reduce food loss and waste. Thank you so much. Thank you, Daniela. Great presentation. You really touched on some key points. This is a shared agenda between the public and private sector, civil society, consumers. You also highlighted that it's something we should be promoting from the Sin Desperdicio platform. We'll tell you more about that. And it's also a circular economy agenda. And that's also important to point out. So if you have time, we hope that you can stay and we'll have some questions for you. But now I'd like to move on to Isabella Teixeira, who is the co-chair of the International Panel of the UN Resources Group and a former minister of Brazil. And first, we talked about food loss and waste. Now we're going to talk about reducing loss and waste and the climate change agenda. So Isabella, you have the floor, 12 minutes.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I do apologize because I will speak in English, but I'm very honored as co-chair of the International Resource Panel to join you and also Daniela in this session and this important event. So I thank very much, Daniela, for sharing some important numbers, and so I can go into my presentation. I hope that Alejandro can help me to put this on the screen. And only remember that, as you mentioned, I came back from COP26, and I'm fully convinced that nature and land use issues had a seat in the COP. At the COP, and the COP table and the COP26 table, and also not only in consider the pledge of how deforestation, but also how we move forward based on resource efficiency, nature-based solutions, and food sustainability. So my feeling is that we are in the right momentum to discuss food systems and the triple planetary crisis. The next slide, please. First of all, Alejandro, can you, the next, please? I think that, first of all, I'd like to introduce International Resource Panel. We are launched in 2007 with the idea of creating a science policy interface on sustainable use of natural resources, and in particular the environmental impacts over the full cycle, life cycle. So it's not only part of the life cycle, full cycle. Like at IPCC and IPBES, as you know a lot, International Resource Panel generates policy-relevant scientific information for improved decision-making when it comes to a natural resource, not only for public policies or public sector, but also for business leaders. Next slide, please. So back 2016, the panel published a groundbreaking report on food systems and natural resources. Okay, the report is one of the first comprehensive scientific efforts to assess trends on natural resource use and their impacts from the systems perspectives. I'm talking about systems, okay? And we use the definition of the high-level panel of experts on food security and nutrition, which report to the United Nations Committee of World Food Security. Quotes, all the elements, environment, people, inputs, process, infrastructures, institutions, etc., and activities that relate to the production, processing, distribution, preparation, and consumption of food, and the outputs of these activities include socioeconomic environmental outcomes. This is how we, International Resource Panel, approach in this report the food system. The next slide, please. And it's very, please, Alejandro, the next one. Yes, it's coming. Great. So you can see in this picture, food systems are at the heart of the climate, biodiversity, and pollution crisis, the triple environmental crisis that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentations. Pressure I expect to increase. This is the first point that I'd like to highlight. Macro trends such as urbanization, increased wealth, and other socioeconomic demographic developments, as well as change of dietary patterns towards more resource-intensive diets, and supermarketization in many parts of the world will significantly increase the pressure on our natural resources. Okay, by 2050, our study shows that I expect 40% of the world population will be living in severely water-stressed river basins, and greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture may increase from 40% to 30%. Also, by 2050, due to the increased food demand, the cropland area is projected to grow by 10 to 15%, mainly at the expense of ecologically vulnerable areas such as savannas and forests. The next slide, please. So, you can see here the current food systems are unsustainable and the pressure on natural resources will increase. This is an important conclusion and shows that very well. This picture shows another report that we have been working together with International Resource Panel and One Planet Network Tax Group to catalyze science-based policy action on sustainable consumption and production. And this is very important. I ask you to have attention to this picture because this report proposes a value chain approach which builds on the international report, IRP work on food systems to identify challenges and most effective points of entry for sustainable consumption production. So we are connecting the roads. Key IRP statistics show the crucial role of food systems in the degradation or depletion of natural resources and provide evidence of unsustainable and or inefficient practice at the global level. By applying a value supply chains approach, we see that most of the pressures come from production-related activities, but can be driven by activities and demands from actors along the systems. So you decouple, you opened all the phases, you open everything. We studied deeply what's happened there with robust statistics, and the conclusions are very, very relevant. The next slide, please. And you can see that this slide, current food security, natural resource management practice, and diet-related human health are far from satisfactory. Food production has more than doubled. Diets have become more varied and often more energy intense, satisfying people's preference in terms of form, taste, and quality. Numerous local, national, and multinational food-related enterprises have emerged to provide livelihoods for millions. However, we still have malnutrition, undernourishment, overweight, obesity, antimicrobial resistance, zoonotic disease, freshwater access, are all issues of concern and could be improved with targeted policy intervention. One way to come up with solutions is looking at the actors of the systems. That's why I'm trying here to highlight, I don't have much time, but to highlight the role of as each phase or each step of the value supply chain and the role of the actors that we have there. The next slide can show us that we need to understand when we go into food systems drivers, important to understand the three blocks that we analyze. The food companies, consolidation and the vertical integration. We analyze all the problems that we have there. A small number of companies control a significant proportion of the markets. Top 10 retail companies control 10% of the global market. Top 10 food processing companies control 28% of global markets. When you go from public to private governance, this is very important how the private governance can govern. It's a key issue that we need to discuss now. You need to review our perspective on climate change and biodiversity, etc. We need to understand the challenge of the new governance, the global and regional ones, not only environmental one, but the sustainable development governance in our region. Also, I'd like to show that big businesses and big employers, the role that we have today is in the European Union, for example, food and beverage is the largest manufacturing sector and the larger employer. So it's very important to understand how these systems, this first building block comes, and indeed how we need to understand what we need to change. How should they influence? The second block is exactly farmers and fishers. They are fragmented and weak positions. This is very important to observe. And the third one, individual consumers shaped by food environment. I cannot go into the detail because I don't have much time, but I recommend you to download the report and also to understand how you analyze this globally and to have data for all the regions of the world. The next slide, please. So you can see here exactly the current food systems as a sustainable and pressure on natural resource will. Here you see the simplified overview of food value chains, okay, from the work that you have in this partnership with One Planet. And what I'd like to highlight here that you have the primary production, okay, and you have the end of the value chains where you have the waste and the consumers. What is critical here for key international resource panel is statistics show that the crucial role of food systems in the degradation or depletion of natural resources and provide evidence of sustainable and efficient practice at the global level. By applying value supply chain approach, we see that most of the pressure comes from production-related activities, but can be driven by activities and demands from actors along the systems. The next one, I think that you had this back. I'm not sure. Sorry, I mentioned I used this is the right slide. I made a mistake here. Sorry. What you can see in this, only to simplify the explanation here, is that the middle of the system controlled by food companies across processing and packing, retail and food service, they are the key players. This middle one here, you have the beginning of the systems, of the value supply chains, and the consumers at the end of this, they are not powerful as the middle players. So if you want to address change, if you want to go into this and to reframe everything, we need to understand the roles of these players that are in the middle of the systems and that this value supply chains made very clear. Sorry, the next slide showed to us that, no, sorry, I think that, yes. Finally, we are going to the, so, sorry, back for the, please, Alejandro, back to the former slide, please. I want to illustrate something that I forgot it. Yes, I'd like to only to observe here that, this is one of the areas when you're going to influence the primary production and then consumers. It's very important to observe that we have limited awareness of, and we haven't necessarily made the connections between the operations of these different states and the influence on primary production and final consumption. We need to decouple things. We need to understand our region, how this is happening today, in such a way that we can come together and propose robust public policies that can drive these issues better, consider how we can value the farmers and the extracting process and the primary production, and what is the real role of the consumers to influence the value supply chains. This is very important to observe. And based on this and this analysis, you have 12 critical shifts towards resource-smart food systems that we propose in this report. The next slide, please. These 12 recommendations. Alejandro, the next one, please. Can you hear me? Yes. So these 12 critical shifts towards resource-smart food shows that reduce food loss and waste. It's obvious, but it's not so obvious how we practice today. I'm sure that the future is not a linear projection of the past. We need to recognize our mistakes, and you need to reframe things if you want to have sustainable food security, okay? And not together with inclusive and go against social inequality in our region. So second, he oriented away from resource-intensive products such as meat, empty calories, and ultra-processed food, and rethink the food environment to facilitate consumers adopting more health and sustainable diets. Third, reframing thinking by promoting resource-smart food systems in which climate-smart agriculture. This is very important. Sometimes we need to understand why you use climate-smart agriculture, because climate is supposed to become really a big umbrella that comes together with the pollution resolutions also, and also biodiverse conservation. We need to understand how we reframe, how we reshape climate umbrella in our region, based not only in our national ambitions, but also in our regional requirement for adaptation. This is very critical because we have natural resources, we have important agriculture, and we need to understand the role of natural resources in our systems to preserve our best quality of life. Finally, the fourth one, reconnect rural and urban areas. This is especially in developing regions where urban actors like supermarkets could invest in regional supply chains and improve the positions of smallholders. Revalue the price of environmental externalities. This is very important. Reinforce legislation, so the role of regulation in the public sector, and also to prevent pollution and other forms of environmental degradation, and remove subsidies that provide incentives for better resource efficiency. 6, reconnect urban consumers with how their food is produced and how it's reached their plates, and inform them about the health and the environmental consequence. So data, information, the access to consumers is very critical. And the last slide, the last recommendation, research is critical. Use data, scientific data, reconnect mineral flows. This is very important between urban and rural areas. Reform policies and land and water rights. Reinvigorate investments in rural infrastructure if you want to address poor in rural areas. It's very important. Poverty, poor people, we need to understand how to improve rural income. It is very important to connect things. Research and innovate to decouple food production from resource use and environmental impacts, and also rebuild feedback loops by functional and informative monitoring and reporting and various levels such as countries, cities, and companies. So this is only the big picture. I don't have much time. I wanted to remember you that we need ambition to change, okay? It's not an ambition to mitigate. What we were looking for in International Resource Panel and make all the scientific data available to make us understand that we need ambition to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabella, and I want to congratulate you for all the work that the panel has been doing, to highlight the connection between food loss and waste, land use, and climate change. So maybe we have like 1 minute. So I would like to ask you, Isabella, so you did mention COP26, and we just went through that, but COP27 is around the corner as well, no? Like very soon we will be thinking about the agenda. And so how do you think we can position more clearly the potential of food loss and waste reduction in that type of, decision-making environment? So we can actually push and scale up the food loss and waste reduction agenda, globally and especially in Latin America. So how can we mobilize this agenda within COP27? I think you're on mute, Isabella.
I'm sorry. I think that we can know, you must. It's very important to observe what is happening. People want to discuss COP, it is pro, no, it's not sufficient, etc. My feeling, we changed. Okay, and finally you have a Paris Agreement that will be implemented. This means actions. On climate, you have two sides of the problem. You're you're on the side of the problem or you're on the side of the solution. The world is changing, and my feeling that the next COP, we as Latin American Caribbean countries should come with a robust agenda or proposal, clear understanding the role of natural resource efficiency in our region, consider food production and biodiversity conservation. Deforestation, food waste, hunger, poverty, there are social inequalities. These are issues, agenda that must stay in the past. But if you know what has stayed in the past, we need to have a vision about the future. So my feeling is that you have a huge opportunity, as I mentioned before, that land use issues and nature, they had a seat at the COP26. More than this, we need to understand how we want to cooperate, to come together under the Green Global South umbrella, to allow our interests, our vision with the mitigation ambition and adaptation ambition that will come together in the next 3 years. You know that until 2025, all the countries, and we start next year, the countries must we have to present national plans how they will address the target of 1.5 Celsius degrees. This is a huge opportunity. This is based on the national reality. This is based on the regional reality. This is based on local needs. And we need to understand how we can use food waste agenda to raise our ambition to have food security and be part of the international arrangement for climate security. So my feeling is that it's a huge opportunity for Latin American Caribbean countries to come together, and more than this, to be provocative, consider the Western and Eastern road, not only the North and South international cooperation. This is new, okay, and countries are coming, and it's not my last comment, it is not only based on the governments. The societies, they are into the room. And so it's absolutely true that you have a new momentum in the world. And again, we need to bring food security, put the past food waste, and also fight for climate justice. In our region, we need to use this as an asset, political assets to come together. Don't forget it, because it's a huge opportunity to move forward, align with the contemporaneity, but more than this, align with our rights, our ID, our diversity of society and people, indigenous people, etc. We are our power that we have natural resource that should use better than we use in the past. So I invite you, okay, to provoke us to come together to understand how circularity and other new economies, the green economies are coming, but how you want to come into the world to say that we want to do this. This is the momentum that Latin American society express our political will.
Gracias, Isabela, y paso al español, seguramente confundiendo a los intérpretes.
Thank you, Isabella. I'm going to go to Spanish now.
Un poquito más sobre cómo pasar del diagnóstico a la acción.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about how to go from diagnostics to action.
Así que, si les parece, damos por cerrada.
But we're just going to have to close this session. Daniela, I thank you for taking part, and I thank FAO for the support given to this agenda and the leadership you have played. As the bank, we joined the leadership that FAO has provided. Thank you for taking part. Now, this connection between FLW, climate change, soil use, land use, this is a cross-cutting agenda, front and center in the climate change agenda. So I give you back the floor, Jeannie, for us to advance on our agenda.
Realmente se han compartido aportes muy valiosos. Gracias también a Daniel.
Thank you very much, Germain. That was all quite worthwhile. I thank Isabella and Daniela.
Que nos digan qué les pareció esta sesión. Excelente.
Let us know what you all think via our link, what you think about the session thus far. Now, what was said gives us much food for thought, so please feel free to leave your comments on our webpage, on our different hashtags. How about a brief pause as we wrap up session 2, and then we will be back shortly for the next session 3. Thank you.
Empezamos con la sesión 3, políticas públicas y regulación antidesperdicio.
So let's get started with session 3, public policy and regulation of waste, political dialogue. We do have interpretation available in English and Spanish. Just go to our web page. You will see the 3 options for interpretation or just original audio, the floor, where you would be able to hear the broadcast as it's coming from the floor. You can also go to the YouTube chat, make your comments, suggestions. It's a true privilege for us to have so many experts taking part in today's event. Now, once again, we're going to do a Slido survey. That's how we interact. That's our platform. Slido.com. And then the number to put in The slide was 219004. It's up on the screen. So the first question is, how many bills of law on loss and waste of food are currently being presented in the region?
70. Está muy peleadita la cosa, ¿eh? Y son números muy diferentes, opuestos.
We have a lot of contradictory numbers here.
Apareció 25.
25%.
Unos segunditos más para que puedan participar.
Just a few more moments to give everyone a chance to take part.
Nos distendemos un poquito. Bueno, excelente. Muchísimas gracias por la participación.
Thank you very much
Sabemos que
for your feedback. We know that we have people listening in from throughout the region, from all of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. I thank you. That means we're doing this together. And it's only because of your presence can we make any sense out of this summit. Well, there you have the results. 10 takes the day. There are actually 70 bills of law in Latin America and the Caribbean. How many countries have actually enacted these laws? 1, 3, or 7 countries have enacted laws on food loss and waste.
Wow. Muchos estiman la cantidad máxima de 7.
A lot of people think the number is 7. The correct answer is 3, Colombia, Peru, and Argentina.
Muy interesante. Para compartir en redes también. Bueno, ahora
Feel free to share that on your social networks as well. Now, session 3. Our moderator is Sarah Granados, who is the focal point, the regional focal point for loss and waste of food in our region from FAO. Thank you very much, and I welcome you to session 3, Public Policies and Anti-Waste Regulation, a policy dialogue. As we have been hearing today, we have to consider opportunities for partnership innovation to reduce food loss and waste, to tackle this problem. Now, coming up with legislative frameworks and to enact laws and implement them is one approach to reining in regulation. So we're going to talk about progress made in this subject matter. We'll hear from experts on regional experiences that work in politics in the region. Divine Niji, the Assistant Director of the Food System and Food Safety of FAO, the Global FAO Conference this year is one that has been mentioned in a number of the presentations.
Ms. Sarah Granados, for this warm introduction. My presentation, as you've said, is on international instruments for guiding public policy and regulations on food loss and waste prevention and reduction. In particular, I will focus on the voluntary code of conduct for food loss and waste reduction, which was developed by FAO. So if you give me a moment, I will share my screen. Great. Okay. So as you know already, and as Ms. Granados has said, the idea to prepare this code of conduct came from the Latin America and Caribbean region, and a series of dialogues were held at the locations and dates shown on the screen in Santo Domingo, St. George's, and Santiago de Chile. Now, Following these dialogues and the interest in the Code of Conduct, a request was subsequently made to the FAO Committee on Agriculture in October of 2018. And this formal request was then considered, and FAO was then requested to develop this code of conduct for reduction of food loss and waste. Now, following the official request, as shown on the slide, FAO set up a very elaborate consultative process that included global multi-stakeholder consultations, regional multi-stakeholder consultations in Africa, in Latin America, and the Caribbean, as well as in the Near East. And very, very importantly, consultations were also held with FAO member countries. And as Ms. Granados has already said, the FAO's highest governing body, the conference, endorsed the Code of Conduct in June of 2021. Now, the development of voluntary instruments like this Code of Conduct is a core function of FAO. So before this particular Code of Conduct was developed, FAO has developed many other voluntary instruments as shown on this slide. And FAO is suitable for this task because it is a neutral forum, it is a meeting place of nations, it is a very honest broker, and lastly but not the least, FAO has the technical expertise in the different areas that come into play when you're referring to food loss and waste reduction. So now let's look just a brief insight into this, the Code of Conduct. It is a voluntary instrument, and members, countries can interpret the Code of Conduct consistent with their existing national and international obligations. Now, very, very importantly, this Code of Conduct is framed using a food systems lens. So it is aligned to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and it takes into consideration the 3 dimensions of sustainability: economic, social, and environmental sustainability. Now, the document, very briefly, the structure is like shown on the screen. There is an introductory section that just explains the process of developing the document. And then the articles, there are 6 articles. The first article lays the objectives, the scope, and the target audience. The second article talks about the terms and the definitions that are used in the document. The third article looks at guiding principles to ensure that interventions are respectful of the Sustainable Development criteria. And then Articles 4 and 5 go into the actions and the practices that should be put into place to address secondary and systematic causes of food loss and waste, as well as the direct causes of food loss and waste. And then Article 6 talks about how the Code of Conduct will be implemented, monitored, and evaluated. So how can governments and government actors use this Code of Conduct? Now, by government actors, what we mean is we are looking at all national authorities, such as public sector ministries. We are looking at subnational and municipal authorities. We're also looking at, very importantly, parliamentarians. Now, these government actors, national, subnational, parliamentarians, can use the code of conduct as a framework for developing strategies, policies, institutional frameworks, legislation, laws, regulations, and standards on the prevention of food loss and waste. And what we are referring to here definitely applies to the national and subnational context, but as you can imagine, when integrated, it then can be extended to the regional context and also the global context. So in addition to the national and subnational levels, these strategies and policies can also be developed for the regional context, like is very, very important in the case of Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, in supporting the establishment of institutions, strategies, and policies, the Code of Conduct then supports the creation of an enabling environment for sustainable practices and SDG compliant investments. In addition, the Code of Conduct can be used to design policy tools and regulatory instruments that are linked to sustainability as defined by the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the Code of Conduct can also help in designing rating and certification systems for good practices, sustainable practices related to food loss and waste reduction. And very, very importantly, the Code of Conduct can be used as a framework for designing interventions and programs on prevention and reduction of food loss and waste, specifically, but also more generally in agri-food systems development. This Code of Conduct can be very, very useful. Now, let us look at some examples of the articles in this Code of Conduct. In this particular example, it is stipulating that the governments should put in place regulatory frameworks and institutional arrangements such as contract farming and warehouse receipt systems. So this is an example of an article in the Code of Conduct for the regulatory frameworks. In this other example, it is stipulating that governments should put in place legal instruments that help business-to-business practices. As you know, business-to-business practices are, when they are not appropriately designed, are a very, very big cause of food loss and waste. So this is an example. And then another example here is requesting governments to put in place legislative frameworks that provide incentives and that minimize trade-offs, and also, very importantly, satisfy the economic, social, and environmental dimensions of sustainability. Now, another example is shown on the screen where it is saying that the government should put in place instruments that create an enabling policy, legal, regulatory, and institutional environment that foster responsible investments, which are in line with the CFS, the Committee on World Food Security guidelines. So the last example here is in this case, it's talking about policy frameworks related to the food material hierarchy. This is very, very important when it comes to promoting a circular approach. So here we are looking at prevention, recovery, diversion, recycling, incineration, and then disposal. So this particular article lays out the guidelines for governments to set the policy frameworks for this particular dimension. Now, the code of conduct can definitely facilitate the mainstreaming of sustainable practices by the private enterprises that are involved in food supply chains. In addition to food supply chain actors, other actors like investors, commercial banks, financial institutions that lend to food supply chain actors, and also industry associations and industry bodies can use the code of conduct as a guideline to ensure that their members follow sustainable practices. So in order to meet the sustainable development goals, we know that it is imperative that private sector investments be mobilized. But we are not just talking about the magnitude of investment and from the private sector. We are looking as well as at the quality. So we're looking at responsible and sustainable investments. And this code of conduct can definitely help in facilitating the mainstreaming of sustainable practices as shown on this slide. So with specific reference to the private sector, the code of conduct provides a frame of reference that the supply chain actors can use to gauge the actions, whether their actions are sustainable enough in preventing and reducing food loss and waste. It can also facilitate mainstreaming of sustainable practices into the business operations of supply chain actors. It can also, on the other hand, facilitate enforcement. So different organizations that enforce sustainable practices can use the code of conduct as a guide in designing their actions. Now, very, very importantly, financial institutions like commercial banks can use the code of conduct as a way to, as a criterion for their lending portfolios. Before they lend to food supply chain actors, they can use the code of conduct to ensure that those actors are actually using sustainable practices. Definitely also industry bodies, like I mentioned, producer associations, and so on. So in general, this code of conduct can therefore help in bridging the investment gaps and ensure sustainable investment in the value chain. So I know I have about 2 more minutes. I should be wrapping up very, very soon. As an example of an article in the Code of Conduct that is targeted at the private sector, at food supply chain actors, you can see here, it is stipulating that they should avoid business-to-business practices that might lead to losses. They should reduce unnecessary packaging, which is very, very important for sustainability, and they should use energy efficiently. So this is an example of an article that is directed to the private sector. In this next slide, I have an example of an article that is directed to financial institutions. Financial institutions should ensure that they create financial instruments that help supply chain actors to manage risks and fund investments that are needed to reduce food loss and waste. So you can see here that the Code of Conduct has articles for the public sector, articles for the private sector, and even articles for the financial institution. But that's not all of it. The other stakeholders, like academic institutions, there are articles that are stipulating that they should use the Code of Conduct for developing training materials, training on sustainable approaches. Civil society organizations can also use the code of conduct for promoting sustainable practices and for advocacy. Now, FAO, so the code of conduct has been prepared. It was a request from member countries. So FAO has responded to that request and prepared the code of conduct. So therefore, now that it has been prepared, members are invited to use the code of conduct. But FAO will be there to support members, to support governments and other stakeholders to implement the code of conduct. We will prepare supplementary codes of conduct where required, and we will also help in providing guidance and training on the application of the code of conduct. So I thank you very much for your attention. Now, a copy of the code of conduct can be found on this link, and for further inquiries and additional information, please contact myself or Ms. Granados. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you, Divine. Many thanks, Mr. Inge, for your presentation, very clarifying about the role of the code of conduct. Para continuar con la sesión, entonces abriremos el panel sobre políticas y regulaciones antidesperdicio.
Now, to continue with our panel,
Placer darle la bienvenida a Ana Catalina
it's my
Suárez,
pleasure to welcome Ana Catalina Suárez, who is
la Red Global de Bancos de
the
Alimentos. Ana Catalina,
Regional Director from Latin America for the Global Food Bank Network. A number of actions have been carried out of advocacy by your group to develop regulatory frameworks that will facilitate the recovery of food for there to be used in food banks. What are the recommendations that you make to ensure that there are more comprehensive regulatory frameworks that generate incentives to recover food that would otherwise be lost or wasted? I'm happy to be here. I would like to start by greeting everyone who is listening in via YouTube. I thank the IDB, FAO, the regional Chilean FAO team has been able to put this topic on the public agenda. We've done this for a number of years now. I thank the IDB for the efforts it has made to make this effort possible to address the problem of FLW. And it's important for public and private sectors as well as individuals to do their part to rein in food loss and waste. Food banks have been in existence since 1977 with two purposes: to prevent and to reduce loss and waste of food. The second purpose is to do away with hunger. That's why last year, in 44 countries, food banks that are part of this international network helped 41 million people through a host of organizations that we work with, and also with different organizations that help at the community level. In 2020, there was a 60 to 70% rise in products that food banks received, that because of the pandemic. 80% of that was donated. Businesses, organizations in the agricultural sector, industry, bars, restaurants decided that they would not let food that they didn't sell be destroyed. Tons of food were recovered and distributed to the needy. 41 million people were assisted, as I said. Now, to answer the question that you've asked, I'm a lawyer. The first thing I said when I joined this effort was that we need a regulatory framework that would help us understand what is actually happening. That's why, from the Global Food Bank Network, working with different retailers, we took stock of what regulatory frameworks exist throughout the world, those that actually help to reduce FLW, helping to alleviate hunger. And we came up with 4 types of recommendations.
We would like to invite the GFA team so that you can provide the links that can take you to the 23 countries with their frameworks. And the last study or the document that was published on what is happening. And this is a very important exercise that the FAO team has been carrying on, because it's important to provide this information on legal framework in Latin America and the Caribbean. The first recommendations we have is to position the donation of food as an economic alternative, making sure that this is food that is secure with the necessary fiscal and tax deductions. All of these benefits should be used not only for donations in money, but for the food itself. Secondly, we want to eliminate a limit to those deductions, because today we have these countries, there are countries that have 1%, but there are countries like Colombia where it's 25% that is deducted from the tax returns. We would like to bring all this together and get rid of this limit. This is relevant for one reason. We're not eliminating the maximum that can be donated for donations. What we're trying to do is eliminate the waste of these foods. When they reach a limit, what happens is that then the food is destroyed. This is very important. And the third problem is that we have to have a standardized methodology in order to avoid this, so that the donor can use this as the evaluation when they are making the donation. There are countries today that have production costs that can be deducted, and then in others we have the commercial value of the food that is being donated that can be deducted. So lastly, donating or reducing those losses and wastes has relevant costs. So we have to recognize all this for the companies that are committed, companies that are making the decision not to destroy food. This would be a great step ahead to provide incentives for these companies. A second group of recommendations would be the following. We have to guarantee the tax benefits that are available for medium and small businesses as we support innovation, in particular for healthy food. Here we would like to offer a tax credit as a complement or alternative for deductions when we're talking about small and medium-sized businesses, because many times these businesses in their tax returns have to calculate this with the losses. So I think that the best way to go about this is to make this a credit, a tax credit for the small and medium-sized businesses. This would be relevant in order to reduce waste. Secondly, we can offer the benefits that are necessary in order to provide support to the intermediary organizations. Those food banks also have costs in order to be able to reuse these foods. Mexican law, Mexican tax law, and the law in Panama allows these organizations that distribute this food support them in order to make sure that they can manipulate, they can distribute the food. So we want to widen these benefits, and we want them to be part of an existing law. We want them to keep on being used, and this is part of the innovation that I mentioned. And lastly, I think that you will like this. We have to offer tax benefits that are on a sliding scale. This means that you have to start valuing those donations that are being provided in a differentiated manner based on foods that don't necessarily provide those health benefits. So to eliminate the obstacles that are involved in tax deductions and incentivate those tax benefits, it's important to remember that there are laws that become a barrier to donors. All regulations, every tax scenario has to be recognized, and we have to make sure that we can work on this. First of all, we need to make sure that the food donated is not part of the list to the value-added tax list, so that when the decision is made, then we want to make sure that food is not part of the value-added tax. And I would like to congratulate the Chileans who have spearheaded this, because we don't want to count these foods as a commercial loss. All of the tax law in these countries invite those companies to deduct this from their tax returns. This is a benefit, and we want to make sure that food waste and loss does not continue. And since 1967, food banks have been working in order to prevent the losses and food waste. This is a titanic effort. We want to make sure that both public and private enterprises are able to keep on working, supporting food banks and those organizations that help to prevent food waste and loss, so that the operation that we are talking about can be fulfilled. So, as I said earlier, there are costs, transportation costs that have to do with maintaining good practices, good manufacturing practices, in being able to pinpoint those organizations that can provide the type of support that is necessary. We need to make sure that this is not marketed and this food is not taken to those illegal markets. So this involves very important investments, and this has been spearheaded by the organized civil society. So not only by the private sector, but we need to make sure that governments are part of this in order to reduce losses and waste and prevent it, of course. Thank you so much, Sara. Thank you so much, Ana Catalina, for your intervention and for the recommendations that you have offered in order to facilitate the process of donating food. You mentioned Chile, so now we will give the floor to Senator Guido Girardi from the Republic of Chile. Chile has tried to improve food security within legal frameworks, and Senator Girardi, when there was a bill in order to find foods for human consumption, what are the objections? What are the challenges that you have for its implementation? First of all, I would like to greet all of you, and I would like to tell you that we have gigantic challenges, and this is in the context of the fact that food that should be a factor that brings people together, that brings health, relationships. It's outrageous that this is not happening, and it's becoming one of the biggest challenges for life and for people. So we have to define a new concept. There's only one health, the health of the planet. Everything else is part of the health. We're all part of that process, of that very complex process. So we have to make sure that we understand that the model for food systems should no longer destroy the life of human beings and the health of the planet. So this is an ecological dimension. This is something that we have to adopt politically. I've always said that the pandemic that humanity has been living is really the pandemic that is related to food. It's not the COVID pandemic. It generates a huge preoccupation, but it's incredible that the pandemic that destroys 41 million lives, hundreds of thousands of people every day, people that die before the age of 60 every day, is because of the fact that we are not able to provide everybody with food. We see people that are malnourished, people that are nourished at all. It's a huge business. It generates 60% of the pharmaceutical business earnings. It keeps people ill, but with a palliative. So we have to make sure that we intervene politically. This is something outrageous. It's something that is destroying the planet. And at the same time, we are producing, and part of this production is what we call garbage, food garbage. We use our territories, we use our land, we use water to produce garbage that destroys human life, and part of the planet resources is lost because in this model of consumption, there is no conscience that 1/3 of the food that we lose is 13 million square kilometers, a very scarce, a very, very little territory left in the world. And we have to make sure that we are aware of this. We're talking about 300 cubic kilometers of water are lost. And the food that is lost is responsible for the greenhouse gases in our planet. So I am the author of the law to protect the environment and food quality. It establishes guarantees to the right of human beings not to eat junk food, not to eat garbage. We want to make sure that this is something brought to the attention of the public at large. We have to do this with every single food item that is being used. We have very little land left and we're producing garbage. This is something that has been done in Argentina, Uruguay, Peru, Colombia, the frontal state and the elimination of junk food. What we're trying to do is that we're trying to avoid this systemically, and the battle that we have before us is part of a law. It's in the lower chamber that obliges people to donate 100% of food. It's not voluntary, it's compulsory, and the people who don't do that will not only have to pay fines, but they will not have those tax deductions that they would like. So aside from these sanctions, they will be punished. They have to do this 6 days before the food is expires. So the priority is to make sure that that food that is not sealed is delivered to the food banks. Aside from COVID, this pandemic has generated situations of hunger, of unemployment. It's not acceptable that food is being lost. We're talking about 20% of the population that consumes unhealthy food. They do not consume the 5 portions of fruit and vegetables that they should be eating, and it's 50% much more expensive than junk food. So we have to develop these laws. We have we have drawn up a law that makes it obligatory to provide this food that is not sealed. So the food that cannot be donated because nobody requests it should be used for animal consumption. So we have to come up with a mechanism for traceability, and at the same time establish that all the food that is then taken has to be donated to the entities that I mentioned. We're also preparing a digital platform so that we can provide online those contributions that are important. In this sense, we have institutions that should work with us. We want to involve these institutions, the not-for-profit institutions that are part of civil society on this online platform, because we want civil society to be part of this, of people that are adults and people that can become the receptors of these food items if they need them. And we want to make sure that these are food items that abide by the microbiological rules and sanitary laws. We have established mechanisms to respond to in restaurants. If, for instance, in restaurants some food is left over, then we want to make sure that this food is part of this network, and that these people who are vulnerable on these platforms are able to have access to these foods. These are very important initiatives, but we wanted to make sure that this is part of a general ecosystems. We cannot accept that food is the main reason for deforestation, the reason for health hazards, for illnesses. We need to make sure that people change their eating habits. We have never seen as many illnesses as we do now. We want to make sure that human beings truly do feed themselves real food. And this is an ecological problem fundamentally. In this sense, I think that we have to make progress. I think that this is an important law that should be enacted in many countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. I think that we can work together with FAO. FAO is a very important organization for this law. And I truly would like to commend FAO for this. We work with the scientific world. We have over 800 academicians and scientists that work on food systems. And within this, we have to guarantee that people no longer become ill. We want to avoid the planet and people falling ill because of bad food. I would like to end off saying that if we had the right policies, if we had the right and intelligent policies for a healthy diet, I think that many of us would live a better life. We have people that are malnourished, as I said earlier, and 2/3 of the world's population would see a decrease in illnesses. And food banks are so important for people. People who are poor are able to have access to the food that they require. Thank you. Thank you so much for your intervention, Senator Gerardi. I think that this is very important as part of our discussion, the economic topic, the way we use, we consume, and we throw food away, and how it could be reutilized. We have to use the state. The state has to provide these services as well as technology in order to facilitate all of these operations. We have a country in this region, Colombia, which with Peru has a law 1990 of 2019, where they create the policy in order to avoid food loss. to talk to us about the development of that national policies and the way it was formulated. We invited Fernando Henao, who is the Director for Sustainable Rural Development for the National Planning Department of the Republic of Colombia. Thank you so much to all of you. I wish to thank all of you on behalf of the Planning Department, to the FAO, to the IDB, and the organizers of this second summit. As you were saying, Law 1990 of 2019 makes it obligatory for our government to enact it. So what do we have in order to be able to make sure that this policy is put in practice? This is part of the Intersectorial Commission's work. We have the agricultural, the agro-food, livestock, commerce, education, amongst all of amongst the other actors. We knew that we had a very solid institutional basis, but within this framework, we needed to make sure that we could develop the policies as needed. So we decided to create an organization to avoid food loss and waste. We reconstructed these policies and recognized there were many things that we were unaware of. There are many other things that we needed to know. And again, we were able to work with IDB and FAO, who keep on helping us in identifying the causes and the underlying reasons for what is going on. Another important metric that we had in our country went back to 2016, and FAO worked in the planning department with us, as well as with the SDGs. And our department was the one that followed up on these goals. In controlling the reduction of food loss and waste were part, of course, of the SDGs. Now, to talk to you specifically about the work that was done, we have to separate all the causes based on different processes. We have to identify the losses from the farm and the producers. This is telling us something about the use of the soil, of the land, of the instruments that are used on them, what type of science and technology is being used, as one of the speakers said this morning. What do producers have? How do you finance all that technology? How do you provide information to the producers in the agro-livestock activities so that they can make sure that food security is achieved from the very beginning of the food chain, from the farm on? And we started studying all this. We needed to link all of these actors, the people, the technology, the people that finance technologies. We have to see the development of technologies that are adequate to the producers. And this is the dynamic that we took into account, identifying causes during 10 months, just to make sure that we could formulate the right policies. We found that the producers said that there was a lack of capital, of working capital. So what could we do in that sense? The lines of credit, the subsidized lines of credit that we could support. We also ascertained that there were market conditions that were not the best. In fact, the speaker from FAO mentioned the fact that you need very clear marketing processes in terms of the food supply chain, the food supply centers and marketplaces. Sometimes there are problems in terms of transportation. How can municipalities and town administrations come in? So we needed an assessment, a diagnostic of the problem in order to take into account all of the actors that were part of the creation of these policies. Then when we talked about waste, we had to talk about packaging, about education, the process of making sure that the institutional factors come in, and other items that are used for food that involve the participation of the government and the authors of policies. How well have we assessed all this? What are the strategies? Who are the actors that can be part of these strategies? How can we document all this? How can we follow up on these strategies? And this is the process that we have followed. It's an interactive process that we have used here within the national government, the Colombian government, and we also have coordinated all this at a subnational level. There are other elements that have to do with certain weaknesses involving food, the way food reaches households, the metrics in terms of loss and waste. We have a measurement that goes back to 2016. It's our baseline, but we have to update this. As I said, FAO and the IDB have been instrumental in this so that we can have the metrics that are necessary in order to understand what policies need to be implemented. And we want to make sure that we no longer waste food in at the marketplace and the food supply centers and in the marketing techniques. Another important factor, and it was mentioned before by other colleagues, is the processes that are used in order to avoid food loss in the private sector. This was explained with in detail by the previous speakers. We also have to involve information and make sure that this is done in a circular fashion. This is also part of the environmental rules that we put in place. In Colombia, we have to recognize that this is an intersectorial topic at all levels of government, both in the private and public sectors. It's an interactive process, and this involves the participation at all levels of politics. Thank you so much, Fernando, now for your intervention. These are very important for all the countries that will be part of these activities, the metrics, the territorial measurement. Every single entity has to be linked because they are linked to the loss and food waste. So now I would like to remind you that you can leave your questions and comments in our chat, and we would ask you kindly to look at the chat and leave some answers to the questions that have been formulated in the chat. Now, in order to close the session, to come to an end, we would like to welcome Ms. Silvia Jacopo from the Republic of Argentina. She is a senator, and she is the Deputy Secretary of Commissions for the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament, Parlatino. We would like to know what motivations you have in order to incorporate this topic in the various regulations for against food waste and loss. And how can it be, how is it that the parliamentary groups can come in and assist? Welcome. Good morning to all the participants in this summit against food loss and waste. It's truly a pleasure to be part of this panel on public policies and the anti-waste regulation. I would like to greet Ana Catalina Suarez, Senator Guido Girardi. I owe him everything that he has provided in such a sustained and generous manner, so that today my country, Argentina, has the law for the frontal participation and be part of the policies. And thank you to Mr. Fernando now. And it's truly a pleasure to represent the Caribbean and Latin American Parliament. It is made up of 23 parliaments of Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a regional deliberation organ that supports national policies. I would like to tell you that the experience of the regional parliament that I represent is from its creation intensified its efforts. It has been doing so over the last 10 years to be able to come up with a strategic framework to combat food in Latin America and the Caribbean, approving a number of bills, enacting laws so that we can reach the SDG number 2. We should also remember that during COVID, we generated a specific action plan in order to support the health crisis. We didn't want the health crisis to become a food crisis. And at the same time, we promoted actions for the transformation of food systems so that they are healthier and more sustainable.
In that context, 60 million people, the fact that 60 million people were underfed in our region in 2020, and the prevalence of moderate or serious food insecurity extended to 41% of the population that same year. We established on our priority action agendas, together with FAO, to fight food loss and waste. We did so aware that policy is key for fighting this scourge, and that as legislators, we have a series of tools that make it possible for us to contribute to these objectives through legislation, budgets, oversight, and taking ownership of issues on our public agenda. It is simply unacceptable for some persons to be suffering hunger, and yet at the same time, food is lost or wasted. And with that, the economic efforts and environmental resources that were needed to produce those foods. Fighting food loss and waste is not just a moral imperative, it also strengthens the right to adequate food and nutrition, which is enshrined in any number of international treaties. And likewise, environmental sustainability, it is an essential component of this right. In this context, lengthy efforts together with FAO to raise the awareness of the legislators and the various committees of the Latino, Latin American Parliament, and the establishment of technical working groups, well, all of these efforts have resulted in us coming up with a model law on this matter, which has been approved by the committees in September of this year. And it's expected that it will be adopted by the governing body or General Assembly of the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament so that our region can have this differentiated legal framework. In general terms, the model law has 6 chapters, which address general provisions, institutional framework, fostering citizen and trade union participation, and tie in with other legislation, policies, and planning measures with the donation of food and final provisions. I should also mention that the model law takes a comprehensive approach to this question, and together with a voluntary code for reducing food waste and food loss adopted by the Conference of the FAO in 2021. That is also important. The model law was based on a study done by FAO on gains in legislation to prevent and reduce food loss and waste in Latin America and the Caribbean. Many such initiatives have been done with the support of the Latin American Parliament, for example, a Colombian law and a Peruvian law. And as was said earlier, Colombia, Peru, and Argentina actually have statutes on this issue. Now, in addition to already existing legislation, there are any number of bills on the subject that are being under consideration in the region that have been pushed by the legislative fronts of Chile and Guatemala. The virtuous circle of cooperation that occurs between the Latin American Parliament and the Latin American Front Against Hunger has been important. The Front gives resources to the Latin American Parliament so that it can better understand the issues. And at the same time, the model laws that come out of the Latin American Parliament give direction to the actions of the Parliamentary Front, strengthening its advocacy vis-a-vis the national legislatures. I would like to commit myself as focal point in that I'm in charge of our alliance with the FAO, and am committed to making sure that this issue will continue to be very much present on our 2022-2023 work plan in our regional parliament. I'd like to thank FAO, UNEP, IDB, and the Agricultural Ministry of Argentina for making sure that this issue is on the agenda. And I reiterate the Latin American Parliament's commitment to recover and transform these systems. I'd also like to highlight the key role of international cooperation so as to be able to go forward together in implementing the 2030 agenda. And so I take this opportunity to express gratitude for the AECID aid, the aid of one other agency, for our legislative work towards these ends in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank everybody who's been with us. We have gone a bit over time, apologies, but as you know, it is an issue that we find truly moving. So thank you very much. There are a couple of questions on the PDA networks in the chat. There are many such networks. There is indeed a Costa Rican network in Costa Rica for the reduction of food waste and food loss and waste. So please, through the social networks, contact the movements that exist in each of the countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah. That's really been a great panel. And I'd like to thank all of the presenters for their very interesting contributions. And as always, when we end a session, you'll see a link in the YouTube chat, and that is where you can go, the YouTube chat, and you can also share any of your ideas or any of your feedback about everything you're seeing, hearing, any suggestions you may have. It is a place for common ground. And I'd also like to thank you for any feedback about how you have found the session. In a short while, we will continue with, or very soon, we'll begin with session 4. So we'll give you a moment to get up, stretch, get some coffee, and then we'll be right back.
íbamos a retornar rápido y así lo estamos haciendo porque ya queremos...
I told you we'd be back very soon, and indeed here we are because we want to kick off session 4, Financing for Reduction of Loss and Waste. Now in the YouTube chat, let us know how you're finding, how you're experiencing today's event. A great deal of information. Plus, there are many quotes from the presentations that we'll be able to share on social networks. Remember, it's a hashtag Cumbre PDA FLW Summit. It would be the hashtag in English. It's been so great to have all of these specialists on this issue pulled together. So thank you so much. And for those who are joining now, let me tell you that we do have simultaneous interpretation at the official page of the event. You'll see the links, the possibility of listening to everything in English or everything in Spanish, or you can also hear interpretation with the original audio. Or that is to say, you can simply listen to it, to everything in the original. Now we'll go to Slido.com, which is a moment for interaction, to have a bit of fun with all of this knowledge at Slido.com. The hashtag that you see there or the QR code. So the million-dollar question is, what is the average rate of return on investments in projects to reduce food waste globally, according to investigations by RAP and WRI? Let's see, $7 per dollar invested, $14 per dollar invested, $2 per dollar invested.
Bueno, hay una mayoría que está contestando por una opción.
Well, the majority have clearly chosen one of the options.
A ver, les doy 3 segundos más.
I'll give you 3 more seconds.
1, 2, 3. Fin. Ahí está. ¿Quieren saber
And
la respuesta?
do you want to know what the right answer is? There are a few more who are participating at the last minute.
Quien nos va a contestar es nada más ni menos que
We'll hear the answer from Victor Snowell. Richard Swanell, rather, International Director of RAPID, who is going to be the moderator in this session. So, Richard, what is the average return on investments in projects to reduce food waste globally? Tell us about it, Richard, please.
Chilean, it's really interesting. We've got a very well-informed audience here because the answer is $7 back for every $1 invested. So it is a no regrets investment.
Wow, felicitaciones a todos los que han acertado, pero wow, es una situación.
Congratulations to all who got it right, and that is extremely important. So, Richard, I want to turn it over to you. We're all ears.
Indeed. Thank you, Ginny, and good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this session on Section 4, Financing the Reduction of Food Loss and Waste. Got an excellent panel for you today, which will embrace all aspects of this topic. And I'm going to kick off now with an introductory presentation, which just to sort of set the scene for the agenda. That's great. So just over the next few minutes, I'm just going to remind ourselves as to why it's worth tackling food loss and waste. And I'm sure you've already heard this a number of times today, but just to reiterate, for every 2 tons of food that we waste, 2 tons of foods that we eat, we waste another ton. So that's a third of all the food that's produced on the planet, which is quite an extraordinary statistics. And you do wonder whether there's any other supply chain that can be operated at this level of inefficiency. Clearly, this is an area of priority. And just to sort of bring that alive, that's $1.4 trillion wasted every single year. And environmentally, it's 8 to 10% of our global greenhouse gas emissions. So if food loss and waste was a country, and boy, what a smelly country that would be, but if it was a country, it would be the third biggest emitter of greenhouse gas emissions on the planet, behind China and the USA. And also, we need in the area the size of China to grow the food that is thrown away every single year. And that's against a backdrop globally of 1 in 9 going hungry every night. So I guess let's just tease out this return on investment issue that we just discussed on Slido. And this is based on some research that RAP and WRI did in 1,200 business sites in 700 companies in 17 countries around the world, including Latin America. And what we did in this is we looked at the costs of investment or the costs of intervention, and then looked at the benefits that the companies got as a result of investing in food loss and waste reduction. And as you all know now, for every $1 invested, an average of $7 was financially realized. And to give an example, Dave Lewis, the ex-chief executive of Tesco, called food loss and waste reduction a no regrets investment, simply because it has such an excellent return on investment. Which then sort of begs the question, why aren't more businesses doing this on a regular basis? And I think part of the answer to that is this iceberg. So what many businesses see is the disposal costs of their food waste, i.e. how much it takes to collect it and take it away for disposal, be it then to landfill, which is what happens mostly globally, or to thermal treatment, or even for recycling. That is the disposal cost is what often the invoice that people see. Whereas the true cost of that waste, of course, is all the effort that's gone into growing that food, transporting that food, putting on our shelves, refrigerating it, all that lost materials, energy, lost labor, lost water. And on average, the true cost of waste is at least and possibly even more than 10 times the cost of disposal. And I think that lack of awareness is one of the reasons why it's not more widely tackled. So one of the things we've done in the UK is to try and encourage investment and to encourage reductions in food loss and waste, is to use a voluntary agreement approach. That's putting together partnerships across the supply chain, representing, as far as we can, the maximum number of retailers, food manufacturers, all working together towards the common goal of halving food loss and waste by 2030 and investing in order to achieve that. And so we call this the target, measure, act approach. So that means set a goal that aligns with 12.3, halving food loss and waste by 2030, measuring food loss and waste regularly, operationally within business to know exactly how much food waste it is, where it occurs, and why, and that's really crucial, why it's occurring. And then, of course, acting on that information, implementing practices, investing in order to reduce that food loss and waste right across the supply chain. And of course, once you've actually done that within your own operations, think about how you might help your suppliers and your customers reduce food loss and waste, because that will generate a more sustainable and a more resilient food system going forward. And so how do we then use this data to analyze where to act? And this is one of the work that we've done, for example, in the potato supply chain in the UK, looking right across the supply chain to identify the hotspots where you can act. And this is particularly for the hotel sector. So in this case, the story of 100 potatoes, 2 were lost in the field. 9 were graded out because we hadn't checked the grading for a long time into what would be acceptable to the supply chain. So 9 were taken out. 3 were lost in storage. An astonishing 17 were lost in this particular supply chain in packaging and transportation. And so therefore, there's a real area for improvement. 9 were spoiled in the kitchen before they could be used. 20 were lost in preparation because in this particular supply chain, they weren't very good at making all use of the potatoes that they had. And then 15 ended up as plate waste. And that led to 25 being eaten. Now, it's not the numbers that's critical here. It's the approach to identify where it is critical to act. And to give you an example of how this data was used, Tesco and their major potato producer, Branston, used this analysis to work out exactly where to act on in their supply chain. And actually, the critical thing here was not only did Branston set its target to halve food loss and waste, it also identified that some odd shape of potatoes weren't getting to people because they didn't actually fit the machines. But they could actually change the machine so those odd shapes could then be taken off and used as part of ready meals. And that was 350 tons per week of potatoes that were previously going to a different destination, were now being used in food to feed people. And actually, this and other measures they've reduced their food waste by 27% in 3 years as a result of focusing and using this target, measure, act approach. So what's been the impact of this approach across the UK? Overall, the Quartile commitment, which is our voluntary agreement in this space that I've been talking about, has actually helped reduce food waste across the supply chain by 1.7 million tons. And that food is valued at about $6.1 billion. It's also resulted in an increase in food donation. It's tripled to 92,000 tons per year. And overall, this is a 27% reduction in edible food waste, giving an annual carbon saving of 5 million tons. And this has resulted in the Quartile being awarded the International Partnership of the Year award in 2018. So this model is now being replicated in Latin America, and our partners BAMEX are using this in Mexico, and it's the El Pacto por la Comida, which is about 6 months into operation and really beginning to motor. And so this model is also now beginning to help drive investment across Latin America. So my final thoughts are, in the case for investing in food waste reduction, I believe is compelling. It's compelling on social grounds, on environmental grounds, and of course, economic grounds. It saves money, it reduces carbon emissions, and it improves food availability. And given this ROI and the benefits being substantial, I think it's really ripe for rapid scale-up investment across Latin America. Thank you very much for your attention. And so hopefully that gave you a good scene setting for this session on financing food loss and waste reduction. And it's now my pleasure to actually introduce the second speaker today, which is Brenda de Swart, which is Head of Sustainable Business Development and Wholesale at Rabobank, Wholesale and Retail. Brenda, the floor is yours, and thank you very much for participating today.
Thank you very much, Richard. I will start sharing my screen. One moment, please. So welcome all. I was already introduced, so I will not do that again, just for sake of time. So Rabobank has committed to the 12.3 SDG. And the way we have committed is to say, okay, what can we as a bank do to support the food loss and waste reduction target of the 12.3, which is a 50% reduction in food loss and waste by 2030. And the way we do that is, first of all, our chairman, he is one of the champions 12.3, and he's actively participating in global champions and initiatives. We have several other initiatives within the bank where we engage with clients and a broader network to really see how we together can come to achieve the target of 50% reduction in food loss and waste by 2030. But as a bank, we also thought, okay, how can we translate this commitment into a financial proposition? And that's where we came up with the SDG 12.3 loan. And the purpose of the SDG 12.3 loan is to accelerate investments in tackling the food loss and waste issue. It's structured as a sustainable linked loan with actually one KPI, one specific target that we ask the client to commit to, and that is to set a target for 50% reduction in food loss and waste by 2030. And the client is being measured on an annual basis how good he's doing on achieving this target. He gets a reward for positive accomplishments and a sanction if he underperforms, so if he doesn't meet the target set for that year. And it's the way we have organized this or set up this specific SDG 12.3 loan. It is really easy to implement with clients. So we have done some deals in Europe, but we would really like to do some deals with companies in Latin America as well. So whatever company who's listening in this, who's participating in this webinar, if you have a commitment to this 50% reduction in food loss and waste target, you are already a client of Rabobank, or you're you're looking for how to finance that, then please feel free to reach out to us. The way we do this also is we have set standardized metrics for KPIs. So it's a plug and play proposition. And we also use organizations like REP to give assurance of the KPI performance and to also help companies that are not that advanced in this topic yet to make a plan on how to reach the target. So this is our way that we commit to this target of 12.3. So back to you, Richard.
Thank you, Brenda. That was great. And it's really good to hear that you've actually designed specifically a loan to help businesses halve food loss and waste and deliver 12.3. That's really an excellent step forward, and one I hope that actually people will take you up on your offer of coming to talk to you about potential investment opportunities across Latin America. So thank you very much, and thank you very much indeed for sticking so well to time. That's brilliant. Thank you. And if I may now introduce the second speaker, Paula Perez, Head of Sustainable Business at IDB Invest. And Paula, over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Richard. Thanks everyone, and thank you, Brenda, for the presentation. So I work with IDB Invest, which is, for those of you who don't know, it's the private arm of the IDB Group. The IDB Group obviously is very present in Latin America, and we focus on the private sector and financing the private sector across these different industries that you see here on my screen. And within IDB Invest, I work with the advisory services division. And what we seek to do with the advisory services work is to enhance our value proposition beyond financing. And we work both with our projects and our clients to make sure that impact is improved. But we also work at the market level trying to pioneer impactful agendas such as the circular economy, or building knowledge, or building partnerships and collaboration. So in the topic of food loss and waste, we see it as part of the circular economy agenda. So that's, I'll tell you a little bit about what we're doing in this agenda more broadly, but the linkage to this specific topic is that we see obviously the shift to circular economy from a linear one where food waste is obviously well suited and very well embedded in these. We have a problem obviously of unsustainable consumer and production patterns. And the opportunity, Richard has mentioned it specifically to food loss and waste, but more broadly, the circular economy is also compelling from an environmental perspective as well, supporting a low carbon transition, but also in creating jobs and growth to the economy that is not necessarily coupled to the use of limited natural resources. And there are specific opportunities in the different sectors that we know, and the agribusiness one is a very compelling one as well. And what we're seeing, and perhaps more focused on the conversation today, is that there are different trends and opportunities that are shaping the interest in the region to uptake the circular economy. Obviously, we are seeing that technology is bringing much more visibility into the supply chains, and also in the way clients and customers understand how, when, with whom different products get to their shelves, and the expectations are higher. We are also seeing regulation that is advancing towards this agenda rapidly. UNIDO, I think, did an analysis recently that showed over 80 different public initiatives and regulations only in the Latin America and Caribbean region. But from an investment perspective, you know, some of you may have seen already the Ellen MacArthur Foundation paper on financing the circular economy, and others that have been published since by UNEP, Chatham House, that are showing that there is more interest from the investment community to invest in the circular economy and to invest in this transition. We are seeing that both from the private equity and public and private funds. And we are seeing that also in emissions of bonds, and as Brenda was talking about, in instruments such as sustainability-linked bonds or loans. So the AgTech is there, the opportunity is there, and for the financial sector, the opportunity is there to commit to the role that they have, that is very catalytic in putting their money towards a more sustainable and inclusive economy. But it doesn't come without its challenges, obviously. So we have issues around the ecosystem. There's lack of harmonization in regulations. There's a large informal sector, and we don't always have the adequate infrastructure. Companies know that there's an issue, but they don't necessarily have all the methodologies, as Richard was saying, of measuring and knowing how to start and how to act into what they have to do. So we do need to help on the topic of knowledge and capacities. There's a lot of focus when it comes to the circular economy on the lower end of the value chain, on recycling, right? And we know that this is a systemic issue that has to be tackled throughout the value chain and from the design and onwards. And finally, from the financial perspective, there is unclear taxonomies. So some investors are uneasy on how to approach these. And there's not necessarily a complete understanding of what's the market potential for it and how to take it to scale. So with that in mind, what we've done from IDB Invest in targeting this agenda is threefold. So we do think we play a role in bringing more knowledge and more collaboration on this topic. We finance directly the real sector, corporate sector, that is working on these types of targets and these types of projects towards a transition to a circular economy. But in doing so, we also realize that there are smaller companies that don't necessarily fit our investment criteria and still play a critical role in making these projects and these targets be successful. And so we are increasingly working with local banks, local commercial banks, in piloting taxonomies, consensus on those taxonomies, understanding the market opportunity, and unlocking financial instruments that can go to local MSMEs and larger companies as well. This is maybe to complement a little bit of what Brenda was saying. Some of the instruments that we're seeing are being used in the market to finance projects in the circular economy, some of them in food waste as well. Many of them have to do with green bonds and transition bonds. A recent study showed that about 4% of the green bonds in the market include circular economy KPIs. Sustainability-linked bonds are very interesting and very attractive because if you want to push this down the value chain, then you can bring KPIs that include that. And then there's others that are using more broad-based ESG investing. I'll leave it at that, and we can continue the conversation in the panel. Thank you.
And thank you very much indeed, Paula. That was great. And what I wrote down in there is unleashing the finance sector's potential and capacity in circular economy and food loss and waste reduction. That's just great. What a great aspiration. It was also great to hear just how behind it IDB Invest is. So thank you very much indeed for that. And yeah, looking forward to the Q&A session. So it's now my pleasure to introduce the next speaker. And the next speaker is the next panelist is Carlos Hurtado, Chief of Sustainable Development Programs at FEMSA. And Carlos, really looking forward to hearing your perspective on this. Over to you, Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Let me share my screen here. Buenos días. Me da mucho gusto poder estar en esta importante conferencia y platicar sobre lo que hemos venido
Good morning. I'm pleased to take part in this very important conference.
Particularmente me quiero centrar en un instrumento que
I would like to focus on an instrument
busca capturar beneficios ambientales
that seeks to capture environmental benefits. This seems particularly germane to us, given how important agriculture has and small producers as well for the region and for the food waste problem. This is a three-part presentation. First, why should we focus on small producers? Then I will talk about the financial instrument itself in the state of Guanajuato. Then talk about opportunities in the future to promote and to continue adopting these financial mechanisms. Given how important agriculture is in Latin America, it's one of the most important sectors, not only because of its economic contribution, but also, I apologize.
Primero creo que la importancia de la agricultura en
The
América Latina
importance of agriculture in Latin America
económica y social.
is given what it contributes to the economy.
Millones de personas requerirán un incremento en la producción de alimentos.
There will have to be a 50% increase in food production to cover the growing population. It accounts for nearly half of the GDP of Central America. 95% of the world's farms in the world are small producers and under 5-hectare lots per farm. 53%, that is total agriculture area in LAC is about 760 million hectares. Now, on food loss, 1.2 million tons of food are lost a year, billion tons rather, in the productive process. That would be enough to feed a country the size of Peru. Much of this loss is with small farmers. Now, as far as the bond, the financial instrument that we have fashioned, this in the state of Guanajuato, in the center of Mexico, a region known as the Bajío, the lowland. Now, this is a collective effort that we have underway in the region. Now, why in the state of Guanajuato? Because agriculture is a key sector which generates more than 30,000 jobs. 1 of every 10 people in the state works in farming. 80,000 hectares are devoted to this. That is 30% of the total area. In 2019, the state exported to 59 countries, 83 million worth of farm products. It uses 84% of the water of the state. That's what makes food loss so important as far as the level of water consumed. We have been working on this bond with that background in mind, 2 phases. First, we work on the efficiency and its adoption, then capturing environmental value to incorporate that into the financial instrument. As I said, in this first phase, we are implementing measures to reduce water use through advanced technology and practices, enabling us to enhance productivity and efficiency to bring down costs and bring up pay for farmers. That's why we rotate rye crops to step up the profitability, and we focus on saving water use to enhance per hectare production and to bring down the use of water and to raise by $1.5 million overall the amount of money that the farmers take in. We put together a consortium that creates training sessions on best practices. We also generate the monitoring mechanisms and to capture the environmental and social benefits to ascertain what improvements have been made. In the second phase, we are working on identifying and monitoring benefits resulting from this, focusing on environmental benefits such as water savings. And so we do this by different players to see how much is saved per farm. A payment vehicle then is fashioned for the small producers based on savings. There is a network of investors that we are putting together who will take part in this financial scheme through our participation in this platform of no waste. We are bringing to bear these mechanisms to ascertain this amount. Where are we headed? We see opportunities that are important that will help ensure that these instruments be adopted first. We see a challenge and an opportunity. There is a clear need to enhance resilience in supply chains. That creates opportunity for small producers to connect with large distributors. That would open up worthwhile financing opportunities. This is an asset in the region, especially the use of technology, which is a key part for future development. We also seek to reduce loss throughout the whole supply chain That's the basis for identifying and monitoring the benefits generated with the investments, which is key to build new financial instruments. Lastly, access to financing for all of the small farmers is key to ensure that we bring about the changes the region needs. This can be done with new mechanisms and with traditional ones as well. We have to work on greater financial penetration in the informal and small farm section. We can use microfinancing, different types of payment schemes. Using social environmental elements is also key to foster further development. Coca-Cola FEMSA created a green bond focusing water insufficiency to we'll achieve our goals in the following way: to achieve the efficiency and the consumption of water called for by this bond. Now, this bond is the first of its type in the Mexican market. Now, incorporating goals around the reduction of food loss by using this instrument is a great opportunity. This is just an example of what we can do as a region. I'm happy to continue on this panel for further discussion. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Carlos. That was very inspiring, and I was really impressed by that. You're talking about both capturing the environmental and the economic value from the financing, which I think was really a critical element of this. And I saw one of the objectives being to build that food system resilience, which I think is absolutely key to this whole area. And finally, I think the bit that underpins all of this session, I love that bit at the end saying finance for all. So that's really good. So thank you, Carlos. If you can stay with me, I'm now going to bring back Brenda and Paula so that we can move into the Q&A session going forward. And I've already got some great questions coming in for the panel. So let's bring back in Brenda and Paula. Good to see you, Brenda and Paula. Good to have you back on board. So now we're going to the Q&A session. So the first question I've got is, how do you see the demand changing for investment in food loss and waste reduction in Latin America and around the world? And I think I'd like to start with Brenda for this one, if I may, to sort of give that, and then I'll ask Paula and Carlos to comment as well. Over to you, Brenda.
Yes, Richard, what we see is that globally we see an increasing rise in corporates' commitments to the SDG 12.3, specifically in the retail and food service. I think not only because they understand that economically it's smart to do, that's the $7 that you gain for against the $1, the example that you already showed. But also because more and more the companies, the big companies in retail and food service, they realize that it's also necessary, looking at the limitations that we have in our natural resources and the increasing demand for food, is that they are more and more aware that from an environmental and social perspective, it's also relevant to invest in that. And I think specifically this bigger retail and food service companies, they can have a large influence in the chain. And by that, they can make a real difference. That's why, for example, the 10, 20, 30 initiatives that I think Tesco was one of the big drivers behind that initiative is really impactful and important. So some other things also, if we look at emerging markets, there we also see a huge demand for investments. For example, in agro-logistics, looking at the cold chain and post-harvest care. And we as Rabobank are actively working in India and East Africa on that, but we know there is a demand for that in Latin America as well. And we also saw on the last UN Food System Summit that the food loss and waste topic was emphasized. And there was a call to financial institutions to provide more finance for that. I think there it is relevant that we look at blended finance solutions because it's more difficult to finance the smaller players in this field. And I think from a Latin American perspective, very good to see that Brazil and Chile have made commitments also on this topic.
Thank you, Brenda. And I get a real impression from what you've just said that momentum is definitely building on this topic. So if I might hand over now to Paula and get your observations, Paula, before I move on to Carlos.
Sure. I mean, fully agree. I think there's more awareness, and I think there are more drivers that are demanding action from the companies. Interestingly enough, a colleague of mine, Romina Ordóñez, I'll give her the shout out, is just about to publish a paper where she, along with the company, interviewed over 95 companies in the region, in the agro industry, in order to understand what was their understanding of the issue and the perception of the issue. And it was really interesting to see, one, yes, they see that it is a problem across economic, environmental, and social aspects. They do see it as material. Only 13% of those companies didn't see it as material, or they saw it irrelevant. And 66 of them said they already had policies or actions in place. However, and this is what I think is very interesting, many of them said that the lack of funding from the company or from the financing options was an impediment for action. But also what they found is that the methodologies, it goes back to your point, to your methodology, the methodologies that they use right now are very inadequate, very heterogeneous. Some of them are very partial. So again, to your point of the true cost of food waste, which then has a huge impact on the way they understand the economic impact and the inefficiency that this represents in the company. So definitely stay on the lookout for that paper, because I think it's very relevant to what you're asking. And a similar one, and I'll put it on the chat, she did for the tourism industry, where there's also huge food waste. So I'll leave it at that so Carlos can complement.
Yeah, that's excellent, Paula. And then please do share that research. That sounds really exciting. And it's interesting how that coupling of lack of funding, but also the methodologies and being really clear on the methodologies. And there certainly are better methodologies coming through. The Consumer Goods Forum, for example, has worked with WRI and indeed my organization, RAP, to work on a common methodology that's used throughout the CGF, that's also based on what is used in Mexico. It's also used in the UK. It's also used in the Netherlands. And I know Rabobank are also using that methodology when actually trying to verify progress against their loan. So that's a key area for development. And Carlos, over to you for some observations.
Thank you, Richard. I think that you're right. The inertia is building, but I do believe that we need to be mindful of the possible roadblocks, especially on the inequalities of the access, not only of finance, but on knowledge and technology. The small producers and the small informal producers do not have the access, and we need to start designing tools from their perspective and for their not adapting the existing ones to them, because the access is not the same. Even the culture, it's an impediment to the adoption of this. So I do believe that there's a big inertia and a movement towards that. And the low-hanging fruit are always the big companies that have the resources, but the footprint that the small producers have and the inequality of the access to finance, it's huge. One of the things that we're trying is to get them organized and connected to big supply chains so that the access to finance is easier. However, we need the policies also and the social structures to help us push those kind of developments.
Yeah, excellent, Carlos. And actually, it's almost like you knew what the next question is, because it actually built exactly on your point, which is what are the key challenges to helping the SMEs, the small producers across Latin America, to invest in food loss and waste reduction? And perhaps we can explore this in a bit more detail. And how might they be overcome? And I think this time I'll start with Paula, but then I'll go to you, Carlos, and then I'll go to Brenda. So Paula, over to you. How can we focus on that issue that roadblock that Carlos has just identified?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was spot on, right? I think you need to leverage the role of the anchor company, right? The anchor company at the end of the day is the one that is making the big commitments. And it's the one that has the leverage to incentivize the SMEs to contribute to those big goals, right? And they also have the visibility of the whole chain. At the end of the day, and that's why we always see this as part of this circular economy agenda, is because it's a shift in paradigm. You cannot just see things in patches. You have to see the whole issue as a holistic thing, right? And the role that the SMEs play, either because they are part of that specific waste or because they can enable better solutions, is huge. But it's the anchor that kind of can play, I think, that orchestrating role in many ways. That's also why, as I was saying, we also said, well, we can't, yes, you can rely on instruments such as sustainability-linked instruments, in general, bonds or loans. You can also look at short-term financing, such as sustainability-linked supply chain financing. So it is more short-term, but it is one that allows you to put a little bit of a carrot instead of a stick as it goes to incentivizing specific KPIs. But you do have to work with the local banks as well, because at the end of the day, the local banks also have the capacity to reach the SMEs, which multilateral like ours will not be able to do that because it's completely inefficient. So I think you have to work at those different levels. And the final thing I would say is we need to invest in SME data on sustainability issues. If we don't invest in platforms that allow, in open platforms that allow for SME data on sustainability issues to be shared, it's going to be very difficult to move the needle at scale.
Yeah, I think that SME data point is a really critical one, actually, because it helps us really identify also where we can have the biggest impact. But Carlos, over to you for your thoughts.
I think that it's very important that we recognize the lack of structures that let the small producers to connect to the big chains. There's a list of policies that we could push to help that transition. The other thing, and I think it's spot on, the need for investment on technology, knowledge, methodologies, and the access to this. I believe that, especially now, that technologies could help some of the small producers leapfrog some systems and adopt the new technologies that are cheaper and easier to use and more prevalent in the field. So I think that there's a big opportunity of just leapfrogging, getting that access. I think it's fundamental to get the big companies, but also the small producers associations in a table where we sit and discuss these issues. And the last, I think there's an opportunity now. COVID has exposed global supply chains and the lack of resilience, and the movement to local, more resilient supply chains or supply networks now can be an opportunity for small producers to get into the supply chains and help the big companies build that resilience with local, more sustainable sourcing.
That's great, Carlos. I really like that idea of leapfrogging, because it almost says we're going to move beyond the status quo. We're going to move to something that's much more resilient and has much less impact on the environment. And that's a really nice way of thinking about this, and using the big companies as a way of perhaps orientating the SMEs onto the key issues so that we can build in that resilience could be quite an interesting angle. Brenda, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I completely agree with what Carlos and Paula already said. So not much to add. I think what we see, we have some really nice examples of companies, of the bigger food service and retail companies that have close long-term partnerships within the value chain. And I think that's really relevant to help the SMEs because in the end, I think they are the leaders in leading the achievement or to reach this target. Also mentioned by Carlos, I think it would be useful to look at a sectoral approach. So for a certain sector, really look, okay, how within the sector, with the different players in that sector, we can reach this goal, and what is the role of everybody in this, and how can we work together in coalitions. Regarding finance, I think there are also mentioned already by Carlos and Paula, I think access to finance for startups who come up with new technology to speed up the process is relevant. And access to finance in developing markets, that's always hard. So if we talk about SMEs in Latin America, then I think we should really look at blended finance funds where financial institutions work together in funds with public money, and where there's also a technical support provided to the SMEs to help them on their food loss and waste reduction plan.
Thank you, Brenda. And I think that you've re-emphasized some very key points there, and particularly how that the relationship between the large companies and the SMEs. And actually that links to the next and probably final question for this session, because we're going to finish promptly at the top of the hour. And this is a question for Carlos, and it's really building on the last question, Carlos. It's almost, what type of new financial products do you think would encourage large businesses and their suppliers to invest? And I think the key word here is rapidly, to invest rapidly in halving food loss and waste, because, you know, it's 2021. We've only got 9 years to halve. So how are we going to drive it at speed? Carlos, for you to start, and then I shall go to Brenda and then Paula.
Yeah, I think building on Paula's point is, I think that financial products that identify and capture environmental value is key. What we've seen is a lot of traditional instruments that have social environmental KPIs, and I think that's good and relevant. But I think that the real game changer is going to be where we, using methodologies, technologies, really can identify and capture the cash flow and the value that is generated by these investments. Once you do that, the playground for doing instruments and mechanisms is going to be huge. But I think that there's a huge challenge right now of identifying that value and capturing. We believe technology can play a huge role on that. It's helping supply chains, and we can broaden that to identify and capture that value.
Great. I think that value is not just economic value, isn't it? It's that environmental and social value as well. Yes, absolutely. So Brenda, your thought, and maybe just a quick think about whether you think COP26 has actually sort of helped, and the Food Systems Summit has helped in this.
Yeah. Well, maybe a short reaction to Carlos' response. I think the SED 12.3 loan that we developed in Rabank actually is specifically developed for this, and not just a sustainability-linked loan where this could be a possible KPI, but with a real focus only specifically on this topic, and with methodologies behind it, etc. So I think other banks, please copy this, or not, for the sake of competition. But and then I think related to I already mentioned blended finance. I think that's necessary to create the de-risking mechanisms to finance this transition. And related to the COP26, I think the topic currently high on the agenda of all companies is how they reduce their carbon emissions, right? I think that's the top priority on their sustainability agenda. And I think the focusing on food loss and waste can actually contribute to the net zero strategies of these companies, because I think it will help them in lowering their CO2 emissions.
And that's great, Brenda, and thank you for that. And it's great to sort of see you say, copy this. I think that's wonderful. That's a real challenge to those in the audience as well. Yeah, copy this approach. And actually, it's been reinforced by what we've heard at COP. And Paula, over to you with the final remarks.
Sure, thank you. And I mean, fully agree. I think bringing these agendas together and being able to articulate them together is going to be key, because that's going to get enough attention and action from the company side, and enough attention and action from the financing side of the equation. I think there's maybe just to share a little bit of what some of the challenges that I think we need to resolve, though, is in response to that urgency, is that we do need to understand that best case studies are not necessarily coming from the region yet, right? So there's a lot of good unattainable examples, from elsewhere. And we need to be able to find those success stories here to show them and to be able to show that they're replicable. But we also need to keep a mindset of transition. It has to be a transition with ambition. But when it comes to these methodologies and when it comes to finding the right KPIs, we also need to make sure that they work in the environment in which we're working, but that we are doing it with rigor as we implement them, and we put these incentives in the financing that we put forward.
And thank you, Paola. And I think that's a great call to action to end this on, is that, we need more examples, Latin American examples that we can share. I think Carlos alluded to that. I think also Brenda alluded to that. So that call for action, let's get more examples, let's get more investment into the sector, and let's tackle food loss and waste. Well, it's now my pleasure just to say thank you to all of you for that excellent discussion. Thank you to the audience for the great questions. So thank you, Carlos from FENSA. Thank you, Paola from IDB Invest. And thank you, Brenda from Rabobank. It's been a really good discussion. My name is Richard Swanell from RAP, and it's been my pleasure to chair this session. And it's also my pleasure now to hand over to Ginny. I think, Ginny, to take us to lunch. I think it's over to you.
Pero también queremos agradecerte a ti, Richard, por tu excelente participación y, por supuesto, el panel de lujo. Increíbles los inputs que hemos escuchado. Mucho por procesar, ¿verdad?
Thank you so much. So that was a lot of information. It was also very intense.
Lo que escuchamos hasta ahora. ¿O cuál es el punto que más te impactó? Bueno,
what was the point that had the greatest impact on you? We would like you to share all this on the YouTube chat or on the social networks. Cumbre hashtag sin desperdicio.
Y también queremos agradecerte que te has quedado hasta este momento.
Thank you so much for staying with us. And thank you for doing all this. You've made this a reality. We realize that it's a huge team, it's a big team that has come together in order to count on the greatest experts in the world on this topic. It's wonderful. It's really not easy. So thank you most kindly. And I see that people are working full time. And we will make. We'll have a pause. We'll have a break, and you can have some tea or whatever. And then please don't forget to go to the link at the chat, because we would like you to fill out the survey so that we can organize our coming summits even better. To give you an idea, we will be back at 13:30 hours, 1:30, 12:30 in Mexico. Brazil, Argentina are 13:30. Mexico is 12:30, because the second part of this meeting is very important. We will talk about innovation for the reduction of losses and waste. And this way we will find new ideas for the work to be done in the future. We will see you in about half an hour. Thank you.
¿Sabías que todos los años se pierde en América Latina y el Caribe el 12% de lo que producimos? 220 millones de toneladas de alimentos. Solo entre la producción y el procesamiento. Otro 17% se desperdicia entre la distribución y el consumo. En una región con 60 millones de personas que sufren de inseguridad alimentaria severa. El 10% de nuestra población. Cerca del 8% de todas las emisiones de efecto invernadero son generadas por alimentos que perdemos y desperdiciamos. Para responder a esta problemática, en 2018 lanzamos Sin Desperdicio, una plataforma de socios comprometidos con la reducción de pérdidas y desperdicios de alimentos. Trabajamos en 4 áreas de acción: innovación, políticas públicas, conocimiento y comportamiento. En estos 3 años, lanzamos concursos de innovación abierta en Argentina, México, Centroamérica y Bogotá que identificaron más de 530 soluciones innovadoras. Financiamos proyectos piloto para la recuperación de alimentos en la cadena de frutas y verduras en Argentina y para reducir el desperdicio de alimentos en centrales de abasto y plazas de mercado en Colombia. Contribuimos con la cuantificación de los niveles de pérdidas y desperdicios en Colombia. Apoyamos la cuantificación del desperdicio de alimentos en supermercados. Apoyamos bancos de alimentos a lo largo y ancho de la región en su misión de proveer alimentos de calidad a personas de bajos ingresos. Generamos capacidades en municipios de toda la América Latina para integrar acciones de reducción de desperdicio en la gestión de los residuos sólidos. Esto y mucho más, contribuyendo con la seguridad alimentaria y a reducir la huella ambiental de nuestros sistemas alimentarios. Trabajando por una América Latina y el Caribe sin desperdicio.
La única manera que nosotros tenemos de deshacernos del desperdicio de basura que generamos durante los 2 días que elaboramos es pagar a alguien para que vaya a un botadero de basura y la tenga ahí. Es la única manera que tenemos para hacerlo.
¿Cómo surge el programa Sin Desperdicios? La respuesta es 220 toneladas de alimentos perdidos en el año. Esto quiere decir que hay un montón de personas que no tienen qué comer y que hay un montón de alimentos que están siendo desperdiciados que no llegan a estas poblaciones.
Sin embargo, aquí en los mercados vemos que se desperdicia muchísimo, cosa crea demasiado desperdicio.
Dentro de la central de mayoreo se producen aproximadamente 50.000 libras de producto de desecho diariamente.
Donde yo siento que se hace más desperdicio es en la carne, en todo lo que tiene que ver con la carne, el arroz y también en los víveres.
Y es un tema, no solamente un tema de principios de usar todo, sino también es un tema de eficiencia y de mantener el negocio andando, o sea, porque realmente reducir los desechos reduce costos.
Y aunque estén preparados, no siempre son utilizados. No podemos asumir que el público que viene consume mucho, pero hay que tener listo la cantidad de alimentos o material para trabajar estas personas.
Veamos grandes cantidades de alimentos que terminan en los rellenos sanitarios o en sistemas de disposición municipal sin llegar a cumplir su objetivo principal, que era alimentarnos y nutrirnos.
Daños colaterales que sí están plasmados actualmente y pues en este caso es el hambre, ¿no? Entonces, y que eso es algo perenne, sabemos que no es meramente por la pandemia, esto lo ha venido a visibilizar aún más.
Estábamos asistiendo a personas que estaban con dificultades para acceder a alimentos, ¿no? Estábamos contribuyendo con gente de banderas blancas de El Salvador.
Llegar hasta donde lo necesiten, hablemos del corredor seco, que es una distancia bastante grande, desde donde nos ubicamos hasta donde ellos pueden recibir ese aporte, es demasiado grande y pasaría mucho tiempo, o sea, en el camino ya no serviría.
Cuando un vegetal no da la talla de la calidad que nosotros distribuimos, entonces debemos de desecharlos.
Los estándares de calidad que ya están como establecidos, de una zanahoria tiene que ser de esta manera, una papa tiene que ser de esta manera, y si es de otra manera, pues no me gusta, no la compro.
Por ejemplo, compran insumos frescos y su vida útil es muy corta, cada 15 días o cada semana, y lo recomendable es, si se pudiera, hacer compras de los insumos frescos a diario, por ejemplo.
Dependemos de migrantes panameños y de migrantes nicaragüenses. Y en este momento, por la pandemia, no están ingresando al país estas poblaciones. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando y qué es la preocupación de las personas productoras? Que al no tener mano de obra para la recolección del café, mucho del café se vaya a perder.
A la hora de sacar el producto, ahorita el COVID-19 lo ha afectado porque los mercados se han cerrado. Hay unos productos que se pueden aprovechar de consumo para nosotros, pero la mayoría se pierde.
A nivel de exportaciones, ¿verdad? Han habido muchos alimentos que no han podido ser exportados por razón de la crisis, y hemos estado tratando también de apoyar que esos alimentos sean redirigidos a organizaciones sociales que requieren apoyo en estos momentos.
El Banco de Alimentos al final creo que también vino a ser una fuente de desahogo para aquellas empresas que se vieron afectadas en su recesión, ¿no? Entonces el volumen tal vez de productos que nos llegaron a nosotros ofreciéndonos sí aumentó en el sentido de recibir más.
Y por esto a veces lo que más se necesita es hablar, ponerle nombre y apellidos a la problemática del desperdicio de alimentos.
Donde los desechos y los residuos se aprovechen de la mejor forma posible para reinsertarse en nuevos procesos productivos y nuevos procesos de generación de valor.
Se pueda generar esta comunidad de Centroamérica, de países que están hablando del tema, que son todos, y que puedan darte soluciones que puedan impactar en diferentes niveles a los demás países.
En este sentido, los desperdicios pues se convierten en un reto que podemos aprovechar, y los emprendedores pueden utilizar esa posibilidad, ese potencial que todavía tienen estos residuos para ser valorizados.
Y la palabra más importante es innovación social. Implica que haya un gran impacto, especialmente en las áreas vulnerables, en las poblaciones vulnerables de los países.
Tiene que ser un salto hacia la sostenibilidad. Ese salto hacia la sostenibilidad requiere definitivamente un gran acervo, una gran acumulación de procesos de innovaciones sociales.
Bueno, los invitamos a todos a participar de este concurso regional. Es el primer concurso regional de la plataforma Sin Desperdicio. Estamos esperando sus ideas y todas muy bienvenidas. Muchas gracias.
¿Sabías que todos los años se pierde en América Latina y el Caribe el 12% de lo que producimos? 220 millones de toneladas de alimentos, solo entre la producción y el procesamiento. Otro 17% se desperdicia entre la distribución y el consumo. En una región con 60 millones de personas que sufren de inseguridad alimentaria severa, el 10% de nuestra población, cerca del 8% de todas las emisiones de efecto invernadero son generadas por alimentos que perdemos y desperdiciamos. Para responder a esta problemática, en 2018 lanzamos Sin Desperdicio, una plataforma de socios comprometidos con la reducción de pérdidas y desperdicios de alimentos. Trabajamos en 4 áreas de acción: innovación, políticas públicas, conocimiento y comportamiento. En estos 3 años, lanzamos concursos de innovación abierta en Argentina, México, Centroamérica y Bogotá que identificaron más de 530 soluciones innovadoras. Financiamos proyectos piloto para la recuperación de alimentos en la cadena de frutas y verduras en Argentina y para reducir el desperdicio de alimentos en centrales de abasto y plazas de mercado en Colombia. Contribuimos con la cuantificación de los niveles de pérdidas y desperdicios en Colombia. Apoyamos la cuantificación del desperdicio de alimentos en supermercados. Apoyamos bancos de alimentos a lo largo y ancho de la región en su misión de proveer alimentos de calidad a personas de bajos ingresos. Generamos capacidades en municipios de toda la América Latina para integrar acciones de reducción de desperdicio en la gestión de los residuos sólidos. Esto y mucho más, contribuyendo con la seguridad alimentaria y a reducir la huella ambiental de nuestros sistemas alimentarios. Trabajando por una América Latina y el Caribe sin desperdicio.
la única manera que nosotros tenemos de deshacernos del desperdicio de basura que generamos durante los 2 días que elaboramos es pagar a alguien para que vaya a un botadero de basura y la tenga ahí. Es la única manera que tenemos para hacerlo.
¿Cómo surge el programa Sin Desperdicios? La respuesta es 220 toneladas de alimentos perdidos en el año. Esto quiere decir que hay un montón de personas que no tienen qué comer y que hay un montón de alimentos que están siendo desperdiciados que no llegan a estas poblaciones.
Sin embargo, aquí en los mercados vemos que se desperdicia muchísimo, cosa crea demasiado desperdicio.
Dentro de la central de mayoreo se producen aproximadamente 50.000 libras de producto de desecho diariamente.
Donde yo siento que se hace más desperdicio es en la carne, en todo lo que tiene que ver con la carne, el arroz y también en los víveres.
Y es un tema, no solamente un tema de principios de usar todo, sino también es un tema de eficiencia y de mantener el negocio andando, o sea, porque realmente reducir los desechos reduce costos.
Y aunque estén preparados, no siempre son utilizados. No podemos asumir que el público que viene consume mucho, pero hay que tener listo la cantidad de alimentos o material para trabajar estas personas.
Veamos grandes cantidades de alimento que terminan en los rellenos sanitarios o en sistemas de disposición municipal sin llegar a cumplir su objetivo principal, que era alimentarnos y nutrirnos.
Daños colaterales que sí están plasmados actualmente y pues en este caso es el hambre, ¿no? Entonces, y que eso es algo perenne, sabemos que no es meramente por la pandemia, esto lo ha venido a visibilizar aún más.
Estábamos asistiendo a personas que estaban con dificultades para acceder a alimentos, ¿no? Estábamos contribuyendo con gente de banderas blancas de El Salvador.
Llegar hasta donde lo necesiten, hablemos del corredor seco, que es una distancia bastante grande, desde donde nos ubicamos hasta donde ellos pueden recibir ese aporte, es demasiado grande y pasaría mucho tiempo, o sea, en el camino ya no serviría.
Cuando un vegetal no da la talla de la calidad que nosotros distribuimos, entonces debemos de desecharlos.
Los estándares de calidad que ya están como establecidos, de una zanahoria tiene que ser de esta manera, una papa tiene que ser de esta manera, y si es de otra manera, pues no me gusta, no la compro.
Por ejemplo, compran insumos frescos y su vida útil es muy corta, cada 15 días o cada semana, y lo recomendable es, si se pudiera, hacer compras de los insumos frescos a diario, por ejemplo.
Dependemos de migrantes panameños y de migrantes nicaragüenses. Y en este momento, por la pandemia, no están ingresando al país estas poblaciones. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando y qué es la preocupación de las personas productoras? Que al no tener mano de obra para la recolección del café, mucho del café se vaya a perder.
A la hora de sacar el producto, ahorita el COVID-19 lo ha afectado porque los mercados se han cerrado. Hay unos productos que se pueden aprovechar de consumo para nosotros, pero la mayoría se pierde.
A nivel de exportaciones, ¿verdad? Han habido muchos alimentos que no han podido ser exportados por razón de la crisis, y hemos estado tratando también de apoyar que esos alimentos sean redirigidos a organizaciones sociales que requieren apoyo en estos momentos.
El Banco de Alimentos al final creo que también vino a ser una fuente de desahogo para aquellas empresas que se vieron afectadas en su recesión, ¿no? Entonces el volumen tal vez de productos que nos llegaron a nosotros ofreciéndonos sí aumentó en el sentido de recibir más.
Y por esto a veces lo que más se necesita es hablar, ponerle nombre y apellidos a la problemática del desperdicio de alimentos.
Donde los desechos y los residuos se aprovechen de la mejor forma posible para reinsertarse en nuevos procesos productivos y nuevos procesos de generación de valor.
Se pueda generar esta comunidad de Centroamérica, de países que están hablando del tema, que son todos, y que puedan darte soluciones que puedan impactar en diferentes niveles a los demás países.
En este sentido, los desperdicios pues se convierten en un reto que podemos aprovechar, y los emprendedores pueden utilizar esa posibilidad, ese potencial que todavía tienen estos residuos para ser valorizados.
Y la palabra más importante es innovación social, implica que haya un gran impacto, especialmente en las áreas vulnerables, en las poblaciones vulnerables de los países.
Tiene que ser un salto hacia la sostenibilidad. Ese salto hacia la sostenibilidad requiere definitivamente un gran acervo, una gran acumulación de procesos de innovaciones sociales.
Bueno, los invitamos a todos a participar de este concurso regional. Es el primer concurso regional de la plataforma Sin Desperdicio. Estamos esperando sus ideas y todas muy bienvenidas. Muchas gracias.
almuerzo o en el break?
Hi, I hope you had a good lunch. I'm sure that you didn't waste any food. Little by little, we learn. So we wish to welcome you to the 5th session, Innovation to Reduce Loss and Waste in Food. For those of you who are with us for the first time, I want to remind you that we have simultaneous interpretation. There are 3 sections that you can choose from. If you wish to listen to the English, you can listen to the English, Spanish, or the original audio.
¿Sí? Bueno, los invitamos también ir al canal de YouTube del BID, porque allí
And please also go to the IDB YouTube channel so that you can see all of this being broadcast live. And here you have the chat where you can share your ideas, your suggestions, your criticisms, because they're precious for our coming summits, and we will certainly use your suggestions. Now we're starting our 5th session. I will introduce you to the moderator, Beatriz Caneiro, who is the program officer for the UNEP, and she is the coordinator for global opportunities for the SDGs.
Go for SDGs. Is it right?
Go for SDGs. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Yes, hello everyone. I would like to welcome all of you to this session. We're going to talk about innovation, which is very important in order to reduce loss and waste. Solutions have to be multidisciplinary for them to be effective. Digital technology has already become a part of our work. It's also part of the agro business. In the entire region, we see that the technical companies are working in the agro-food business, and at the same time, we see an interesting system of startups that have started innovating in technology with AI, and these are promotional technologies that are important to reduce greenhouse gases and, of course, to ensure food safety. AgTech, which is the combination of data, technology in the business side of the agro business, will help us reach higher levels of productivity, sustainability along the entire value chain. And these are the main pillars of the 4th agricultural revolution. AgriTech is very important in order to be able to perform our work sustainably and intelligently. We are talking about the emissions, its ability to impact positively in the SMEs with social inclusion and empowerment, access to fairer markets for a sustainable agriculture gives it a very particular importance for progress and inclusivity. And in order to talk about these topics, we will have the following experts today: Mr. Germán Sturzenegger, who is the coordinator of the Sin Desperdicio IDB platform. We will also have Gustavo Porpino de Araujo, who is also from Brazil, is in charge of research, development, and innovation at Embrapa Foods and Territories, which is the Brazilian Agriculture and Research Corporation. We also have Mr. Andrés Méndez, who is the Director for Technological Innovation and Best Practices in livestock of the Ministry of Livestock, Agro-Livestock and Fisheries in Argentina, Tomás Peña, Director of the Yield Lab Institute LATAM, and Carlos Andrés Trujillo, who is Professor at the University of the Andes. I would like to give the floor to Germán Sturzenegger, who is the coordinator of the Sin Desperdicio platform. Thank you so much, Beatriz, for your introduction. I understand that you're looking at the screen, or so I hope, But today, what I want to talk about is about the role and the hope in technology. Why? Because we have a very ambitious goal by 2030, which is to avoid the loss and waste of food and along the entire value chain and the losses per harvest. Well, we have 9 more years to get to 2030, so we have to reach these goals, and this can be done through innovation and technology, particularly digital technology. Innovation, typically, in terms of the loss of food, has to do with the efficiency of food systems, innovation in value chains, especially the first steps during harvest or pre-harvest, and certain specific innovations in terms of production and manufacturing. But the good news, and this is an innovation that, as Beatriz was saying, has to do with AgTech, as it's called, and somehow to the food tech sector. Now, the good news is that in the last few years, we started developing an innovation ecosystem, which is very, very interesting, what we could call the food waste tech. And let me tell you a few things about the mobilization of resources. This is important information on the American market, but this is something that we can see increasingly. We have different finance sources that are intervening in terms of food waste tech. In 2018, it was 125 million. Obviously, COVID-19 had a lot to do with this, and in 2020, over $1 billion in our Latin American figures have been invested in startups, innovation, entrepreneurs that are working specifically in this field of reduction of loss and waste. So today, we in the media find news like this. Investors who are working with startups, and they are focusing on reducing waste. I don't know if you know Ellen DeGeneres. She's a very important, very well-known talk show host. She is investing in startups to reduce food loss and waste, like Olio. Other startups like Olio have raised up to $43 million 2, 3, 4 years ago. This was not even possible. So we couldn't even visualize what was going on. And here we can see this whole new ecosystem in terms of startups, especially in the United States. Now let's see what's going on in Latin America and the Caribbean. As Beatriz was saying, technologies are quite varied in terms of sensors, talking about sensors in order to combat pests, drones, remote sensors that allow us to analyze information in terms of nutrients, of water, from being able to foresee harvests and understand cycles to reduce waste before the harvest. We have a protection of new material through material that is edible, and we have improvements in terms of logistic chains, sensors that allow us to improve the traceability of food, blockchains, digital instruments, and in the marketplace, we see these platforms that allow us to market these products through AI, machine learning, in order to detect pests that lead to the loss of food. Then we also talk about dynamic pricing at the marketplace level. So this is a number of technologies all along the value chain. RIFLE, which is a think tank, is doing a very interesting job of mapping all of this information in the world of food waste tech. You can see here that there are a number of startups that are working on prevention, on the loss of food. Startups are rescuing food. This is the blue column. And we also have a number of startups that are working on recycling and being able to recover food. So these are groups of startups and companies that are working on the digitization of harvests. They are recovering excesses. They are recovering imperfect products. There are other companies that are improving distribution. They're improving the traceability of our foods. Obviously, they are making all of the chains more efficient, the cold chain, in order to prolong shelf life during that first mile after harvest. We have a third group, which is the management of those products with dynamic pricing, the generation of secondary markets for resale points for those foods that are wasted or simply thrown out. And here we have the waste tracking, which is identifying and quantifying the food that is thrown out by restaurants and identifying those hotspots, those levels of waste in our own business and being able to do something. And the fourth column is the maximization in order to increase the shelf life of foods that are in supermarkets or hypermarkets. And we also are trying to change certain consumption habits in terms of purchasing, of buying. It's about changing our behavior. It's an innovation agenda that has with it a great technological progress. And the rescue, being able to rescue food, food banks are becoming digitized, and multiple startups are working on the digitization of foods. In Latin America, these are things that are starting to crop up. I hope that we don't get to this point, but I hope that we can work in prevention and in saving. We want to reduce the environmental footprint. There are people that are working in recycling, in composting, and of course, taking into account animals that contribute to this. What happens in Latin America? Was I was telling you, it's an ecosystem of startups that are happening more in the north. I'm from Argentina. That's why I was saying this. But little by little, it's starting to permeate the rest of the continent. So first off, all these startups are not as consolidated in markets like the European or the North American one. So we have to work together. We will have different cases and talk about how we can support this ecosystem of startups through different instruments and technical assistance and financing spaces for our innovation and entrepreneurial systems. We also have to talk about regulations. We were talking about this in terms of Latin America. We are starting to generate those incentives, those drivers to reduce food loss and waste, but we still have a long way to go. I think that we have a great barrier, which is access to financing. That was mentioned today as well. But today we will talk about how to improve access to financing for our entrepreneurial ecosystem. This is why in 2018 we launched this platform, No Waste, Sin Desperdicio. It has a long tradition in Latin America, where we want to make sure that innovation helps us to reduce loss and waste. We want to talk about public policy. We want to know what the fallacies of the market are, why we lose almost a third of what we produce. And we need to talk about behavioral elements along the entire chain of producers. And the ultimate goal is this: if we don't have financing with mere volunteers, we will not be able to achieve these goals. Because in the end, the objective, the goal that of Sin Desperdicio, No Waste, here at the IDB, is that we want to make sure that we are able to scale up financing in order to achieve these goals. We have 4 public competitions that have identified the fact that there is an ecosystem in the region. There are entrepreneurs that are working in agri-tech, in food tech, but many of these entrepreneurs are also working directly in what we could call the food waste tech. We had a first public competition in Argentina with the Ministry of Agriculture. And after that, we had another public competition in Mexico and Central America in Bogota. And I hope that we can continue to launch these public competitions so that we can have this done at a regional and sub-regional level. We have more than 537 startups, 48 finalists, 12 awardees, and we were able to give 12 prizes, $110,000. I would like to end by talking about financing. I wanted to take up what was said before the break. If we really want innovation, we need good business models, and we require good financing. So in order to scale up financing, we have to generate or improve or increase those the financing to companies. We talk about those big companies, but benefits have to go to smaller companies. We need a better tax policy. We have to talk about private equity and venture capital. In Latin America, this is something that is at its beginning, and this can be connected to other sustainable initiatives. But generally, we as champions of against the loss and waste of food, we need a more patient, as it were, capital. We need concessions. We need more flexibility. In Latin America, we are starting to see a number of investments, what we call impact finance investments. And this is what we call the impact investments through non-government grants and the IDB. Through those public competitions, we've been able to contribute somewhat to decrease the risks for our entrepreneurs so that they can test their technologies, their companies, and scale up. Thank you so much, Beatriz, for allowing me to speak. The floor is yours. Thank you so much, Germán. I would like to add that 9 out of the finalists in Bogota are now participating in our acceleration program with the University of Los Andes. Carlos will talk about this later. We will continue with our panelists who are going to answer a few questions. So what benefits do these technologies have, the technologies that Germán mentioned, in order to avoid food loss and waste? What is the degree of adoption of these technologies? What are the challenges that exist in order to bring in these technologies in the agro, livestock, and industrial systems? And finally, where should we direct our efforts in order to reduce loss and waste? I will now call on Gustavo Porpino de Araujo. Hello, Beatriz and colleagues.
We are glad to interact with this amazing group again. Disruptive innovations, such as the ones with the use of artificial intelligence, are very relevant to mitigate food waste at the distribution and retail levels. Embrapa, for instance, recently launched a low-cost sensor imbued with nanotechnology and artificial intelligence, capable of tracking and monitoring the maturation level of fruits, which is quite interesting because we know that the waste of fruits in Latin America is quite big, both inside the farm gate, but also in retail and at the consumer level. But it's important to note that technology transfer of much more simple technologies is still needed in the Latin American context. Small and medium producers, for instance, can benefit from a wider effort of technology transfer, and even in retail, simple practices such as a better organization of the fruits and vegetables section would contribute with food loss and waste reduction. In general, I believe in systemic approaches to mitigate food losses and waste. It is imperative to an innovation agenda to have a farm-to-fork view. In Latin America, in particular, challenges are in the entire supply chain, as we know, and we will only make faster progress if we join efforts via public-private coalitions. And of course, it is imperative to foster urban food policies at the city level. Last but not least, I believe political will is mandatory to involve different government levels. The good news is that we are seeing several innovation challenges in course focusing on sustainable development goals. Embrapa itself is currently involved in 13 open innovation challenges for distinct supply chains such as milk, coffee, livestock, soybean, aquaculture, digital agriculture solutions, and so on. Several startups are developing technological solutions for food losses and waste reduction, and later on I can talk more about the startups targeting food losses and waste in Brazil. As German has stated, I believe one drawback we still have is exactly the low access to finance, and in order to fight this, we would need a platform to provide financial resources with low interest rates for especially for young entrepreneurs, which are the majority of the entrepreneurs aligned with this sustainable development goals and entrepreneurship, let's say. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. Gracias, muchas gracias. Bueno, sobre el punto,
thank you so much, Gustavo.
De inversiones,
on the topic of impact investments, we will talk a little bit more about this a little further on. Now we have Andres Mendez. Hello, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be part of this meeting. Talking about what you mentioned, Beatriz, what we see is that we have over 150 companies participating. And what we see is that there are different visions. We're talking about intensive agriculture or regional economies. In terms of extensive agriculture, we believe that what we have in our machinery, if we are able to reduce losses, we're talking about 200 to 20 kilograms of grains. And regionally, what we have basically is a platform, a marketing platform, starting with smaller producers. We have co-ops, and the idea is selling to the marketplace without having to wait for the trucks. We want to be able to do all this ourselves and improve on those percentages of losses. And then we can also talk about those companies that are working with potato peels. They use it as a fertilizer, and this can also be transformed into animal feed, and this is combined with other platforms with the certification of certain products that are interesting. We could start consuming these products in order to generate less loss and waste. This is part of the technological package. We could have harvesters that could be used throughout the process, or we have to see if the technological packages have to be discovered. In other words, how will the agriculturalists, the farmers, know about this agriculture? So we have to make sure that this is disseminated. And at the same time, we need to know how to work with all this. There is a lot of knowledge. I know there is quite a bit of technological knowledge. Many companies and industries take this as an expense, but not as an investment in order to improve their production. So there are many aspects that need to be looked at. Thank you so much, Andres. I think that you were talking about the changes needed in systemic systems, and I think that this is something that we need to go a little deeper into. And now Tomas Piña, who is the director of the Yield Lab Institute. Thank you. I am the director of Yield Lab. I think that what was said by the other members of this panel are very interesting. We have an investment fund here in Latin America over 4 years. We've seen more than 1,100 startups in Latin America. 536 have had some kind of interview. We've had over 100 with a deep dive, and we've invested in 17 of them in 5 of these countries. Throughout this adventure of this topic, we haven't had much of a deal flow. We've been working with one who is a particular company called Natural. They've been doing some very interesting work in the last few years in Chile. There's a very interesting point, which is the impact of the savings post-harvest during the transportation of these products. So this could have an impact on 15% of reducing 15% of waste during production, because there is a decrease in the use of a number of other products. Ecosystems are also important. We've been talking about this, and we've been working on ecosystems. What we need is to have that explosive shock that we see we see volumes of $100 million in 2011 to 5.5 million this year, up to 5.5 billion and up to 11 billion. So agro industry is very, very low in comparison to our GDP. So this is one of the great changes that we have to do, because they have a great social impact. Innovation comes through the innovator. That person has to be near the territory with all the capabilities to do the startups that are required.
And relevance in this issue is also important, so we think there's a major opportunity to work on it, and we see this scarcity of specific startups. Obviously, I'd need to review the list that Germán has as a opportunity on this very key issue. Thank you very much, Tomás. We will be looking forward to getting any more information about this impressive group of startups that you're working with in the region. I now give the floor to Carlos to hear his initial words. To round out what my fellow panelists have said, in academia, we can take a somewhat broader view where we have part of the entrepreneurs, the startups, who have many, many ideas, but they have difficulties. I want to discuss this further on when it comes to aligning a value proposal with specific needs, looking at the profiles or at the intermediate clients that may exist. So how can this creation of value be tied into actual reduction in waste? Sometimes one may go astray along the way, and the interest in business may lead one to lose sight of the service-related impact. So I think it's important to make sure that these are aligned, and of course access to technologies to allow for this matching between creation of value and needs. And then we have businesses with sustainability plans, and you see that waste reduction does not always occupy a central place in all sustainability efforts. There are different tasks done to confirm or verify along the chain, but the roles, the role of food loss and waste is not so clear in the chain. And perhaps a bit further on, we could delve further into this matter. Thank you very much, Carlos. I'm very excited to hear more about how to involve these values within the chains as a whole. So let us continue with the presentations. The panelists will provide a bit more detail about what they already began to discuss. I'm going to begin with Gustavo.
inglés, entonces que voy a hacer la
Well,
pregunta para
Gustavo will be speaking English, so I'm going to put the question to him in English.
Can you please let us know what are the main findings of Radar AgTech 2020-2021, and which Brazilian food techs are providing solutions to food loss and waste mitigation? And also, what are the perspectives in the next 5 years in terms of vertical innovation and the incorporation of sustainability aspects?
Sure, Beatrice, thanks. I would like to highlight three important aspects for us to note in relation to the intersection innovation and food losses and waste. First one, food losses and waste are a business opportunity. As Richard has mentioned earlier today in this summit, the return on investment for investing in food losses and waste reduction is considerable. Second, there is a growing new generation of entrepreneurs, most of them urban-based, that are launching food techs and green techs, connecting to these needs to combat food waste, but also to improve food security. And third, open innovation is not only feasible, but it's emerging as a powerful tool to accelerate the modeling of these new businesses and also helping young entrepreneurs to access financial resources. Here in Brazil, Embrapa and partners have mapped 1,574 AgTechs and food techs in the recent study Radar AgTech Brazil. These businesses are spread all over Brazil, but we see a concentration of them, about 62% of them, in the southeast region, mainly in São Paulo state. São Paulo state has several agri-food hubs, one of them in Piracicaba, which is quite interesting, such as the AgTech Garage in Piracicaba, which is a hub for several food techs and AgTechs. It is also interesting to note that 12% of these startups I mentioned provide solutions before the farm gate, 42% inside the farm gate, and 46% after the farm gate. Among the 717 startups focusing on solutions after the farm gate, 293 are innovative foods, and some of them are aligned with the upcycling tendency. They offer food products making use of byproducts that otherwise would be wasted. This is quite interesting. We know that this tendency is consolidated in the US, where it exists already an association of industries focusing on upcycling. And I believe that upcycled foods will also grow in Latin America in the next 5 years. In fact, several Brazilian startups are realizing that the mitigation of food losses and waste is a business opportunity, both in the business-to-business and business-to-consumer models. I would like to mention some of them. Connecting Food, for instance, is based in São Paulo, is a social impact startup that offers an intelligent solution to improve food donations from retailers to social assistance organizations. A major food retailer in Brazil is using this platform, and they have provided food donations to about 300 organizations already, which is quite interesting. In terms of business to consumers, we have also seen new IT-based startups, such as the mobile apps that sell surplus foods for reduced prices. 3 of them I perceive as making progress. Restin is one of them, RESTIN, the spelling of it. The second one is Food Flow, and the third one, Food to Save. They are among the Brazilian startups that connect retailers and food services with urban consumers, providing this opportunity to buy food products for a reduced price. This is a tendency already in Europe. There are several consolidated startups that even became unicorns, and we believe that in the next 5 years, we will have the first also Brazilian unicorn targeting on the reduction of food losses and waste. And another interesting one is Greeners. It's a Brazilian startup working mainly with food industries to mitigate waste. It is a mobile platform that improves the stock management of industries and connects them with marketplaces to sell the surplus. That's it. I believe we are making progress, and that's good.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. And it's very interesting that you mentioned startups in different with different business models all thriving in Brazil. It's very good to know that, and we will follow up to know more in the future. Thank you very much. Y ahora volvemos bueno, voy a hablar con Andrés Méndez, que
now
va
we'll
a
go
hablar
back to
con nosotros un
Andres
poco sobre
Mendez. He's
cómo pueden
going
los
to
gobiernos
discuss
apoyar
with
el
us
desarrollo
how the
y
governments
despliegue de
can
nuevas
support
tecnologías
the
y mejores
development and
prácticas para
deployment
abordar el
of new
problema de la
technologies and best
desperdicio de alimentos
practices to
y
address the
también qué
issue of
tipos
food
de
loss and waste,
colaboraciones
and
internacionales.
also what types of international collaborations are needed.
Bueno,
Andres?
básicamente creo que los gobiernos primero deben
Basically, I
colaborar
believe
sobre la
that the
entidad del problema,
governments
con
should
soluciones
work
tecnológicas, obviamente, ¿no?
on
Y la
key
comunicación
issues
es
such as
absolutamente
technological
importante para
solutions,
lograr esto
and
y obviamente que el
becoming
financiamiento
engaged
después
is
llega. Nosotros,
a,
yo creo que
a
si
key step, and then the financing would come. I don't think
público y
that
privado,
financing,
nosotros empezamos a ver, era un problema para nosotros porque muchas de
well,
las
for us,
tecnologías que tenían
getting
avances
financing was difficult, both private and public. Many of the tech companies that wanted to
fue bueno
put
entender
packages
que sí
together,
hay
well,
financiamiento, nada más que hay que encontrarle la vuelta para poder, para hacerse de ese dinero y poder trabajar. Pero
once they did so, they found that they could continue to pursue it
y ya hay
and
actualidad
get
de
it the money to, and then begin to work.
bueno, ahí se está viendo el paquete tecnológico que nosotros
Here,
tenemos desde el ministerio,
you
tenemos relevado,
see the
que
technological
realmente
package that
eso
we've
es un
had
éxito, hay más de
through the
150 ya,
ministry. There are
y
more than 150 that
partiendo
have signed up,
sistema dinámico y
and
colaborativo, como
starting with the
mencionó Carlos, nosotros
dynamic
planteamos un
and
modelo
peri-urban
de
ecosystem, we
aplicaciones
addressed an
cerca de los
issue,
pueblos
which
donde
is
haya
the issue
centros
of
de uso químico.
applications near
También
the
lo que
towns
buscamos
where the
es la
chemicals would be
reducción
used.
del producto químico que no va a
We
consumir,
also
es decir,
look
que va al suelo,
at
como
as
es el
waste
rastrojo, y
chemicals
estamos
that
armando un
go into the
prototipo de
ground
trabajo donde empezamos
that
a
aren't actually
comercializar
used, and we
y hoy ya
began to
tenemos
work
un
with
sistema
other
de más de
companies. And
15
today we
empresas
have a
donde
system of
también
more than
aplicamos
15
blockchain,
companies.
aplicamos trazabilidad de procesos,
We
obviamente,
apply
y tenemos
traceability, process
todo lo que
tracing, of
es
course,
bajar a más o menos el 15% del
and
químico
then
químico aplicado.
reducing the total chemical
Los datos
use
son
by
los que
some
utilizan los
15%.
sistemas.
We've been able
Tenemos
to do
actualmente
so when the
220 químicos
system
aplicados, con lo
stabilized.
cual
They are
se empiezan
using
a usar
less than 15%
automatismo,
less chemicals,
robótica,
so they begin to
que
use
son
robotic
realmente
alternatives,
muy importantes porque no dependen de
which are very
sectores que
important
deberían estar
because they
capacitados,
don't
que nunca se llega a capacitar a
depend
todos
on a
los seres humanos,
human
porque aparte
being
las
and it's never
tecnologías
possible
cambian
to train all
en
the
3
human
meses
beings, particularly
totalmente, hay una
because the
tecnología
technologies
nueva, lo
can
cual se
change
complica
completely over a
demasiado
3-month
para
period.
todavía
Everything
en
is
el
new and
proceso de
different and
acabado
makes it
y
quick training
nosotros
difficult or
apuntamos a la
complicated.
digitalización total del sector
So
agropecuario. De esto
we've
es
counted
lo que
on full
estoy
digitization
mostrando,
of
pero
the
bueno, ya
agricultural
hemos armado de
sector.
13 y recién confeccioné uno, esto no es un ecosistema, pero es la relación de un par
Well,
de
this is
empresas
not an
que fue
ecosystem,
Process
but
y
it is a
Cooperative,
list
la que
of
hablaba de la huella de carbono, más las
companies that worked with
certificaciones
ePuma, which
para
has to do
lograr,
with carbon
les puse
footprint
algunos
reduction.
ejemplos, pero básicamente decir que todos los problemas que nosotros hemos detectado del sector
But
agropecuario
basically, the
tienen una
problems we've
solución
found in the
y
agricultural
justamente
sector,
aparecen
all of the
en
problems we've
son un
encountered
ecosistema.
have
Entonces creo que
solutions.
todas las que están anotadas hoy en la actualidad, las 150,
I
pretenden
think
llegar a
all of the
ser
150 that are
unicornio y lo
signed
más
up,
difícil para nosotros es un
well,
unicornio, pero
they would all
seguramente
like
en
to
esto
become
lo que
unicorns,
vamos a
but that's
hacer
very
es
difficult to become a
trabajar
unicorn. But I do think
pueden
that the
haber
full set of
productos
companies
y
working
operativos mucho más
can
grandes que
develop
puede lograr una sola empresa unicornio. Porque
products
muchas veces se ha visto a nivel mundial que
in a
estas
much more
plataformas
flexible manner than a
están
single unicorn would
generando
be
como
able to do
otras,
so. But we're seeing this internationally,
startup o AgTech, con lo cual eso creo que va a empezar a dar resultados
and they're working with
para
other
que estas
startups. And I
empresas sean
think
unicornio y para ser
that
exitosas. Y bueno,
results will
actualmente
begin
nuestra
to be
colaboración
seen, and that you
internacional,
don't
nosotros
need just a
trabajamos
single
con varios
unicorn
países,
or a unicorn to be able to say their
ahora
success. We're also
en
working
menos
with
de un mes a ver
other
algunos desarrollos tecnológicos en Francia
countries.
y a trabajar con
Folks
algunas
will be coming from
startups.
Germany within less than a month to look at
Lógicamente
technological developments in
también eso
Argentina and to work
globalizar
with
el
some
producto
startups.
nos
And
interesa que
so,
obviamente que ese
global,
producto
well, we're
sea
certainly
entregado y
interested
sea
in
validado y
products
entre en un
being
prototipo global
validated
que
and
sirva a todos.
becoming a global
Entonces, bueno,
product that could be
de
useful for
nosotros,
everyone.
obviamente que en esa plataforma de trabajo
So,
participan expertos de otros países
experts
que básicamente
that working platform from other countries who provide other perspectives and end up refining and improving on what exists at this time. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Andrés. Me encantan las presentaciones.
Thank you very much, Andrés. I'm really delighted by the presentations. Gustavo was talking about peri-urban solutions, and now Andrés is talking.
Creo que está muy rica esta sesión. Muchas gracias.
Well, some were urban solutions, other peri-urban solutions, so I think this has been a really great session. We're now going to continue with Tomás, who's going to discuss with us how environmental and social impact is being incorporated into risk capital investments, and what are the successful models of innovative ecosystems in Latin America and the Caribbean? And finally, how can they be encouraged to, how can innovative solutions to loss and waste be encouraged? Thank you very much. Clearly, this is an issue. I've been working on these issues since 2011 when we had a startup that focused on aerodynamic efficiency. And then there was the whole issue of transferring risk to the banking institutions. I say this because it's interesting that what's happening in Latin America is an ecosystem that is being developed, that is still growing, where the question of impact is not so much present in these attacks as we would like. We together with the ILA Institute, the United Nations, environmental projects with the Universidad Austral, we were working together and we saw that there are any number of issues to work on, many new conversations that we need to generate. There are some startups that don't really feel identified with the whole question of impact, even though that is growing ever more quickly. And at the same time, there are not enough forums where this issue is being taught or is being applied to startups. Startup is always pursuing its objectives, trying to have a celebrate a good year, and oftentimes they see this as an accessory issue. For the last 2 years, we've been working very hard on this to make it clear that it's not accessory, and getting that message, trying to get that message across, that increasingly the startups are approaching the world of those seeking impact, but the funds aren't necessarily seen as having a mission of an impact, but want to have an impact on the funds. But we are also looking at environmental and social impacts. There's also a lot of bias as seeing all of this as simply a question of philanthropic impact. We very much believe, and we're really working hard on this, is that the development of ecosystems has a very, very important social impact. As we mentioned in the earlier, we're seeing that the number of, the amount of capital being invested and the capabilities are growing exponentially, and these investments can be in help generate opportunities for communities. As the colleague from Embrapa was noting, Piracicaba is a great ecosystem for these, but also Cuiabá, Rosario. We're also going forward with the support of other regional governments, and we see that the model is ever clearer, it's ever more replicable. We need more and more assistance from the governments and the international organizations to make sure that that model can be replicated without so much analysis, because it's been verified. There are books have been written about this. There's a lot of work that's been done to make sure that these models can grow and replicate. So we're working quite a bit from that angle. We also see this very important issue relating to impact, which I think is extremely important, which is multiculturality. These companies are 50% are in Brazil, but the other 50% are in Spanish-speaking Latin America, where beyond differences having to do with the elimination round for the World Cup qualifiers, that is, and we're interested in Argentine teams working with Chilean teams or becoming Argentine, Chilean, Colombian, Ecuadorian. Well, we're seeing this likewise in asset managers. There's a bias towards a model based on a country vision, which has a certain logic based on the locality, but also there is the whole regional question today, particularly with COVID. And that has, if we talk about Brazil as the driving force of all this, well, 50%, it's very much distributed across the Southern Cone, the Andes, and Mexico. Well, the other 50% is distributed across those countries. Then the other thing that is ever is more stronger and stronger, even though it is incipient, but it continues to emerge, is the question, well, there's a company called the Chilean that was selling recipes for water for Argentina. They were talking about the moist pampas, but this really took off in the Andes, where the water resources are much greater. This has posed a major cultural challenge to the teams and the clients, and multidisciplinary developments where the question of marketing, communication, the whole digital question is all very important. We're also seeing that oftentimes the default of AgTech, which is more about agriculture and technology rather than agricultural technology. Well, folks in dealing with logistics, insurance, and so on are being drawn into this as well. So this multidisciplinary aspect is also very important in terms of looking at the social impact of the potential, therefore, because you need to have other capabilities that you really need to work on. Now, as I was telling you, oftentimes, the effect you have when you're looking for a better price, or if it's commodity, it's a given price, or better yield, cost reduction. Well, often the impact is after you developed the market, you weren't able to show that water use was appropriate, but there are also new technologies or new elements that don't necessarily have the support for sustainability that they claim. And so this question of sustainability in the productive process is going to become ever more important. You could have a hamburger of cultivated meat or animal meat that is sustainable. Well, we need to begin new conversations that are extremely interesting because they might open the way to market gaps where venture capital is always trying to figure out where to go to provide financing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tomas, and thank you for recalling the environmental impacts that the sector has. I would just like to remind you that food production around the world accounts for or uses 70% of our fresh water, and food that is lost or wasted are equivalent to 8 to 10% of greenhouse gases. So now we'll continue with Carlos for the last presentation of this panel. Carlos is going to discuss with us how the universities can collaborate more closely with the private sector to strengthen the ties between science and business, and he'll also talk about his recent experience in work relating to food loss and waste reduction. Finally, he'll discuss the role of the change in consumer behavior.
Carlos, por favor, adelante.
Carlos, you have the floor.
Gracias, Beatriz.
Thank you, Beatriz. Trying to answer so many questions and round out what my fellow panelists have said, I'd like to refer to the issue of trying to align all of this with consumer behavior and consumer preferences. All efforts to, well, if you want to create value and reduce food loss and waste, you have to align with the value recognized by those markets, and likewise the difficulties that consumers have when it comes to changing their habits and taking up new practices. So I want to throw out a few general ideas, key insights that the whole value chain should bear in mind in order for this alignment to happen. One must understand that there's great heterogeneity in the personal experience and the context. On the one hand, you have an infrastructure there where there's technologies and resources that try to be aligned with the market, and we've discussed this quite a bit, but then the consumer experiences different personal things having to do with the size of their home, time available to cook, which have to do with each one's local context, and then there are individual preferences, which have to do with religious ones, how individual preferences, specific diets, affective aspects, and the relationship of all that with food and food consumption. So there's some very important findings that having to do with what are the general characteristics for reducing food loss and waste? Well, this is a myth where the gap between values and attitudes and action is broader. One thing is what people, consumers, individuals express as a concern, and that doesn't always translate into action. That gap is particularly wide when we're looking at certain food and waste in certain places. For example, hyper-convenience is very difficult to change. The need to have everything packed in a small size, so is to be able to cook in small quantities or provide a part of a lunch for a child. Everything is packed in very small units. There's low level of motivation among consumers to address this. Why is this done? The ability to do so, have as part of one's individual or daily routine included dealing with this. There's practically indulgence and resignation vis-a-vis waste. And so if there's a meal, one throws away half the meal, and there's tolerance of waste. So how can there be greater awareness when it comes to making decisions? And this gives rise to biases of self-perception. When one self-reports, one could certainly under-report. Well, if we're talking about food loss and waste, we see the gap is extremely wide. One of the biases is that the people who are most worried about this tend to exaggerate their own self-reported food loss and waste. So then we have some determinants which have been found to be key in the real reductions and not self-reported reductions, certain aspects that actually are effective. First, real behavior does not appear to be related to planning of purchases nor with the amount of food. But rather it has to do with the type of food that is purchased and how it is used. So the expiration dates, those have more influence if I plan diets very well. And third, it's very important to use psychographic diagrams that can help one figure this out. It's very important to be able to adjust the strategies and business models. So technology plays a very important role in all of this. I'd like to note that technology that helps consumers reduce that gap is crucial. First of all, there's a general flow of social norms, access to what is happening, the influences question is important. Being in contact with the surrounding community is important. And then there's the question of getting information to consumers so they can make decisions. This is important. Normally in the region, this is incipient. Electrical appliances are very expensive, but little by little, smart refrigerators are coming into use. They can determine expiration dates and so forth and help you manage food and not waste it. There are ever more devices that are allowing people to gauge these situations. And then there's the smart packaging, which might have to do with expiration dates or quantities. All of these things are very novel, but have great potential. and an effort on the part of the entire value chain to have much better labeling and quality of packaging, making it possible to better conserve food in the home. And I'd like to conclude by taking just a couple of minutes to discuss our experience supporting 9 of the businesses that participated in the course in Bogota with 4 key ideas that we've observed. First, understanding of each unit's place in the value chain. It's not always so clear when it's a consumer, when it's some other actor. That can help engage in the value chain where waste occurs more easily, where there's waste and loss. Measuring impact was mentioned just a moment ago. That's also a key component. The difficulty of measuring impact in efforts to reduce food loss and waste, well, it might throw one off. So the proposal for accelerating these initiatives could get away from measuring the impact of food loss waste reduction efforts. And there's a clear assessment of where these things are coming from. Helps focus on impact. And we also it's surprising that it's not yet sufficiently clear and visible just in sustainability reports, just what the food loss waste reduction efforts are, what's happening with them. We need to have a much better informed conversation looking at the entire chain. Thank you very much, Beatriz. Thank you, Carlos. Well, this was our last presentation on this panel today. Thank you very much for finishing on time. I would just like to note that it is clear that getting into food loss and waste, you need to have a multidisciplinary approach, the research, public sector, innovation, consumer information. We have addressed all this in the panel. It's been extremely interesting. Thank you very much. And now I give it back to Jean.
Interesantes todos los inputs. Muchas gracias, Beatriz, y a todos los panelistas por su participación, preparación. Y por supuesto, a ustedes que nos están siguiendo desde toda la región. De hecho, coméntenos desde dónde nos están mirando ahí en el chat de YouTube, además de todos los...
We're seeing that people are listening in from all over the region. It's all been quite interesting. And please share your perspective on the network, on the hashtags that have been distributed earlier.
¿Sí? Y de hecho, hablando del canal de YouTube, van a encontrar ahí un link, ¿sí? En donde se va a abrir
on the YouTube channel. You'll see information about a survey which you can take anonymously.
En un ratito seguimos con la próxima sesión.
We'll be moving on to the next session in just a little bit.
El momentito para una pausa, para un refill de café después del almuerzo.
And
No se vayan porque
before we do, take just a minute for a quick break.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a la sesión 6 que se titula Estrategias Nacionales y
Welcome to session 6, National Strategies,
Bueno, para quienes
Subnational Strategies to Reduce Food Loss and Waste.
contamos que disponemos de interpretación simultánea. Inglés,
I just would like to remind everyone that we do have simultaneous interpretation available for anyone who needs it in Spanish, English, or you can just choose original audio if you don't need interpretation. Please, you can also listen in to us on the YouTube channel, and you can subscribe to the channel. Please do. All you have to do is click on subscribe, and you'll find all of these sessions on the YouTube channels.
Un ratito y a probar nuestro conocimiento del tema. Momento Slido. Así que entremos.
We're going to start this section as we have every other section with a Slido survey.
Ingresemos el código que es
Go to slido.com. The code is hashtag Cumbre PDA. And the question is, where you live, what productive sector should be prioritized to reduce loss and waste of food? That's an interesting question, isn't it? Primary production of agricultural products, food industry, the local market, the hotel and restaurant sectors.
De cada uno que compone la audiencia. Así que, a ver, wow.
Answers are coming in.
Me parece que es un voto casi unánime a mercados de abasto.
It seems like the wholesale markets were chosen by everyone. Now, I'm pleased to introduce you to Natalia Basso, who will moderate the next session, session 6. You have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session 6, National Subnational Strategies to Reduce Loss and Waste. Reducing waste and loss is to seek, first and foremost, to make more food available. But we've seen that solutions for discarding food products is dependent upon pre-existing policies, matters concerning food safety and quality, competitiveness, the efficiency in the use of resources, and there can be positive results of signing on to this agenda. Through partnerships, actors involved in all walks, all sectors of the food industry can benefit. We're going to hear from Craig Hansen, Vice President of Food, Forest, and Ocean Water from the World Resources Institute.
Craig Hansen, the floor is yours.
You have the floor, Mr. Greg Hansen.
Great. Thank you very much. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone here who's joining this event. I'm Craig Hansen, as mentioned. I am a Vice President at World Resources Institute. I oversee our work on food, forest, water, and the ocean. Today I'm talking about food, and in particular, food loss and waste. Can everyone see my screen? Great. Fantastic. So I'm here to announce today the launch of something called the Food Loss and Waste Country Progress Index. Essentially, many of you may recall the Sustainable Development Goals, and SDG target 12.3 calls for the world to cut in half food loss and waste at the retail and consumer levels and reduce food losses along production and supply chains by the year 2030. So that's a massive reduction in the world's food loss and waste. And every country on the planet basically signed up to this. This also happens to have potential impacts on, say, food security, the Paris Agreement on climate change, since food loss and waste is responsible for say, 8 to 10% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. And just 2 weeks ago in Glasgow, of over 100 nations in the world, most of the countries actually in Latin America signed on to the Global Methane Pledge, which is a pledge to cut methane emissions by the year 2030 by 30%. And one of the largest sources of methane that any country has is actually its waste. It's waste disposal areas, of which the majority of that is actually food waste. So achieving SDG target 12.3 is not only important for achieving the SDGs, but it's also critical for achieving food security, helping countries achieve the Paris Agreement on climate change, and achieving the Global Methane Pledge, which many of the countries that the Inter-American Development Bank engages and Desperdicio engages have signed on to. So what is the Food Loss Country Progress Index that we're announcing today? Essentially, it's a tool to measure national progress on managing food loss and waste. Provides this index provides an objective assessment against best practices of country steps towards reducing food loss and waste. The results come out in a very simple quantified traffic light table of green, yellow, and orange, something that most people can simply and easily understand to see what the message is. And it's designed to actually support a range of audiences: government agencies themselves, food loss waste reduction programs such as Sin Desperdicio, as well as other stakeholders who are concerned about and are working on trying to reduce food loss and waste. And essentially what the index does is really help a country identify how far along on the journey it is in actually successfully tackling food loss and waste by looking at the inputs that are required to effectively reduce food loss and waste. Now, this was not developed in a vacuum. Sin Desperdicio is the anchor for developing this Country Progress Index, along with the World Resources Institute, the organization I represent. Our Champions 12.3 coalition of leaders around the planet that are champions for achieving SDG 12.3, and the World Wildlife Fund, Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF, all here to support Sin Desperdicio and the IDB in developing this index. So one can say, so why do we need to have an index on country progress towards reducing food loss and waste? Well, such an index helps to identify progress. Where are countries making progress on their journey to reduce food loss and waste? And where is progress falling short? Therefore, what are the needs that countries need to have if they want to be successful in achieving the SDG 12.3 and reducing food loss and waste? And with that insight, the index can actually help a country prioritize the assistance it needs, or a coalition like Sin Desperdicio, the assistance it needs to provide to help countries close the gaps. The index, as you'll see, also provides guidance on what the solutions are, because the index is measured against types of activities that actually would lead to reductions in food loss and waste. And in so doing, it inspires and accelerates action, and also can provide a bit of a benchmark for countries with their peers to see, who's making progress on reducing food loss and waste, and therefore what might we learn from those countries that are making progress that we might be able to adopt some of those practices. The index is anchored in what we call the Target, Measure, Act approach. Essentially, it's about targets. Targets set ambition, ambition motivates action. And so what this is anchored in is the fact that does the country actually, or has the country established a very clear target towards reducing food loss and waste aligned with the SDG target 12.3. Secondly, there's the measure portion, because what gets measured gets managed. And that old adage is true for food loss and waste as well. So is the country actually measuring and sharing the results publicly of its food loss and waste footprint and progress towards achieving its targets? And finally, is the country actually taking action? The government itself, private sector, other actors, are they actually taking action, such as implementing policies, programs, developing innovations, making the necessary investments for tackling food loss and waste? So the index that you're going to see in a moment is really anchored in this three-step approach: target, measure, act. And what we've seen is that those countries, as well as companies that do follow target, measure, act, are the ones actually that are making the most progress on reducing food loss and waste. For instance, the United Kingdom follows this, and they've reduced their food loss and waste by 27%. So what we see is if you combine the target and the measure and the act, that will lead to a reduction in the percent and the rate of food loss and waste. And we also will give guidance on measuring the latter and what are the indexes out there that a country can look at to actually give the quantification of the reductions. So let's jump into the index for a few seconds here. The structure of the index is pretty straightforward. You'll have the pillars of target, measure, act. You have an indicator of progress. Some have sub-indicators like in detail, and I'll give you an example in a second. We then have metrics that make it quantitative. We wanted the index to be as objective as possible. And so the metrics are either quantitative or a simple yes-no answer. And then the data sources are essentially publicly available data sources or data that a government would have. We want to make it such that anyone can find the data for measuring oneself against the index. And then there's a scoring that I'll explain to you in a second. So let's take the first one, for instance, on target. Essentially, the indicator here is, has the country set an explicit food loss and waste reduction target that's consistent with SDG target 12.3? Then you can break this up into, does the entire country have a target, or is it just certain states within the country? Does the target cover all sectors from farm to fork, or does it just target, say, the hospitality and retail sectors? And then on food categories, does the target cover all food, which we'd encourage, or certain food categories? And the more of these that you actually cover, the more points you get. So the maximum total points we can get for here is 30 points. On measure, two things here is the country measured and publicly reported a base year food loss and waste. So it knows its starting point for its efforts to reduce food loss and waste. And then secondly, is the country done follow-on measurements in subsequent years to start measuring change and progress over time. And again, these measures have a number of sub-indicators. The metrics are you see here on the screen. And the data is all publicly available that you could get ideally from the government itself, as well as from other types of sources that the government would provide or is available in general media. Again, the measure side of things adds up to 30 points. The more that you do, the more you've set a baseline and are doing subsequent follow-up, the more points that get counted, as well as the more of the value chain that's covered, the more points. And finally comes ACT. And ACT counts for 40 points because at the end of the day, action is really its most important. So the index is a little bit more, gives a bit more weight to action. And action falls into two categories. There are processes a country can follow to actually or put in place to reduce food loss and waste, such as set a national strategy or get a multi-stakeholder collaboration going in the country with private sector, ideally, to tackle food loss and waste. There's also policies that a country can put in place, such as legislation to encourage food donations or food date labeling policies, or programs or incentives to improve on-farm or near-farm food storage. So there's a number of indicators here that add up that allow one to actually, the more of these that you do, that a country does, the more points they get with a maximum total of 40. What happens at the end is you basically can then get a sense of where countries are. And this here you see on the screen is a preliminary example using publicly available data. It has not yet been finally vetted with the countries, but it gives a flavor of the index at work. And we use an example here of the United Kingdom, which we know quite well, and is actually doing very well as a country in terms of reductions in food loss and waste, with a 27% reduction. And you can see they scored very high on the target measure and the ACT. And the idea is that based upon this index, one can get a very simple picture of where countries are, but then identify where they're making progress, but also what are areas that a country probably needs to do a bit more work on to actually tackle food loss and waste. And partnerships like Sin Desperdicio could help. This is a way for helping Sin Desperdicio actually identify where and which countries and what are the areas. Is it on measurement? Is it on setting a target? Is it on taking action that the country could use some engagement with a Sin Desperdicio partnership? So in terms of the index itself, it's based on publicly available information, especially government data sources. In terms of who can apply it, countries themselves can apply. The index itself is very understandable. We give very detailed guidance on how to actually complete an index. Also, Sin Desperdicio can be an entity that actually conducts an index, runs the index for participating countries to help get a sense of where Latin America and the Caribbean is moving on this issue. And the idea here is to actually conduct the index every 1 to 2 years, so we keep a steady drumbeat of ideally progress when it comes to food loss and waste. Finally, we're also launching at the same time a playbook for reducing food loss and waste in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this publication is a publication to help governments and businesses pursue the practical efforts that are needed to reduce food loss and waste. It gives guidance on setting targets, gives guidance on measuring food loss and waste, it gives guidance on taking action. So you can see the playbook can help countries start to perform well, so that over time, more and more of the index starts to show up being green. They're both designed in concert with a playbook, helping countries put in place what's needed to fulfill the guidance coming out from the index. And the playbook also provides a number of regional case examples from both governments as well as companies, because we feel that case examples really bring this to life. And the vision here on the right hand is just an example of the types of granular advice that the playbook gives in terms of what it takes to take action for any stage along the value chain. So with that, I will close. Please engage Sin Desperdicio on the index as well as the playbook. With that, I turn it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig, for the presentation. Fue muy interesante. Y si bien fue rápida y debemos esperar y leer en detalle la publicación, no tengo duda que va a permitir que desde los países podamos orientar los esfuerzos, identificar oportunidades de acción. Y creo que a 10 años del primer informe de la FAO, hoy necesitamos herramientas cada vez más prácticas. Entonces, creo que está el valor allí de esta herramienta, ¿no? Para continuar con la sesión, abrimos el panel de oradores de la región. Vamos a escuchar algunas estrategias nacionales y subnacionales.
We're going to talk about national, subnational strategies to reduce loss and waste.
Luis Alejandro Perea
Albarracín is the Director of Rural Economy and Food Supplies from the District Secretariat of Economic Development of the City of Bogota. Good afternoon, everyone. In Bogota, we do have a problem of loss and waste of food. It's quite serious. We see this as a habitual behavior on the part of producers and distributors.
Que hace que el problema no se visibilice, que el problema pase desapercibido y que por tanto no.
And this is a problem that doesn't get much visibility. It goes unnoticed. Now, the presentation I'm going to give you right now will start by underscoring what the main framework is to address this problem, to better understand why we are wagering on a comprehensive structure or strategy, rather, stressing some of the components I'll be talking about next. Now, what you see on this chart is the problem I was just referring to in Colombia. 29 million tons of food are produced each year, and you can see 34% of that production is lost. 10 million tons are lost. Of those losses and that waste in the productive sector, loss in the productive sector, waste on the consumer side. And so that's where we're going to focus most of our effort, on the consumer side. So in a country where it's said that 52% of the population has had a hard time feeding themselves or are undernourished. There are 10 million tons of food per year that are being wasted or lost, despite how many people are going hungry. That gives you an idea of how big this problem is and how urgent it is for us to quickly tackle this problem. Again, if we look at waste and loss, we see that 58% of fruit and produce is lost. That is produced in the country is lost. Half of the tubers produced in the country are also wasted. 23% of loss of dairy products. Next slide. This helps to place in context the problem we have in the capital of our country, Bogota, which has the highest purchasing power among its citizens anywhere in the country, and you could see the loss that rises to 35% waste. That is, of all the waste in the country, 35% of it takes place in the capital. That's 1,228,000 tons per year. Mostly fruit and produce. In the chart, you can see other states, we call them departments in Colombia. You can read the names of the states on the chart, and you can see what the level of loss is. Bogota is not capable of meeting its own food demands. It's a small producer. And so that is a challenge to be tackled as well, the fact that much of the food comes from outside of Bogota, where much waste is happening. Now, if you look at all the different departments in Bogota, where people are the wealthiest, the interpreter would like to say that the quality of the sound that we're getting from this and many other speakers is not conducive to accurate interpretation, which is why the interpreter is speaking in a halting way. Now, there is a difference between Bogota and the outlying regions. Bogota runs the risk of structurally and systematically falling short of its supply needs. There have to be institutional solutions to optimize the supply of food to the capital. We also have to enhance logistics.
Due to these problems, we have designed new strategies and new policies that are consistent with what the previous presenter mentioned in terms of sustainable development, because we want a zero hunger and we want to put an end to poverty. Taking that into account, we have a legal framework, next slide, which is quite wide-ranging. It has a number of ordinances and decrees and rules. I will talk about these specifically. One is CONPIS, which has to do with economic and social measures, which guarantees that every citizen is able to eat. And it has to do with the master plan for supplying food. These are the elements and the strongest tools that we have in order to be able to mitigate, at least partially, the effect of losses and wastes of food. not only in the capital city, but in the various departments that make up our geography. Next slide. Within this scenario, and based on the update needed for our plan in Bogota, we were able, or at least we're being able, to involve some components that are very important. For instance, the fact that we are making sure that we are facing the sustainability and efficacy of our work in taking into account the environment. And this, of course, has to take into account the production capacities of each territory. We have to exploit the potential of the regions using each and every natural resource rationally. We'd also like to incentivize the process, the supply process, making sure that these master plans can no longer be the same ones. They can't be optional. They have to be obligatory, mandatory. And as we say in Colombia, we have to have some clout in order to make sure that people take advantage of the financial instruments and that are necessary to put all this into practice. I'm going rather quickly. I would like to reach this scenario that I'd like to share with you. From the perspective of the citizens' responsibility, we have to stimulate and provide the importance that it requires, the fact that citizens have to be able to participate. They have to understand their duties and rights to make our society much healthier. And this, of course, is part of nutrition and food security. This means that we have to have a sustainable model of feeding ourselves that derives from the fact that we have to change our behavioral patterns in general, including our food habits. And this is a scenario where we place the greatest expectations, because if we're able to organize, co-create responsibly, we believe that we will be able to sensitize the population, and the population will be responsible together with the other entities to mitigate food loss and waste. And this is a population, as I mentioned earlier, with very scarce food, and the type of food that is consumed is not the best. Here are the objectives and benefits. In order to generate that process of responsibility, with the population, we want to make sure that we are able to find areas where we can all talk about this, the various actors that are part of this chain. There is an organization that covers every single step of the way. The government has to include the various actors that are part of the supply chain with the public services and the instruments that are necessary in order to implement best practices. Luis, I wanted to remind you that you have to abide by the time limit. Just keep that into account, please. Keep that in. And here we have started a process in the right direction. It's at the very beginning. It's a timid process, but all the losses and waste that I was referring to, we are hoping to reach a decrease of 2%. It's very timid to begin with, but at least it's the beginning. It's not easy to put all this into practice.
voy a referirme a lo que tenemos entonces previsto hacer o cómo
Let me talk about our plans for the future and what we've done so far. In 2021 and in 2020 and 2021, what we hope to achieve is to incentivize the practices that you can see on screen in order to go ahead at least say 28% of the goals that we have in the next 4 years. The 4 years began in 2020. They should end in 2023. But in terms of 2021, we see an advance of 28% due to the fact that time is short. This is a scenario where we believe that we have been able to organize the various actors of the supply chain. In the supply chain, we have our agriculturalists and in this environment, we're able to provide training and awareness. And at the same time, we were able to provide information and education campaigns. Little by little, we've been able to organize all of the public and private entities that are involved with this. And very gradually, we've been able to count on the participation of civil society. They are addressing this within the agricultural field, and this is something that we have been hoping for. And this is an example. Here you can see the participation of our farmers. This is where they come together. Due to the fact that I have run out of time, I'd like to tell you that we have opted for a development plan for the city of Bogota, and we wish to provide an integral, holistic type of assistance where we can put into place a number of measures, not only regarding responsible consumption and the reduction of loss and waste. This is part of each and every one of our projects. We are working interinstitutionally, and we hope that we start from the primary bring in this chain until we reach the consumer. We want to make sure that this characterizes the participation of all the actors in each and every one of the links in this chain so that we can reduce the process of loss and waste in food in a much more structural manner. We want to make sure that these are long-term state policies, that they're not episodic, that these are measures and they are rules that will be lasting, that will last a long time. Thank you so much, Luis. Due to the fact that we don't have much time left, we have to ask you to please be brief, and there are quite a number of speakers in this session. We want to go through different areas of our region. Now we will give the floor to Secretary Sergio Graf Montero, who is the Secretary for the Environment and Development in his territory, the government of the state of Jalisco in Mexico. Thank you so much for the invitation. I would ask that we start the slides. I will be very quick. Let's go on to the next slide. Next one, I will not go into details on a global level. As you know, Mexico is a country with over 120 million people, and we calculate that 35% of losses and waste represents 20 million tons of food. This has a very high impact on the environment. But Jalisco and the loss and waste of foods, we calculate at least 25.4% or 0.44851 tons are lost on an annual basis along the supply chain. As you can see, more than 72% of this loss is in primary production and in food transformation, and 14% in the domestic sector. This is due to the population of Jalisco with 8 million inhabitants. And the other fact is that Jalisco is the main food producer in Mexico. The food industry in Jalisco is very powerful, is 12% of GDP of the agro-livestock sector. We are the biggest producers in a number of sectors, and it has one of the best agro livestock industries in the country. This is why it's important to identify the problems that we have to face. And this is an initiative that was supported by the IDB, where we try to tackle a problem that regards the needs, the food needs of important population groups, of very high population groups. At the same time, we're trying to provide a better distribution of foods. For instance, as far as sugarcane is concerned, because of the harvest, we have to burn the sugarcane fields, and we're talking about at least 350,000 tons of land which is wasted. So in order to reduce this, we have to make sure that we are given the ratios to each of these steps of the food chain. We've also very clearly identified the causes of this problem. We've identified the main causes associated with a poor management of food in the purchase and the sale of foods. And all of this has a number of causal effects, or at least underlying effects, that have a very strong impact on the fact that these conditions lead to the loss and waste of food. Next slide. The focus of the strategy that we worked out is based on a circular economy. In other words, we have a pyramid of hierarchy. What we don't want is the final disposition, although we're trying to put in place a number of measures which include composting and energy-based agriculture. So we're trying to create a greater circularity with livestock practices and redistribution of foods for the foods that can still be reutilized to the people that need them, as well as providing the actions that prevent the generation of surpluses that could be wasted. Within this strategy that was worked out, hoping for the participation of all the sectors, we want to make sure that by 2030, Jalisco is a national benchmark, a national and international benchmark for the reduction of loss and food waste within the framework of a sustainable development. The objective of this strategy is to be an engine for the work that needs to be done to reduce food waste in compliance with 12.3 of the SDGs. And we want to make sure that this is done in a differentiated manner within all of the actors that are part of the supply chain, reinforcing the sustainable economic development through better food systems from production all the way to consumption. Let's go on to the next slide, please. These are the goals to promote a greater efficiency in food systems, to increase the development of economic opportunities and employment, to reduce the environmental impact that are related to climate change. This strategy is part of our agenda in the struggle against climate change and adaptation to climate change. Want to contribute to food security and make sure that we lessen food waste, keeping in mind that we need to take the necessary steps to in terms of climate change and sustainability. Here are the plans for 21 to 23. You can see the strategic axes that have to do with the various phases, the various steps in our actions. And these would be the actions that would promote our plan with monitoring, revision, and controlling and checking that this is put in place. We have 52 actions for the different steps that need to make up this plan. We want to strengthen our institutions. We want to improve our equipment and technology. We want to transfer technology. And number 4 is the development of competencies and awareness. And this is very important also in terms of the legal framework that should be put in place to avoid food loss and waste. Each of these axes has different and specific action lines, long, medium, and long term, where we can see the different parts of the supply chain. And then we see the people who would be responsible for these various steps. This is an overarching agenda that would regard the government and as well as all of the state agencies that are involved in all this. There will be indicators that are tied to the main goals. We have the final goal, the aims, and the execution of these goals. And then we have to take a number of steps in order to achieve this strategy. We start with a socialization which involves the state cabinet in order to define the governance model that has to be put in place in order to solve this problem in view of the voluntary reduction of food loss and waste in Jalisco. Based on this strategy, we want to act based on the baseline that has been established, the implementation of the program with its various actions from 2024 to 2030 in a more solid manner. Thank you. That would be it. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. And now I would like to introduce you to Juan Joel Altamirano, who is part of the government in the sector of irrigation and agriculture in Peru. Thank you so much for this invitation at the second summit for the reduction of loss and waste in food in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's very important to listen to all of you, and I've been listening to all of you. I wish to congratulate each of the speakers that came before me. In this sense, we would be trying to improve the production of food on a global level. In this sense, I wish to thank you, and I would like to give the floor to the Agriculture Director of the Ministry of Irrigation and Agriculture in Peru. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I have a presentation that I wish to share with you.
Apóyame en esto. Bien, ¿me copian el audio? ¿Se está observando la diapositiva?
I would like to know if you can see the slide. I'm afraid not.
Hola.
Hola.
Sí, recién se estaba viendo.
Okay, now we can see it. Here it is.
Adelante.
Correcto. Buenas tardes ante todo.
Good afternoon. First of all,
de la temática que viene siendo abordada.
this is a very important topic,
Desperdicios de alimentos
the loss and waste of foods.
Aptos para nuestro consumo.
And this affects the food that we consume. We're talking about the farming practices, harvest, and the storage. In Peru, we have a serious situation of irrigation and food scarcity. 3 million Peruvians have very serious problems in terms of food. Our Peruvian coast requires water. We are having great stress in this sense because we just do not have enough water. We calculate that about 12 million tons of food is wasted. This figure is also related to the results that we see in Latin America. We calculate that 220 million tons are wasted as well overall. The loss of food has to be reduced because this is part of the focus of the work that our sector is doing to increase food security together with sustainability in our environment. We define a loss of food and the waste of food with the decrease of food for human consumption. And waste is the loss that comes from the decision to get rid of foods that still have nutritional value. Next slide, please. What has our sector done? We have strategies and plans that focus the guidelines of availability, access on the basis of our institutions. We have promoted action lines, which are the mechanisms that the sector puts in place for the reduction in the loss of foods in a post-harvest, and the fact that the value chain can be affected by this waste. As we have law 3088 that has been promoted by the state. It concentrates its work on the training of best practices, the programs, projects, our population's participation, the promotion of practices, education, intersectorial and intergovernmental cooperation in the loss and waste of food. All of these actions are part of this law that was approved by Decree 003/2020. We are trying to promote and actively coordinate that focus toward the coordination against loss of food. We also have the multi-sectorial commission for food and nutritional security. This is part of Decree 102/2012 And we work in conjunction with the Ministry for Agriculture, Social Inclusion, the Environment, and Health. We try to coordinate our work so that we concentrate on public and on the public's nutritional needs, protecting with the protection from our Ministry of Agriculture. What activities do we do? We have mentioned the best practices and we've mentioned training. We have schools in the field that train and promote best practices to avoid food loss and waste. We also have programs and projects that work on this, on these guidelines. Our citizens' participation is always very important, and we try to promote all this through the various markets. We also have research with 3 projects. One is based on the base research for tomatoes, for potatoes and bananas. We also have another study which is entitled Measuring the Potential Losses Within the Potato Industry. And then we concentrate on the post-harvesting losses that are part of the agro-livestock chain. What are the activities that we have done? This is the second year in which we provide a prize for best practices in the prevention of loss and waste of food. We have student bodies that work with us. There's coordination between the various governmental entities following the various criteria for the reduction of food waste and loss. And then we have the day to celebrate the production of food, and this is widely disseminated around our country. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. I wanted to remind you that we all have to abide by the time that has been allotted to us. Very well, then I would like to introduce Cristina Amarilla, who is from the agricultural section of the province of Buenos Aires. Thank you so much for this invitation. We wish to convey the greetings of our Minister Rodriguez, who was not able to join us because he had a meeting with the governor. From the Ministry of Agricultural Development, we have developed a number of guidelines to fight the loss and waste of food. First of all, one of the things that we've done mostly together with the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, together with FAO, we've been working in the markets that concentrate the supply of food.
This has come from designing together with the sector. Well, we have a working group, the Ministry of Agricultural Development, with more than 50 or 60 markets for fruits and vegetables, where the wholesale markets are, food markets are. And one of the issues addressed in that working group had to do with food loss and waste, and the need to work to reduce it. The truth is that we began with 2 pilot experiences. The first with Berazategui and Moron, working with the local governments. And the truth is that we drew some very interesting conclusions from that initial effort. For example, it's estimated that food loss is about 8 tons a day in the Berazategui market. And with some of the proposals we are working with, it could be reduced to 50% by 50%. Now, with our first experience at the working group, it was decided, and this involved working an effort on the part of both the ministry and the FAO, We wanted to extend this experience to other markets. Next, please. And this was part of a consultancy that we developed together with FAO. There you see a photo of the government of the city of Buenos Aires, or rather the province of Buenos Aires, with its many, many municipalities. And you can see that in addition to the two experiences we already had, what is anticipated is to work with the next markets, Luján, Pilar, General Rodriguez, Ezeiza, and Moreno. It's important to emphasize that this is an effort not only on the part of the cooperatives or the companies in charge of these markets, but also we work with the environment and production teams of the local governments. Next. So first of all, there's the issue regarding take up the issue, study it, and think about how to make wholesale marketing more efficient. Second important thing is to have more concentrated markets in the province of Buenos Aires. As you can see on the map, there is a great emphasis in what is known as the metropolitan region around the city of Buenos Aires. And then you have the southeast, which is more Bahía Punta. Well, then you have the south in Bahía Blanca. And the thing is that the fruits and vegetables travel many, many hours. And the result is that consumers, well, this is harmful not only to consumers whose produce is not as fresh and lower quality, but it also has a negative impact in terms of price. And the Ministry of Agricultural Development strategy through the different areas is to locate concentrated fruit vegetable markets, to establish more concentrated markets where they don't exist, to make things more efficient, but also to shore up local supply, that there be producers in areas who could be given incentives to produce fruits and vegetables in areas that are more where there's more crop agriculture and stock raising. The idea is to diversify somewhat. Next. Well, here there's some data that you can't quite see in terms of consumption and production. Next, please. Well, here are the objectives of the building of the new markets. Obviously, we work with the food production sector, companies, cooperatives, as well as family farmers engaged in fruit vegetable production. And the truth is that in the course of 2020, we worked in two markets, one in the northeast, Pehuajó and Coronel Suarez in the southwest. And at present, the markets are being built, and we're at the point of putting together the management committee, which will include the participation of producers from the region. Next, please. Next overhead, please. And third, something which we also think is important is tackling retail food sales as well. We were seeing a major concentration in just a few actors in the producer to consumer chain. And so we created a program called Markets of the Province of Buenos Aires. And the idea was to bring producers closer to consumers and to strengthen what we're saying, which is local food supply. Right now, we have 76 municipalities that signed on. More than 1,000 producers are participating. And something interesting, during the pandemic, many small producers who produce on a small scale mentioned to us that independent of the situation of COVID, which had shut down so many businesses, this had been a very successful strategy because it enabled small producers to have an alternative outlet for their sales, and it also enabled some consumers to get fresh products or fresh produce at good prices. Here we show some indicators. You can see that the light blue shows the municipalities that have already joined. And this, the idea is not only to bring about a space for sales, but also to formalize and train small-scale producers so that once they are properly enabled or have the proper qualifications, they can sell their product throughout the municipality and throughout the province. Now, we thought it important to note, to close out this talk, that this is part of a comprehensive policy. We're pretty much out of time. Well, I just want to mention the markets of the province of Buenos Aires. Well, this is, and the Provincial Food Program. This is part of a program that's very successful, not only with respect to the private sector, but also the local and provincial governments, and we're most grateful to the FAO. Thank you. I'm so sorry, I am the bad one here. No doubt, this is an arduous effort. The public policy agenda is very loaded, but let's not lose sight of the fact that reducing loss and waste has benefits at any number of realms. We've seen this throughout the panel, how the panelists tied public policies on loss and waste to other already existing public policies or public policies already being implemented. Thank you very much. Please review the policy playbook, the index presented at the outset, and I'd like to thank the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Natalia, and all of the presenters. It's so good to hear about the differences and the programs being carried out by national and subnational programs. On the social networks, you can discuss the reality of your own countries with the hashtag Sin Desperdicio or FLW Summit in English. You're going to find the link with a quick survey. We appreciate any feedback to keep improving. This ends session 6, and very soon we'll begin session 7. So stay right where you are.
Les doy la bienvenida a la sesión 7, titulado
I welcome you to session 7, Private Sector Strategies for Reducing Loss and Waste. Well, if you're just joining us, welcome. It's so great to have you here. And let me mention, we do have simultaneous interpretation, English, Spanish. You have 3 options at the official IDB website for the event. You will find 3 links, one for English, one for Spanish, or one to simply follow the floor. I would also recommend that you go to the IDB's YouTube channel to see it there, because then you'll be able to see it on the full screen. And you can also sign up for the IDB YouTube channel, because there you'll be able to find the presentations and recordings of this entire meeting. Now, to kick off the session, I will introduce you to Erika Rodriguez, who is the Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Consumer Goods Forum. She will be moderating this session. Erika, you have the floor. Hello, Gina, and hello, everyone. Thank you for participating. Thank you for being here. Businesses of all sizes have valuable experiences reducing losses and waste, and they are positioning themselves as key actors for carrying out these sustainable development goals. This session will begin with a series of presentations by panelists, and will then open up to a panel for Q&A. The panelists who are with us today are Gabriel Isola, General Coordinator at the Uruguayan Confederation of Cooperatives, Alejandra Vasquez, who is the Director of Sustainability of the Bimbo Group, Juan Pardo, Director of Corporate Affairs, Nestle Mexico, Francisco Cordero, who is the Manager for Global Sustainability and Natural Resource Conservation at Kellogg's, and Roxana Sarabia, who is the Manager for Traceability Solutions and Government GS1 Argentina. To begin, well, they're going to tell us about what they are doing in relation to losses and waste, because it's so important for their companies, and how they are contributing to attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. So I can introduce, first of all, Gabriel. He's General Coordinator of the Uruguayan Confederation of Cooperative Entities, and he'll talk to us about sustainability practices at the agro-food cooperatives. Gabriel, you have the floor. Gabriel, I think you might be muted. I'm so sorry. Good afternoon. Certainly, it must be the afternoon for everybody in Latin America. So I'm so delighted to be able to share the space with you for the cooperative movement. Well, allow me to discuss more, well, beyond the Uruguayan experience, but on behalf of the cooperative movement of the Americas, it's a pleasure to be here.
Vamos, si quieren, a la siguiente. La perspectiva de la presentación en esta séptima sesión.
The perspective of the presentation in the session 7 of the summit has to do with how not only the cooperative movement in Uruguay, but of the Americas, I'll really be speaking more from a continental or hemisphere-wide perspective, contributes to the reduction of loss and waste, also from the standpoint of sustainable production and consumption. What can the cooperative movement contribute to the challenge of reducing loss and waste in Latin America? Well, the main elements that, for us, the main substantive elements are the following: an ethical framework for business conduct that is person-focused. As you must know, cooperatives are associations of individuals who democratically and in a participatory manner control businesses to account for their own needs, consumer needs for consumption or needs to facilitate production by their farmer members, and so on. In addition, they also contribute, as this is an effective means, an effective initiative for having a more democratic economy. Cooperatives, by their nature, are organizations that promote redistribution and a more democratic use of resources. The sustainability is in the very DNA of cooperatives. Cooperatives have an overall, explicit overall ethical framework, which has been adopted by the organization that brings them together, which is the International Cooperative Alliance. And every 20 or 30 years, this ethical framework is updated. The latest such update was in 1995, And among the values, the ones that stand out include equality, equity, democracy, mutual aid or assistance, solidarity, and social accountability or social responsibility or corporate responsibility. These values translate into 7 principles of cooperatives worldwide. And among these, and these have a direct impact on the issues we're discussing today, are democratic management, cooperation among cooperatives, and commitment to the community. Cooperatives are very much committed to the 2030 agenda. They follow the ethical framework internationally, and they are organized nationally, regionally, and internationally, bringing together more than 3 million enterprises worldwide and more than 1 billion associates worldwide. In the Americas, there are more than 207,000 organizations that make up the cooperative movement, and this translates into more than 6 million jobs through the cooperative system in the Americas. The International Cooperative Alliance, the ICA, has made a commitment for the organizations to all act together to promote the 2030 agenda and to help attain the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. What is the potential of the cooperative movement in Latin America, a region which, as we know, is the most unequal in the world and the one hardest hit by the COVID pandemic? Not only did it have the greatest impact proportionally in terms of deaths, but also a huge impact in terms of the negative impact on employment and the growth of poverty and extreme poverty. And by way of contrast, it is the region which produces the largest proportion of food products that are earmarked for the rest of the planet, other regions. And so cooperatives play a key role in correcting asymmetries of power among the different sectors or actors in the markets. Now, what do we cooperatives do specifically to reduce loss and waste? First of all, our organizations develop the capacities of our individual producers to improve their strategies for production and logistics so as to avoid losses in their particular establishments. At the same time, they care for and add value to the food products produced in the rural areas, defending their income, their revenues, and this includes working very hard on ensuring the efficiency of agro-food systems. But in addition, as collective community-based organizations, they build local capacity for ever better care for the production and the communities, including reducing loss and waste. So what are we doing to improve the efficiency of the system? We also organize the consumers for them to be protagonists when it comes to resolving their own needs. We coordinate the actors throughout the agro-food chain, endeavoring to avoid possible intermediaries. We build our own systems of financing that make it possible for the development of all the actors and to maximize the efficiency of the system. One example of how these coordination efforts among different organized sectors works through the cooperative system is an initiative that we have been developing in Uruguay. It is known as C-COOP, between the Uruguayan Federation of Cooperatives and the National Cooperative Institute. This system,
si pasamos a la última transparencia,
if we can go into the very last slide,
es un sistema que procura
is a system that seeks
actores
to articulate the various actors in the value chain,
que de alguna manera vincula aquellas cooperativas que
and in one way or another, it ties in those supplier cooperatives, in this case, food suppliers, agricultural co-ops, with consumers who are organized in consumer cooperatives in particular, but also in housing cooperatives and other kinds of cooperatives as consumers of the producer of the products produced by the other types, using its own financing, logistics, and distribution system, all of which also has a major impact, bolstering efficiency and reducing food loss throughout the entire web. Very quickly, Erika. This is what we are doing in Uruguay. There are thousands of specific examples, but I thought it would be interesting to share with you this systemic overview, and also from the perspective, I also wanted to share with you the perspective of the cooperative movement throughout Latin America. Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you for your presentation, and thanks for sharing what you're doing in Uruguay when it comes to sustainability and reduction of food loss and waste. Now, I will give the floor to Alejandra Vasquez, who's the Director for Environmental Sustainability at the Bimbo Group, and she will tell us a bit about what they're doing at the Bimbo Group when it comes to environmental sustainability and particularly reduction of food loss and waste in the region. Thank you, Erika. It's a pleasure to be with you, with several friends and colleagues as well today. First, I'm going to discuss with you what is the Grupo Bimbo and what we do, the program that we have regarding food loss and waste. I'll tell you about that as well, and I'll close out with some of the actions or success stories that we have. So if you can help me with the presentation, that would be great. First of all, let me discuss with you, please turn to the next slide, that the Grupo Bimbo, many of you are no doubt familiar with us. We are a company that was formed in 1945. At that time, we had 4 products and 34 people working with the company, and we had 10 routes. Today, we're saying that we want to be a force for good, and we have more than 13,000 products, 100 brands, more than 10 categories, and we are to be found in 33 countries. We are the largest bakery worldwide, or bread producer worldwide, and we're very proud that the philosophy with which we were born to be a highly productive and fully human enterprise has been maintained throughout these 75 years. Now, let me tell you that the last year, what we did was rename or update the level of ambition of our strategy. Our strategy for sustainability is 100% tied today to feeding a world. That's the purpose of the company. It might seem quite lofty, but we do want to feed a better world, and we have 3 main lines in this. One is for you. It has to do with the nutritional profile of our products. For life, which has to do with how we interact with communities from the growing of our products to their sale, and for nature. And this is where we encompass our commitment to have 50% reduction in food loss and waste by 2025, and we all want to have 0 packaging waste, and we also want net 0 emissions. Let me share some figures with you that reflect our history over the years. The issue of sustainability is nothing new for our company. For many years, we've been working on that. Some of the examples are the ones that I show on these overheads, but I could highlight a few of them. More than 80% of our electrical energy in the 33 countries in which we operate is from renewable sources. We have major programs for reducing the amount of plastic in our packaging, programs geared to reducing and ensuring better use of water, and also programs geared to agriculture. with our regenerative agriculture strategy. And today, I am going to talk a little bit more about food waste. So if you could move to the next, please. Our strategy is for zero waste. We have a goal that I was discussing with you, which is by 2025, 50% of the food waste in our operations must be cut by 50%. This by 2025. We have two main strategies. One is reduction and the other is sustainable destinations or earmarks. And I'm going to talk to you about the strategy we've been working with for the last 5 years. The strategy is called WOW, or WOW. It's a striking name, but it's a war on waste. And the war on waste has 5 main pillars, which you can see up on the screen. The first is a committee for waste reduction. That is to say, it's a multidisciplinary team that begins to review the root causes in our operations and the sale of our products of food waste. Then we have the strategy of going back to basics on activities that go to the training to ensure there's a clear understanding about what our product should be like, the specifications, the formulas and such, so that we can avoid any mistakes to the maximum. We also have talked about the road to reliability. This is an issue where we find that sometimes the failings or failures are some mechanical failure. So we try to have multidisciplinary teams at all time to avoid such mechanical breakdowns or errors in our operations. If you can go to the next, another fundamental issue is the culture of how can I help you? In other words, having these 4 types of teamwork, bringing about these kinds of teamwork in our operations to help us identify how we can control the process through collaboration, sometimes help through line masters or what we can have through our maintenance areas so as to avoid operational failures that result in food waste. And the last area, which is going back to basics, has to do with ensuring what is being ordered or what's being asked of us to be able to respond properly to the market and avoid waste in this manner. This is a strategy for going back to doing what you do in business, the basics. And this strategy is altogether called the war on waste. In this war on waste, we have some results to mention. For example, we have the major reduction in food waste in Latin America and Mexico. We also have a very good level of replication or the acquisition of these good practices or 5 pillars throughout the company. We believe that success when it comes to reducing food waste also has to do with collaboration and understanding vis-a-vis different actors, what are the good practices that we can engage in. And that is why, for example, in Mexico, we're working with the Pact for Food, other allies, BAMEX, the IDB, the Consumer Goods Forum, in order to understand what others do in their food waste reduction approaches. We want to replicate those that work and also share what has gone well with us, such as, for example, this program of War on Waste. We also have some particular programs, such as Too Good to Go, which we have in Spain, which has to do with some programs to encourage food donations. There is the case of the global energy race that we saw a few months ago, where we made a donation. Everybody who signed up to participate in that race, and this is to generate donations to food banks. So we have 2 main lines. One is the war on waste with a view to reduction. The other is looking at sustainable destinations, that is, say, donation or best management of food waste, and the alliances that in some way or another are cross-cutting throughout our strategy. And if we click on the next one, I would tell you what are the next steps in our struggle towards attaining our goal for 2025. Well, we need to renew and make sure that this war on waste is carried out throughout our value chain, including supplies, including how we sell our products. And we need to ensure that the uses are sustainable, that they're in keeping with our policies in terms of donations and so on. And then there's the issue of analyzing critical places where we need to implement corrective actions in keeping with the attainment of our goals. And this, in general, tells you where we're at in food waste reduction and where we're headed. Thank you very much, Erika.
A ti mil gracias, Ale. Gracias por compartirnos.
I thank you, Alejandra,
Desde el grupo Bimbo,
for sharing with us what you're doing from the Bimbo group.
el proceso y sé que ha sido un trabajo muy
And we have been watching what you've been doing. We know how hard you've been working at this and going step by step, covering every areas of the company in countries, innovating in this subject matter. I think the Bimbo Group strategy has been a winning one to integrate the different areas of the company to the environmental sustainability pillars, each one acting from his or her area, addressing loss and waste. We're going to also learn now from some other inspiring experiences from other companies in the sector. Juan Pardo is our next speaker, the manager of corporate affairs for Nestle in Mexico. Tell us what you do to address loss and waste of food.
Gracias, Erika. Gracias por la invitación y por.
Thank you, Erica, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to tell you a bit about what we're doing in Latin America to address the loss and waste of food. We sum it up by saying, together we are more, meaning we join efforts, the efforts of all, in a food system in which each one of the actions can make a difference. Obviously, the objective that Nestle has to address loss and waste is to reduce it as much as we can, and to do so, the main focus is on the value chain, which is to accelerate our actions. Ultimately, I think we're all clear on the theory, but we actually have to turn it into practice and step up that effort, the collective actions, working with colleagues in companies. Today, 95% of operations that we have worldwide are at zero waste. We still have 5% to go, but that gives you an idea of what we've done. First, you have to clean up your own act at home before moving to the outside world. So Nestle pledges to carry out 5 things: prevention of loss and waste, placing value on food products, that goes to how we design our food products, the responsible purchase from the field, manufacturing, distribution of food, shelf life. We can tell consumers how that's measured. Packaging is also important to ensure that the packaging can keep the product fresh as long as possible, keeping all of its natural virtues, outreach toward the consumer, and internally to all those who collaborate in our company. We are working with our partners for them to understand what this means to us and to be clear about what ultimately this can become. When we speak about 1/3 of food produced is wasted, and if we say that by 2050 we need to have 50% more food, and we wouldn't have that problem if we made use of the food we have. We have to work with other stakeholders, other companies that are already on board. The National Farming Council agrees this is a key part of what we can do. Now, when we explain to the producers that any loss, any waste is a loss of income for them,
si yo me comprometo a comprar más de su producción, entonces ellos pueden tener un mejor ingreso con lo que ya producen hoy en día.
now if I buy more of their production, that increases their revenues. 4 is reporting, and 5, transparency. We need to measure what we're doing to know what progress we're making. We need to be transparent. We do this globally and in Latin America through shared value chain reports that we put together every year. Again, to know what progress we're making, we have to measure what we're doing. What we've done through this competitive process in which we share success stories in Mexico and Argentina, we're doing it that way and with the productive process. When production isn't at the same level, we can help the primary sector keep up its level of production over a longer period of time. That's one thing we can do to help. When there's excessive production in Brazil, then we step in to see how we can make use of those that surplus of coffee beans. Now in Mexico, we've got loss-free evaporated milk, carnation, lossless carnation, or sin desperdicio. And so what we do is offer tips to the consumer on how to cook without wasting any of the product, to make best use of one's freezer. These are tips for cooks at home, how to correctly store food, how to cook more than one meal at the same time, to make use of all the other ingredients that you're using, knowing what you have in your cupboard, having the optimum conditions to keep your food fresh at home. We have some very simple tips on these things, and so the most important thing for us is to do this outreach, to educate, to take the knowledge we already have and pass it on to providers and consumers to ensure they can avail themselves of this, and altogether we can reduce loss and waste. Working with other companies, other organizations that have the same approach is something else we do. Together, we are more, we like to say. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Ya gané tiempo, ¿verdad? Ya gané tiempo.
I saved you some time. With time left over, yes.
Juan, muchas gracias por compartir.
We had to make up for last time, so thank you. Thank you for sharing Nestle's best practices with us. You are quite inspiring in the stories that you tell about working together, pulling together. Thank you. We give the floor now to Francisco Cordero, who's going to tell us what Kellogg is doing. He is the Manager of Global Sustainability at the Natural Resource Conservation at Kellogg. You have the floor. Happy to hear you. Thank you, and I thank you for the opportunity to take part and to share with you what we're doing. Let's go on to the next slide. This by way of background, to situate you within the context of what we're doing right now. Next slide, please. Now, food loss versus food waste. We've heard a little bit about this from Nestle. Measuring is important. To measure well, we have to define what we're going to measure. So defining the difference between loss and food is first in this effort. And for the definition of loss, before the food reaches the consumer, if you look at the chart, the bar graph down below, broken down by region, and our part, that is production, the dark blue line in the middle represents us, and you can see it changes a lot depending on where you are. It's a small percentage in the whole value chain of food, that part which is lost. So internally, that is our aegis, that's our focus. Next. If we look at the hierarchy of value of discarded food, and waste is defined and loss is defined, and you can see below the green line in the upside down pyramid those definitions and the different categories. Higher value use is above that line. Now, in our case, we've tried to tackle both food loss and waste. Our profile of waste means that we are a part of that, and so we need to tackle it head on. So, next slide.
Estamos tratando de nuevo de atacar lo que son desechos a través de toda la cadena de valor.
So we're trying to do this, tackle waste throughout the entire food chain. So if you look at our value chain, where our ingredients are in agriculture, we're working with our partners to be more efficient in harvesting the ingredients we use, and at the time we make meals or food products. We saw this from Nestle and Bimbo, operational efficiency, offering food recipes, because our factories are really big kitchens and we cook every day, and we try to improve upon our recipes. We are also trying to improve our packaging, making clear what the expiration date is, the shelf life of the product. And we share this information with our communities, especially at the time of donating our product. We do have goals of reaching 50% reduction of our organic waste and 30% of that is 50% of that which is discarded, and a similar figure for food loss and waste. At Kellogg, discarded food is any organic material that is not sent. It's not used to feed animals. It doesn't go to a landfill. And as far as organic waste, it's that which is sent to our factory, from our factories to feed animals. Next slide. So why do we include that part of waste that goes to feeding animals? Although it is a high percentage, we are not in the business of feeding livestock. We're in the business of feeding people. And that's where we want the bulk of our production to go, to feeding people. In the blue line on the left, that defines waste by way of the food going to feeding animals. It accounts to nearly 80% on the right-hand side. That zooms in on food waste without counting that part that goes to feeding animals. That's about 1% of waste is for food, 9% is what is channeled to feeding livestock. We have been reducing quite effectively since 2016 that percentage. We have brought that number down by 30%. 30% of 1% of our waste. So we think if we can reduce further that which goes to feeding animals, we can harness, avail ourselves of these products that are not wasted by feeding people. So measuring is important. It has not been easy to arrive at this degree of fine-tuning our ability to measure. We want to continue optimizing our process for us to reduce this further, create more product with fewer ingredients. In broad strokes, that's my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them at the end.
Francisco. Le damos la palabra a nuestra última presentación.
We give the floor to Roxana Saravia, Manager of Solutions of Traceability and Governance in Argentina, GS1.
Muchas gracias, Erika. Muchas gracias a todo el equipo organizador.
Thank you, Erica, and everyone who organized this event. It's a pleasure for me to be here. It was quite interesting to hear from the companies on this panel who have been working on cutting loss and waste and measuring it. I'm going to talk a bit about GS1, a global standard-setting organization to facilitate trade. 50 years ago, we were founded.
Los productos y que ustedes lo conocen porque es el código de barras que usamos para pasar por el escáner.
Now, you know our barcode sticker that goes on food products that's scanned at the checkout. That gives us the price of the product. We've digitized this process.
Para trabajar con las cadenas de valor en la búsqueda de.
And that's a collaboration. That's a way we collaborate to the value chain.
Procesos. Así que con esta visión de GS1 y por nuestro también el trabajo que hacemos en GS1 Argentina.
So that's our mission, and regarding the work we do in Argentina.
La carta de trabajo colaborativa a la que invitó el Ministerio de Agricultura.
The Minister of Agriculture of our country addressed what we're doing, and we're working with the ministry to work with the public and the private sectors to reduce loss and expand food production distribution. We have a long story. Actually, it's quite new because it started in 2015 when we undertook our first national effort to measure loss, and we created a national network bringing on board the private sector and educators to work on this topic. A law was enacted to spur the donations of food. We signed on to this pledge to work together. We have put together different proposals in this sector. We've been undertaking a number of studies over the last 20 years in the sector. It's a collaborative effort. So we are working with companies and with the agricultural ministry to measure products before the products reach the consumer, for us to understand what's happening, how much is lost, and how can we bring that number down, loss and waste. We had a first workshop with the Ministry of Agriculture. Of course, we need the data that that ministry provides to us to come up with these indicators. Other entities were also invited all aligned with the objectives or targets we set for ourselves in 2019 according to FAO's targets. This enabled us to make a proposal which enjoyed the support of a number of organizations from the public and private sectors and other consumer organizations. Based on that first effort, last year we published a report co-sponsored by the IDB, and we have the intention of building a platform that would be a hub of information, centralizing information, so we can get a handle on what's really happening in the sector. This is a web page of the IDB. Feel free to visit it. Now, this is at the supermarkets, operational loss. 48.1% of the loss is unknown. We just know the product isn't there. We don't know why. 51.9% is the known, the loss that we can quantify, that we know of. 4.8% is operational at point of sale. 123,000 tons of product lost. So we analyze the causes. You see that on the chart. What happened to the product under the category of unknown loss?
Tenemos otra cantidad en mermas no clasificadas, en productos vencidos, en roturas, en diferencias de
So there are products, the packaging was broken, or
bastante bajo en donaciones.
products that were returned,
¿Qué nos permitió
donated.
Para tomar acciones? Este fue el piloto inicial.
This was the initial pilot project,
Y que nos dio paso a distintos ejes de trabajo.
Which helped us devise different lines of work.
El primero es hacer una medición periódica.
The first is to undertake periodic measuring.
Que nos sacamos, pero necesitamos medir y tener datos en forma más oportuna.
We can have an idea of where we stand right now, but we need to measure changes over time for companies to be more aware of what's happening. This is the first report. Based on it, companies have started to adopt some measures. Innovation is another line of action. 3, donation, closely tied to returns. That which is not sold, that can still be sold, can be donated. That is, its quality is good enough still for consumption that can be donated, even though it wasn't sold.
Para compartir experiencia y que otras cadenas, otras industrias puedan tomar ejemplos de quienes están un poquito más.
Other industries, other value chains are doing the same. We collaborate with each other, so we measure for us to know exactly where to tweak what we're doing, find solutions that cannot be taken only by one company. It has to be a collaborative effort. The interpreter would like to say, the further away the speaker gets from a microphone, the harder it is to hear her. These are products. We try to innovate our technology to address this problem. So what are we working on today? We're putting together a dashboard on sustainability that would enable us to carry out periodic measuring, ultimately to craft a host of indicators and defining sectors
iban a ser medidos, acordamos con
and food items that will be measured.
van a enviar y cómo para que nosotros lo procesemos. Y bien, y estamos trabajando con la Universidad Nacional de Rosario en la
We're working with the National University of
con la cátedra
Rosario,
carrera, perdón, de estadística para
the statistics department of that university, to help us create indicators.
sector privado como también a otros organismos o a los ministerios para colaborar con estas mediciones.
And we are trying to bring the private sector and the different ministries on board in this effort. I will conclude now to not exceed my allotted time. I thank everyone for collaborating. We all have a
En la construcción de
role to play,
importante los datos que nos aportan las
and to do this, we need data. Thank you very much. I stand by for your questions.
Roxana, mil gracias. Mil gracias por compartirnos la.
Thank you, Rosanna. I thank you for sharing that information with us about what you're doing in Argentina at GS1. We're happy to be a part of that effort with so many other partners. We know that the only way to work and achieve the best results is to work together in a comprehensive, collective way with the same purpose in mind. We do have some questions. We only have 3 minutes left. So what I would like to do is to ask one question to whoever would like to answer it. One question, and we'll make up for those 3 minutes we've fallen behind. Going back to Juan's topic, and Rosanna addressed it as well in her presentation, I would like to ask you, and also just to help to clarify to those who listen, who are listening in right now, why is it so important that we work together on this topic? Why would competitors work with each other? Companies that in any other area would not be working together, but rather competing with each other. Why does this have to be done in a collaborative way? Because I'm certain that's a question that people listening in might be asking. This is something that any large company could probably do on its own. Why would I have to cooperate with others? If you look at Sin Desperdicio and the other platforms or forums that are doing this.
Gracias.
Juan,
Bueno, rapidísimo, pues yo lo único que te puedo decir es que hay temas.
The only thing I can say
Este es uno de ellos.
is that on this, there is no real competition. This is for humanity. It's for food, and that's the fun part. That's where together we are more. We're not talking about different colors or profits for some and not for others. We like cooperating because, again, as we say, we're more when we stand together. I agree with that. We have no option. We have to collaborate on such an important topic. And something else that's important is the impact. Working together, we can have a greater impact, quicker and better. We all learn something when we do it, go it alone. But when we collaborate with other companies, each with its own practices and ways of operating, we leverage the impact we can have. This, without a doubt, is something that we are trying to do. We want everyone to be on board, aligned with these strategies, and want to do it right and quickly. So it's the best of both worlds. Doing it collaboratively. Why? Well, operationally speaking, we have the concept of waste being something throughout the entire value chain. Nestle, Bimbo, and Kellogg share the same providers, and some of our, and many of our clients are the same clients. So we have to work, if we're going to work with the people who provide us with our raw material, it's best to do it together. And if we're working with Carrefour or Walmart, the outlets that we sell to, it also makes sense to collaborate to achieve scale and efficiency. That's why we work together.
Entonces, cumpliendo a ustedes el tiempo que teníamos para este panel,
Very well, then we have abided by the time that we had available. All your experiences are clear, the work that you've done together, the work that you've done jointly as industries and associations within this topic. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you for being part of this panel. And thank you for working collaboratively for a common goal. Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you. We wanted to hear more, but unfortunately, we just don't have time available. It's very interesting to find out what they're doing in the private sector. Yes, we are almost at the end of our first day. We have a very special conclusion. We will speak with international guests and we will be cooking live. We'd like to be able to do a survey before we go, so please be part of this channel because you will be able to listen to all the presentations that are part of today's work. So stay with us. We're starting our 8th session, and this is a la carte, sustainable gastronomy without any wastage. Juan Pardo from Nestle was telling us that they developed a virtual recipe book, and now you will understand why I will say all this. We will look at our panelists. They're from different areas of the planet, and they're all ready to show us what is going on in Ecuador. We have Chef Rodrigo Pacheco, and he was appointed as a Goodwill Ambassador from FAO, and he likes to prioritize the concept of sustainability in the kitchen and the preservation of nature. Works for Nestle, and he competed against 24 of the best chefs in the world. Welcome and thank you. And then we will continue. I also have to introduce Chef Juan Pablo Mellado from Chile, who's devoted most of his time to gastronomy. He has traveled throughout the world. He has great experience overseas, particularly in Spain. He's the author of a number of cookbooks, and he is known for his participation in a number of TV shows in Chile and in Latin America. We also have Jimena Solis, who is Unilever's chef's coordinator. She's ready to go. Wonderful. She is the coordinator for inspiration of Unilever. So this is a team that proposes innovative proposals for other chefs with the necessary tools to be able to prepare these wonderful recipes. Next to her is Laura Castillo, who is also a chef at the Don Orione home in Malvinas, Argentina. I've heard, Laura, that you really are in your element when you're in the kitchen, and you provide wonderful food for the residents of this home. So you have to be willing to learn new things, to learn new techniques. This is something that all of us should be doing, in fact. Well, thank you so much for the invitation. I think that we have a surprise. We'll leave the surprise for the end. But first of all, let's start with a round of questions. Let's begin with Rodrigo and Juan Pablo. Here they are on screen. I'd like to ask you, when in your careers did you start becoming aware of reducing loss and waste with your food? When did that happen? What actions are you undertaking at this time? Rodrigo, would you start? Yes, thank you. I believe that after training as a chef, once I realized that I needed to go close to the soil, to the land, and when I touched the soil, I understood the origin of my profession. I understand that this is an honor change. It's a number of processes that involve good agriculture, nature, and what happens with the kitchen, other honor cycles like avoiding wastage and returning nutrients to the soil to generate good food. This is what I've been doing over the last 9 years, implementing what I want to be one of the biggest bioedible forests in the world, solving local problems. At this time, gastronomy, Boca Valdivia, is fulfilling this. We are positively transforming the quality of life of our communities and to make sure that ecosystems and cultures, knowledge and cultures that go back thousands of years are preserved. We feel very proud of this as Latin Americans. I know that your menu takes into account the different seasons. Boca Valdivia is open 3 times a week at night for only 12 people, because that is how we can be self-sufficient, almost 100% self-sufficient, including fishing and the cultivation of products of crops that grow naturally at certain times of the year. So we don't have to resort to hunting. We have what we need. And so our menu changes, and we're talking about 10 times during which you can try a great variety of bio foods that are adapted to today's needs in the world. Wonderful. So tell us what you prepare. We prepare, for instance, a dish with oysters that are covered with plantain leaves with a special emulsion of native plants of this region. So we can try different products that come from the ocean, sea urchins, for example, and they're prepared based on present and future needs. I know that this is something very complex, but Juan Pablo, tell us a little bit about your story. Well, I'd like to say that it's about becoming aware of what is relevant. Sustainability is relevant in our kitchen. And this is something somewhat recent. There are cases like the one that our dear friend was telling us about. But I think that these are more exceptions than rules. But at this time, however, there is a wider global conscience. Maybe this is something that goes back 4 or 5 years at the most, but it's becoming visible, not only from the point of view of food itself, the food preparation, gastronomy, but also in terms of environmentalism. So this is one of the main issues in the world. So I believe that most of us have to be more aware of this. We listen, we hear this. This is something that makes sense. So it has to be something that we see as being urgent. The issue of sustainability is an urgent issue. It's not just something that you talk about, but it's something that you have to do something about. So I would tell you that I'm in the group of those who maybe did not realize this many years ago. We've been working on this more recently, 5, 6 years ago. I am working on a school food project at a national level here in Chile. And school programs are important in countries where there's such a large volume of foods that turn around, because you have to feed millions of children every day. And so this is an important environment in which to make changes so that we can have a strong impact on this as a whole. So we have to make sure that food which is served to children not only is safe, balanced, that it arrives every corner of the country, but it should also contain the gastronomical components so that it's good, it's tasty. Why? Because this is the only reason why a child will eat that food. A child will not eat food because you tell him or her that it's good for them. They will eat it because it tastes well, because it has a nice smell. And so we want to make sure that this is done more efficiently. The result of this project, in the numbers that we've been able to analyze over these last few years, is that there are 20% more consumption of food, and we're talking about millions of dollars of public resources that are used better, and we're also using a food which is better tasting, so there is less wastage. Those 25,000 tons of food that are wasted. So thanks to FAO, we're becoming much more internationalized. We have pilot programs in other countries of Latin America. Now, here is the key question. The food has to taste well. What is the key for food to be good, to be tasty? It always has to do with two things: the raw materials. If they're bad raw materials, there's nothing you can do with that, or something that is done in a slovenly manner or is not in season, if something is produced where there is no sunshine, it's not going to be tasty. It's not going to be good. It's not even worth wasting that water to grow it. So there also has to be a person in the kitchen, whether it's an amateur or a professional, that knows how to modify it where necessary in order to enhance tastes and flavors. In certain culinary cultures, we reach very sophisticated levels. Popular cuisine requires many components, but basically someone in the kitchen at home takes the raw materials, gives it a little more flavor with gastronomical techniques, and this really has to do with popular knowledge more often than not. So good raw materials that are good, well processed, that are processed in the best possible way. Fine, Juan Pablo. Now let's go on to Jimena Solis. I have to tell you that Unilever for a while has been doing some very interesting work. It has a program called Women in Action to make sure that women and their work in dining rooms is known. So not only are we inventing food, but we all want to be able to do that. But now, Jimena, tell us a little bit about this program. Who thought of it? How was it created? Mujeres en Acción, Women in Action was born during the pandemic. It's a public and private program. During the pandemic, we started working with a group of friends. We asked ourselves, how can we work in those communities where Unilever has its factories, has its plants. So we started talking about that. There's one in Malvinas. So we decided that we wanted to provide knowledge. We wanted to provide training within the communities. We didn't just want to go along with a donation. We decided that we wanted to reach these communities and understand what we could do in order to provide them with a little grain of knowledge. So we said, Jimena, what could you do? And we were able to create 3 pillars for the training. The first one is the good practices for those who manipulate and manage great volumes of food, do it in a safe manner. Another one of the pillars is the correct disinfection and cleaning of the kitchen area. And the third pillar is the way we prepare dishes that are balanced and that are nutritionally sound. So you have to take this into account, and by doing this with what you have at hand, it's important to understand that these women do magic with what they have, at hand. And then I would also like to tell you that based on this program that began within these communities where we have plants, Unilever has plants. So this had such an impact. It became so important that now the entire community of Unilever employees take part in this. They're part in these dining room programs. So I get in touch with them, and now they come in themselves. They're here presentially because during the pandemic, of course, we were doing everything virtually. But based on all this, we created a book which is titled The Recipes That Come to the Rescue. These are recipes in which all the protagonists, all these wonderful women that create magic in these dining rooms, provide these recipes. I was with them throughout the process, and we created this book, which is a recipe book. And again, we did this with FAO and with the Ministry of Livestock Farming, Agriculture, and Fisheries of Argentina. I learned so much from all of them, so we're very happy with this program that continues to develop and grow every single day, reaching more women in more communities so that we can impart this little grain of knowledge that is so important, basically, when we are handling food. I hope that you can provide me with that book or tell me where I can find that book so you can rescue me. We'll find a way to send it to you. No problem. Thank you so much. I love these concepts, and what you're doing with Unilever is really wonderful. So congratulations to all of you. Very well. Now, Laura, tell us a little bit about your experience with Women in Action and how do you make the most of all these foods in the kitchen? Because as Jimena was saying, the great challenge is to do all that in this situation. Well, of course, we had these wonderful women that gave us training so that we could make the most of what we had at hand. I am in the senior home, Don Orione. We have 60 residents, and of course, we have to give them a breakfast, lunch, a snack in the afternoon, and dinner. We have a 3-week menu that we come up with, and then we buy based on this menu on a weekly basis due to economic reasons, or maybe we don't have the products that are necessary. Sometimes we have to make do with what we have. So we also receive donations, and basically we have to adapt that day's menu with what we receive so that we don't waste any of the raw material that we have. And after that, we have to make sure that we prepare a meal that is balanced, that is nutritious, and remember that there are people who are diabetic, who can't eat salt, and who have special needs. So there always is a solution, right? Even if you don't have that much, you can always invent something. You can make something up. All right, I will leave you now because I'd like to talk with the public. We'd like to know what you know about gastronomy. Are you a great cook? Are you a chef? Or if you're simply one of those enthusiasts who isn't necessarily trained in the kitchen. Okay, let's go into the Slido platform. Here you can see it on screen. It's www.slido.com, hashtag CumbrePDA. And the question is, when you have to cook at home, what is your level of knowledge and expertise? I'm a professional chef, advanced, intermediate, basic, but with the desire to learn. 100% say that they can't even fry an egg. Thank you so much for the honesty. Intermediate, advanced. I think that we're, well, I think it evens out. I think that this session will be wonderful for you, for those people who want to learn, and for those who don't know much, that you will be interested in learning and making the most of the products you have. We have been together all day, and we've listened to all of your comments and your participation from all the countries in our region, and I wish to thank you very much for this. Here we are. Let's close the slide, and now we want to go on to the topic at hand, how to cook without any waste. We don't want to waste the presence of these experts. It's very difficult to bring together international chefs. So let's ask questions and receive their answers, because this is something that affects all of us sooner or later. Let's start with you, Rodrigo. What do you think? I'd like to ask you a basic existential question for all of us. This is the $1 million question. I don't know if they told you that this would be the question, but it's a difficult one. Rodrigo. So in your refrigerator, there are a number of shelves, and there could be counter contamination or different maturation processes. How do you manage all that? What are the things that you're not supposed to mix? In a refrigerator at home, there are a number of shelves, but we have to make sure that the products are stored in containers that are made of a material that allow for their conservation. You don't want to use film, that plastic film or aluminum foil, because that creates a lot of waste, the resources such as plastic and aluminum. And after that, we want to privilege those sectors, those sections of the refrigerator where you're going to store certain vegetables, fruit and vegetables in one area, but kept separately. And then other refrigerated products that are fresh, that have to be refrigerated. And on the top shelf, you have to have all of your milk products, cheese, milk, yogurt, so that you can subdivide the space by different food stuff. And so you avoid that kind of contamination. Now, after COVID, we started disinfecting our hands with alcohol. And I think that this is the right time to tell all of you that antiseptic alcohol, the type of alcohol you buy in a pharmacy, is wonderful in disinfecting foods, in the materials that you use, and nothing is left where you use the alcohol. Basically, what you're doing is that you're killing the bacteria, and it's a type of alcohol that is used for foodstuffs. So remember that in order to avoid contamination. Also, remember that another important area that needs to be disinfected is your sink, your kitchen sink, and the areas where you store food. We're talking about alcohol that we use it's antiseptic alcohol for surfaces and for your hands. And in many ways, you can also apply it directly in certain cases on certain products that can't be washed. For instance, some mushrooms that can't really be washed. You can use a very small quantity in order to get rid of particles of soil. Obviously, this is not to be ingested. It is simply to be used to disinfect on certain areas and on, for instance, the door to your refrigerator. Every time you use that handle to open the refrigerator, you can be contaminated. I think that what you're saying is very important, because the pandemic obviously gave rise to many questions. How do you use alcohol in the kitchen? Can you spray it on surfaces? Can you spray it on the food? Now, talking about chicken, because chicken is really a topic in and of itself. What would you recommend? First of all, you want to make sure that you are consuming a product that comes from a certified source, that the animal has not been mistreated, that has not been injected antibiotics or liquids in order to increase their weight. So you want to make sure that it's a product that comes from an actual farm, where farmers grow their own animals. And another very important thing is the use of herbs, for instance, rosemary, garlic, onions, that are important in combating and fighting those ingredients that can be contaminating. And you can marinate your chicken, and they provide this wonderful aroma. and enhance the taste.
So you can both enhance the flavor of these plants and at the same time make them longer lasting and marinating them. In the case of chicken, it's very good to do that and keep it covered and cool. And don't keep it for too many days. One should be cautious in when buying. Buy just what you need. Don't go shopping when you're hungry, because then you'll just buy because you're hungry. And then think about something. When you recycle at home, what you're doing, you'll realize what the waste is, and there you'll realize just how much packaging you're bringing into your house each month. And that should create more awareness for you to get rid of and eliminate the use of these packages, and to make sure that you get your packages from, or rather get your products from places that are more conscious in this regard, and also to support community development. These are key tips that you're sharing with us that should be shared on social networks as well. And now I'm going to turn to Juan Pablo. We're going to talk briefly about storing food, which is important in this post-pandemic, or really still pandemic era. We store, we keep food. So what are the ABCs of storing your food in such a way that you eliminate waste or reduce waste? Well, I would have to repeat a bit what was just said, because I think it's really excellent advice what the chef just said about shopping. In a home with a refrigerator, it doesn't make sense to store large amounts of food because, well, it's not a restaurant. It's not a place where the public comes to eat, unless you have a very numerous family and you have to buy, say, so much milk for a given week or so much of whatever. I would say that people often shop once a week, and even people who go to the local businesses in their neighborhood, and if you live in a city or a town, well, people might go shopping several times a week. And I think that's a very virtuous concept, because you also support local business persons. You're not necessarily spending all of your resources in the large or big box type supermarkets. So I would say that storing so much is not the way to go. It's not necessary in most cases. And if it is necessary, the most important thing is to bear in mind that each product needs to be stored in a different way. Perishables, for example, vegetables, meats can be refrigerated or frozen depending on just how long you intend to keep them. The argument number one there, or the first recommendation is for these products, is if they come in packages, it's best that they come in packaging that is stuck to the surface of the product. In the case of, say, meat or fish, if you're going to store it, I would hope that in the bag or in whatever package it comes in, there's not, well, freezing will make the surface subject to freezer burn to some extent. So even though it's not so good to use film paper because it is highly polluting, if you're going to buy fish, you're going to have to use some of that kind of saran wrap type paper. And don't use wrap what you will use on each occasion that you want to use it. We already talked about refrigerators. And in terms of non-perishables, say long-lasting milk or something that is canned or comes in a Tetra Pak, they should be kept in a dry place without light, with a moderate room temperature, less than 68 or 72 degrees. And then there are certain products that require special conditions. For example, olive oil. Olive oil is harmed by sun, by heat. It mustn't be put anywhere near the oven in the kitchen. And so on. You can come up with specific recommendations on a product by product basis. Certainly, more than one of us is thinking, oh my God, I've got to reorganize some things. So it's great that everyone is connected to the summit, and these are really excellent recommendations. Thank you so much. Now let's see if we can have all 4 on screen. I'd like to have a quick Q&A session. I'm going to put a question out to you. You could just give it a thumbs up or not. Talking about certain products or fruits or vegetables. Keep it in the freezer or not. Keep it in the freezer or not. So let's play this game. Let's begin with the first fruit. Banana in the freezer or not? Very good, very good. I don't put my bananas in the freezer, so that makes me feel very good. Second, a vegetable. Onion in the freezer? I see there's split opinion here. I can offer the floor if you can explain why yes and why no. Onion can be kept outside because of its own natural protective layer. But a spring onion or onion that you've already diced needs to be kept in the refrigerator, so long as it is in a cool, dry, ventilated place. And as my colleague says, it's got what it needs because of its natural skin. If we have it in this condition, cut up, then as my colleague has said, it's got to be kept in the refrigerator or in the freezer. Otherwise, that's not necessary. Rodrigo, did you want to add anything? You had answered in the positive. Well, sometimes you take out a lot, you use it, and then you end up collecting small pieces of vegetables that start losing the organoleptic and vitamin qualities and such. To avoid that, one must cook it very specifically to use what we're going to use in the food, avoiding keeping it unless it's really viable. There's nothing better than a recently prepared fresh meal. Yes, of course. Last, and this might be a divided opinion or not, but eggs in the freezer or not? I love it. I love it. So who wants to give an explanation? It depends on how fresh the eggs are, and it depends on the origin, how the chickens were raised, for example, or how the hens were raised. It's not necessary in the countryside where I live because the eggs are constantly rotating through the house because they come from right here. So there are many exceptions to the rule. And this goes back to the values of rural life and agrarian life, in my case. Now, a very similar question for the audience, or for the public. So we'll go into Slido as well. Of course, the chefs, you can enter as well. Okay, Slido will now appear on the screen. There it is. Here's the question, the $1 million question. Do you put your tomatoes in the refrigerator, or do you leave them at room temperature? Let's see. Answers, please. So far, all the answers are put them in the refrigerator. Okay, the opinion of the public is clear. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to ask the chefs, what do you do with tomatoes? In my case, I don't think that tomatoes belong in the refrigerator, but they can be an exception. They shouldn't be put in the refrigerator because they'll lose their flavor. What's the exception? If you bought a tomato or you received from your supplier a tomato that's too ripe, that's really at the right point, and you need to use it a few days down the line, then I do recommend that you put it in the refrigerator. Why? In order to lengthen its useful life. But if you buy a tomato, as one generally does, or one buys a tomato that's somewhat green, then it really should be left at room temperature in order to accelerate the ripening and so as to be able to consume it at its optimal point. So it depends on the condition of the product when you bring it home. Yes, exactly. Now, some quick questions in terms of cold chains. We have discussed that somewhat, but it's an important issue. And I'm very interested in this because I confess I have a concern about such things. I have a question for each of you. Let's begin with Rodrigo. Now, frozen meats, do they last forever? Does it depend on which one? It depends on the condition they were in when they were frozen. If you bought them from a certified supplier that pre-froze them and that has the supplies to do so and has proper equipment to distribute frozen goods, or is it a piece of meat that you froze? Well, that will delimit the time. It also depends on the type of wrapping or packaging that is used. For example, if it is vacuum packed in the absence of oxygen, then the freezing could last without loss of quality for approximately 30 days. And that's because it has a packaging that protects it a second skin, plus if there's no oxygen, plus it would be at least minus 18 degrees Celsius. That would be preserved in an optimal manner, considering the normal operations of a household. Now, if it were a restaurant or an eatery, then one would need to bear in mind other factors of conservation, and there should be, it should never be more than 7 days to make sure there's a healthy rotation of provisions. And what about the type of meat? Yes, it might also depend on the type of meat. Many people like to purchase beefsteaks that have already been sliced fine. And obviously, those pieces are going to be more vulnerable to freezer burn, deformation, and loss of quality, in contrast to a product that is larger, that is covered by its fat, by the tendon still. All of that protects it in one way or another. Plus how we handle it. So speaking of freezing, before yielding to my colleagues and their valuable insights, let's talk about thawing. So it's important to thaw food properly. You should, to do it quickly, you want to use warm water or hot water, because between 10 degrees and 50 degrees, there can be a contamination of food surfaces and so forth with bacteria. If you, so what is to be recommended is not to thaw in hot water, but rather a slow flow of cool or cold water to make sure that there's no problem of microbial proliferation. And is it better to thaw it in the refrigerator or out at room temperature? In the refrigerator. Excuse me, please. Yes, go ahead. Perhaps the next day, one can take that piece of meat and put it in the refrigerator, and then it will come to its proper temperature and it will thaw so that it not reach those dangerous temperatures, as Rodrigo noted, which could be terrible in a piece of meat for any of us. And refreeze, never. Thaw and then refreeze, never. The only way to refreeze it is if it's somehow processed. So if I thaw that piece of meat and then I cook it, then I can freeze it again. But there has to be some thermic treatment. Otherwise, it's very dangerous. Very well. Now let's turn to Juan. Pablo, can we freeze pastas? What are you referring to? Like spaghetti? It depends on the condition. Fresh pasta, homemade, can be frozen without any problem. Indeed, I think it's the best way to conserve it because it's so delicate that it works well to put it straight into the hot water. I think that's what happens at restaurants now. Dry pasta, you don't really need to conserve it because the fact that it's been dried conserves it. Now, if you cook pasta, don't freeze it. Once frozen, or rather once cooked, I don't think that I've ever tried it, but my instinct tells me that it would be terrible. Now, so ravioli that's left over from the night before is typically you take it to work the next day and eat it for lunch. I think fresh pasta could be. Or you freeze it and then you take it a few days later. If it's cooked, in my opinion, no. I don't know what the others think. The texture changes. It just falls apart in your mouth. It loses many qualities. And so it is not advisable. It's not the worst thing to ever do, but it's not advisable. Right. And freezing potatoes, if they're sliced into, Laura, what can you tell us about that? Already cooked, the texture, it really ends up not being so good. It gets a bit chewy when you thaw it. It loses nutrients, it loses water. So it's not really to be advised. If it has some process, such as French fries or something that have undergone another different process but cooked, I would not do that. No, I understand. You get something quite strange if you freeze a cooked potato. And now the last one. Everyone must ask you. The bread that you buy in the supermarket in a bag, can it be frozen? I think so. Oh, I'm sorry, Juan, I interrupted you. Well, what I have to say is very short. I think it depends on the state of the bread. If it's been in the oven and taken out, I think so. I sometimes buy a loaf of bread and I put it in the freezer, nothing happens. It goes right into the toaster. Now, if you buy a sourdough bread at a fine bakery, then it might well lose the characteristics for which you bought it. But just regular bread, I don't think there's any problem freezing it. Great. Well, thank you so much. I thank all of you. You've shared some incredible tips it'll be really useful for all of us. And we all need to survive in the kitchen. And of course, we want to do it without waste and eating really good food, which I think is all perfectly compatible. So thank you so much. And thank you for the work that each of you are doing. So we're going to bid farewell to Rodrigo and Juan with a round of applause and everyone else. And I will, and my friends, my women friend chefs, are sticking around because now we're going to go into action. Because, well, in Argentina, it's 7-something p.m. In Mexico, it's getting to be time to think about dinner after a long day. And what if you're tempted to just cook with your cell phone? We open the refrigerator. This is what happened to me. And, well, quite sincerely, I don't have much in it. For example, look, this is all I've got. Well, what do I always buy? Potato and onion. Can I make something really good, have an enjoyable time enjoying dinner with the family? Of course you can. Now, I have an idea. If I have a potato and an onion to get out of the usual puree or baked potatoes, today what I'm going to propose is a soup, quite creamy, but with no dairy milk, with onion and potato, and we'll add some broth. And if you don't have any broth in the house, don't worry about it. Don't freak out. We can solve it. You can just add water and try to flavor it. Now, with what? You'll tell me. Well, you open up the dispensary, perhaps or the pantry. You might have some herbs or some spices that are dry. So if you don't have broth, you can use those spices, those herbs, to flavor the water and include that in your soup. And if you have leftover vegetables, of course, I'll give you a tip about how to make a broth out of the rest of those vegetables you've got sitting around in the refrigerator. You can freeze it or keep it in the refrigerator. And when you come home from work and you're tired, it's already ready. And you can put together a soup with some vegetable, and that too would be extremely healthy. Yes, I see you've got the aprons on, so let's cook. Laura, you want to get started with the potatoes? Well, let me tell you what Laura is going to do here. She is going to cut the potatoes into uniform slices. Now, as you'll see, let me just go over here. I want to show you something. You'll say, oh, the potato has a skin. I peel it. Well, if you peel the potato, then there's waste. That's point number one. Point number two, as I see right there, the potato is quite clean and disinfected. Cleaning and disinfected is not the same thing. And so one thing is you clean it with water, and then you disinfect it. And this is with 2 drops that are apt for human consumption. It says so on the label. It's a very simple rule. So if there's some microorganism, then in this way you eliminate it. So you can consume everything. And why with the peel? Because the peel has fiber. And that is useful for making you feel full. It's going to make you feel more full, and it also will help you to regulate or maintain the levels of cholesterol and sugar in the blood. And the vitamins. Many of the vitamins are in the peel. So whichever way you look at it, there are benefits. So we don't throw away anything, nothing. Now, I'm heading over here. What do I have here? Onion. I got ahead a little bit. And all you're going to do is the same. You wash it, you disinfect it, you remove the skin, of course. And what we're going to do is cut thin slices, but thin slices. Well, you could have thicker slices. The thinner the slice, the more time it'll take. It doesn't matter one way or the other way. So we cut everything, we leave nothing. And this over here. Now, what do I have here? I'm going to turn on the fire here and here. And what do I have here? Water. What am I going to use today? Well, these are natural. This is a Knorr vegetable blend. So we already have this ready. If you don't have it, that's fine. You can also do it with water alone. Now, if you end up with leftover pieces of vegetables, don't throw them away. Always cleaned and disinfected. You'll put them in with you put it in with you start with cold water, and then you bring it to a boil, and you make a broth, and you keep it in the refrigerator. And you can also freeze it. Now, how are we going? Okay, the potatoes are all cut up. She cut up the potatoes with the skin and everything. Now, Lauri, I'll let you put a little bit of oil in here. Just a tiny piece, a tiny bit of oil. At first, we're going to cook the onion. Very well. A little bit of salt. Okay, and I'm going to put the rest here. It's just a little bit of salt. Let's remember, ideally, one should eat with no salt or very little salt. But why? Well, the little bit of salt begins to get the onion to release its own fluid. And as soon as it becomes a bit transparent, a few minutes into sauteing it, then very quickly, we're going to add the potatoes. There we have it. It looks good. So there we've got it. Now, of course, since we know that time is a tyrant, we already made one earlier. Let's see if you can see it. It's just broth, potato, and onion. We're going to finish it up quickly. How is that going? Great. Excellent. Now we can add the potatoes, and you can see it's quite simple, very quick, and it also can be an appetizer or an early dish served in a small dish, a small cup. The idea here is for it to cook for a few minutes so that all of the ingredients can interact and blend with one another. And then what we do, well, you end up covering it with the broth that you have at home. And as I said, it could be with flavored water if you have no broth. Perhaps if you have a mini herb garden in your home as well, you could draw from there. And then you just let it cook. Well, how long? Well, the potato starts to disintegrate and they completely fall apart. And when that happens, it's done. And then we'll make sure that it's nice and thick. So there you have it. Or, well, here we are at this stage. And now we'll blend it. And what if I don't have this tool? What can I do? I can't make the soup? No, of course you can, and I'll show you how. You might not have this kind of a blender, so you can just have use a potato crusher or a potato smasher, and otherwise just a fork. It's all quite creamy after cooking, and so you can do it this way as well, and you get the same outcome. So don't worry, don't be scared. You can, even if you don't have this, then you can still make this dish. I'll make a little bit of noise for just a few minutes. And it looks delicious. Let me see what it's how it's going.
Minutos hemos hecho una sopa tremenda.
Fíjate, ¿ves que queda? Vamos a ver.
Claro.
Fíjate ahí, ¿se ve? ¿Ves que queda cremosa, queda sostenida?
It looks, it's creamy.
Acá no le agregaste ningún tipo de lácteo ni de materia grasa.
And we didn't add any dairy product or fat that makes it that much more healthy.
Ay, unas finas totales, la verdad, lo voy a intentar.
I'm going to try that.
Sí, me gustaría que me quede aún más ligera. No pasa nada,
Now,
agregas un poquito más de agua, un poquito
if I want to make it a little bit lighter, I just add some water, a little bit of broth to give it exactly the consistency that you want. Now you can put this in the refrigerator and you have your soup ready to eat, very healthy, and nothing was wasted. We even used the potato peel.
Sí, por supuesto, vamos a animarnos y vamos a invitar a nuestra audiencia que lo pruebe y que suba
We're going to invite our audience to try this, to make soup without any waste. Thank you very much, Laura, for showing us in just a few minutes what you can do in the kitchen with products we always have. So I thank you for all of the excellent work that you're doing. I thank you very much. I hope you can put this into practice.
Buenísimo, bueno, muchísimas gracias, la verdad.
Well, thank you very much.
Impresionantes, ¿no? En unos pocos minutos hemos hecho un platazo.
That was a real treat to have you on this show. In a few minutes, you showed us how this can be done. Well, we've come to the end of today's activities, and we will resume tomorrow on the 18th. We invite you to log on at 9 Colombia, Peru, 8 Brazil, 11 Argentina, Brazil, and Chile. Tomorrow, we are going to talk about quantifying food waste and loss in wholesale markets. Thank you very much. And I thank all of you who made sure that this huge effort makes sense. I hope this was fun and useful, and let's all have a dinner without wasting any food. So we'll see you tomorrow when we resume. Thank you.